Chapter 40 The calm before the storm. A few days passed. The weather was getting hotter, but the streets were still deserted. The Konoha village was as quiet as ever. The only thing to be thankful for was that the clothes worn by the occasional female ninjas on the street became cooler as the weather became cooler. The girls had a healthy body that they had sculpted since childhood, so that ordinary people could distinguish their identities from the crowd at a glance. Now that all industries are declining and the red light district has been closed for almost half a year, the white thighs of these ninjas have become a unique and beautiful scenery in the eyes of the idle old men on the street. However, today was a bit unfortunate. Tisk. A not so ladylike sound of gasping rang in my ears. Several middle-aged men who were playing cards and looking at their thighs in front of the tea house in the corner subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Just caught a glimpse of the Uchiha guard armband on the girl's shoulder. The scarlet Sharingan swept across, and the Yin-Tun chakra contained in the depths of the eyes instinctively exuded a strong mental pressure. Even if there was no active spell, just the passive sense of oppression would make people's buttocks tighten. The body was stiff for just a moment, and several old men who were just laughing and peeking out secretly, immediately threw away the cards in their hands and squeezed into the tea house. Ninjas and ordinary people are two different creatures. Uchiha Yayoi retracted his gaze, and the scarlet eyes in his eye sockets turned black silently. As if he was afraid that the people around him would be angry, he cautiously glanced at the fog who was reading a book with his head down. Well done. Unexpectedly, Saharakiri smiled nonchalantly, and inexplicably raised her head and praised her. Noise, I did that. Uchiha Yayoi, whose little action was discovered, subconsciously wanted to explain, but when he reacted to his words, he suddenly uttered a cute ending sound. What's wrong? Saharakiri was still looking at the scroll in his hand, but his tone was as matter-of-fact as a righteous stingy person. I don't like others looking at you either. Also, your pants are a little short today, and the mole here is exposed. He said, turning his head slightly, and tapping the outside of Miss Yaoi's left leg with his fingertips. There is a very small round mole there. The boy's slightly rough fingertips rubbed the girl's fair and sensitive skin, which was slightly itchy. Uchiha Yaoi's face suddenly flushed pink, and he was speechless. Maybe he was a little shy because of Saharakiri's overly obvious possessiveness, or he didn't dare to say that she spent a long time before going out to deliberately choose this tight outfit to seduce him, or he was simply very shy by this direct action. Compared to the fierce look in the last second, it was completely different. Sure enough, the girl's blushing was better than all the love words in the world. After a long while, she whispered, Sister Reina said that boys like this. I thought Kiri would like it too. Sahara. Kiri was silent for a moment, and confessed sorry. Actually, I am a short skirt and stockings person. Hey! How can a ninja wear a short skirt? Miss Yayoi hit him lightly in annoyance. Her expression on her face was still a little tense, pretending to be angry, but her face was inadvertently raised. The possessiveness of the person you like inadvertently always makes people so satisfied. Sawarakiri also smiled, without saying much, and continued to look down at the basics of the sealing technique in his hand. In recent days, he has been moving back and forth between home, Tsunade's house, and the training ground, like a shriveled sponge, absorbing everything related to the sealing technique as much as possible. Due to the existence of the six eyes and the brain development of the unlimited technique second stage, his current learning ability is several times stronger than before, and he is invincible in learning basic content. Except for a small number of relatively difficult sealing text combinations, he has already mastered most of this basic scroll. However, because Tsunade was either sorting out materials in Konoha Hospital or attending meetings in the Hokage building these days, he could only study the remaining difficulties by himself, and the progress was quite slow. However, he had already got some clues about breaking the seal on his tongue. Besides that, Saharakiri looked down at the scroll. In the 360-degree field of vision, he glanced at the girl beside him. Miss Yayoi was still wandering around with a heartless look, as if she had completely put down the heavy burden of being a cold girl as long as she was by his side. During this period, Mr. Sahara has always paid great attention to Miss Yaoi's mental health. The possessiveness he showed towards her was naturally intentional. After all, it was different from the simple mode of their sickly sister and mature honey Tsunade. In front of the former two, even if he took the worst path, he would at most die. And at most he would be stabbed a few more times when he died. But Miss Yayoi was different. If he accidentally took the wrong path, or suddenly disappeared, who knows what kind of power Uchiha Yayoi could suddenly awaken in his Mangeki Sharingan, like something like a room you can't leave unless you socks until you die, Inception with only the two of us, a gravity-distorted world that can pull you back no matter where you are. Death, anyway, Saharakiri felt that he couldn't afford the gamble. Kiri, Did Lord Sakumo tell you about letting us go over there? After pretending to be angry for a while, Miss Yayoi couldn't help but continue to speak, with her hands behind her back. Under normal circumstances, a team of all jonin can't be formed, right? Probably, it's a problem on the front line of the Wind Country. Sawara. Kiri is quite sensitive to intelligence. Sagakure and Uegakure have gradually withdrawn from the Rain Country. Both sides have freed up their hands. This is absolutely bad news for us. I don't know when this war will end. Who knows? Uchiha. Yayoi muttered, glanced at the side of the boy's face inadvertently, and sighed softly. How nice it would be if there were more peaceful times like this with Kiri, even if it was just watching him from the side. A girl in her first love is conservative and cautious even when making wishes. It seems that 2 extravagant wishes will make her heart beat faster, which she can't bear. So, just a little bit will be fine. Just as she was thinking this, her arm was suddenly grabbed by Sawara. Kiri. Slow down. Swoosh. Just as the words fell, a kunao passed by not far in front of the 2 of them, and 2 figures, one white and one yellow, crossed each other at a high speed that was difficult for ordinary people to see with their naked eyes. Uchiha Yayoi paused subconsciously. She realized that without realizing it, the 2 of them had already arrived at the 3rd training ground agreed by their team. Hotaki Sakumo and Namikaze Minato had probably arrived a long time ago, and now they just took advantage of the time when no one was around to warm up. Ding! Zhengni! Sound of metal collisions continued to ring in this empty forest, and occasionally a little fire could be caught in the air. The footprints left on the ground, tree trunks and branches were deep and powerful, and 1 or 2 dull fighting sounds could be heard from time to time. However, even though he was also a jonin and a genius ninja recognized by the 3rd Hokage, the current Namikaze Minato was still too young in front of Hotaki Sakumo. Just over 3 minutes later, Minato, who was about to use the wind escape to instantly hit the wire trap set between the branches, was kicked down from the tree by Hotaki Sakumo. Plop! He fell to the ground in a slightly embarrassed manner. Who he was panting heavily. When he turned his head, he suddenly noticed Sahara Kiri and Uchiha Yayoi standing on the sidelines. He raised his hand awkwardly and greeted them. Hi! Oh, you're here. Come and sit down. Hotaki Sakumo also fell from the tree, and by the way, he reached out to pull up Minato, who was lying on the ground. In the field of high-speed combat, the 15-year-old Minato was still a younger brother in front of him. However, Minato had the talent and potential to surpass him in this field, and was not suitable for his teacher Jiraiya's ninjutsu-type combat method. When he had free time, he couldn't help but want to teach this kid more. Hotaki Sakumo greeted the 2 people, found a tree stump, patted his butt and sat on it, and took out an apple that he didn't know when he picked from his pocket, and ate it with a big mouthful, chewing and saying, I have something to do, and I need to ask your opinions. Uchiha Yayoi bun hair, the next chapter will definitely not be finished before 1 o'clock, and I will make it up tomorrow. Good night everyone, I will go to work tomorrow. Chapter 41 Preparation, 5K. Given the current situation of the village, I will be transferred to the front line of Wind Country to take charge of some defense work. Sandame asked me to ask your opinions. Do you decide to go to the front line with me as a small team, or split up and stay in different departments in the village? Let me say first, I personally think it's better for you to go together. Spring breeze brings warmth and the grass is green. Hotaki Sakumo sat on the stump, threw away the apple core, picked up a piece of grass root in his mouth, and talked about the follow-up dispatch issues in a normal way, as if it was just a trivial matter. However, he really doesn't lie very well. Sawara Kiri looked at Hotaki Sakumo sitting on the tree stump. When he said this, he crossed his fingers and frowned slightly. Even though he deliberately held a piece of grass in his mouth to show that he was relaxed, the root was almost broken by him, and his toes kept on tiptoeing. You know, Hotaki Sakumo is usually a man who is more relaxed than an old gay. His whole body can't help but exude a carefree atmosphere. Even when facing an opponent of the level of the 3rd Hokage, it's like taking a child on an outing. But now, it's too serious. The 3 people present looked at each other for a while, obviously they all noticed his problem. Finally, it was Minato Namikaze who asked Master Hotaki. Excuse me, has something happened in the village? Hotaki Sakumo obviously didn't expect that he finally told a lie, but was suddenly seen through by the children in front of him. His expression was a little stiff. After hesitating for a while, he finally chose to tell the whole story. Rather Then saying something has happened, it's better to say that something will happen above. Things are very complicated. Since you also carried out the Tsunade rescue mission last time, there is a high possibility that you will be affected. If you are on the front line, the impact may be relatively small. Some guys are eyeing you. Hotaki Sakumo sighed, spit out the grass roots that had been bitten in his mouth, and frowned more and more. Minato, Yayoi, the situation of you two is not bad. Mist, you are actually the most dangerous. Hearing this, Sawarakiri immediately recalled the scene a few days ago when Tsunade pointed at Shimura Denzo's nose and cursed him in the Hokage's office, and he understood it all at once. The incident that day did not end there, but intensified in places they could not see. So much so that Hotaki Sakumo, who sensed the coming storm, even had to put several young people who might be involved in this incident on the dangerous front line. In his eyes, even the front line battlefield with swords and shadows might be much safer than this bloodless political arena. Among the three of them, Namikaze Minato has Jiraiya's protection, and Yayoi has the Uchiha clan as a backer. Only he alone know he is even bound to Tsunade and the Senju clan, who are at the center of the storm, to a certain extent. However, Sawarakiri smiled carelessly. Isn't this something that has been expected? Mist? Hearing this, Uchiha Yayoi, who had not yet reacted, subconsciously cried out. When Minato Namikaze heard this, he understood it in his heart, but he did not speak immediately, turned to look in the direction of Sawarakiri, waiting for his opinion. After the last mission and that exhibition match, the name Sawarakiri has already settled a deep enough position in Minato Namikaze's heart. He wanted to hear what decision this man who was better than him in terms of wisdom, and talent would make. Hotaki Sakumo also looked at him, quietly waiting for his opinion. Sawarakiri paused and asked back, Lord Sakumo, do you think we can avoid the swords attacking from the rear if we run to the front line? I will continue to discuss the rear with Lady Tsunade. Hotaki Sakumo pondered and spoke, but he obviously had no plan in his mind. In fact, he didn't expect this matter to be so big at first. Sawarakiri also knew this. In the original work, whether it was Hotaki Sakumo's suicide or Tsunade's disappointment in leaving the village, they were all the result of the combined influence of a series of events caused by similar causes. Although these are different things that happened in different stages, they can still make people see that these two young men are still no match for those old foxes. They are too upright and too soft. How can this work? When it comes to political struggle, it has to be done by a Kirigakure undercover agent like him who is despicable, dirty, and proficient in reciting the classic quotes of Yes, Prime Minister. So, if I remember correctly, last time, Tsunade-sama should have questioned the Hokage advisory group on corruption. Sawarakiri directly turned the topic to the essence. Now the problem has been magnified, right? Hotaki Sakumo was startled when he heard this, and looked at him in astonishment. There are some problems and resolutions above, which only the top ninjas like them can know through the meeting, but they didn't expect that this young man would see through it all at once. Where did you hear that? Hotaki Sakumo subconsciously thought so. Sawarakiri smiled helplessly. During the days when you were in the meeting, similar news was circulating in the streets and alleys. The various ninja clans were taking bribes in the Konoha financial system and committing corruption within the clan, but there was rarely any news about the corruption of the advisory group. The spearhead began to deflect when it was not noticed. Obviously, while you and Lady Tsunade were still discussing, they had already started. Hotaki. Sawarakiri's expression suddenly became a little serious. Even Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Yayoi realized the seriousness of the problem, and their expressions became more tense. Sawarakiri still smiled gently. Konoha is a village. Hokage is a village chief who manages tens of thousands of ninjas and hundreds of thousands of civilians who rely on this system for food, drink, and defecation. Because most ninjas are ninja clans and civilian mercenaries, the management team of the Hokage building has only a few hundred people from top to bottom. After graduating, Saharakiri spent most of his time wandering around the Hokage building. He knew very well that this was a management team with a simple structure, unclear responsibilities, and no division of business. Even such a simple administrative system has only been in existence for less than 40 years. Before that, all ninjas were primitive people who fought against each other for thousands of years in the form of tribes. Until now, the rulers at the top, called Kage, have been determined by their master-disciple relationship and fists, just like the primitive tribes. Fighting for the position of chief. Among them, the most frequently used means of political struggle are rumors and assassinations. Although some people have used this method to deal with Emperor Chuan recently, and they can be assassinated even when playing golf. The problem is that this group of people in Konoha use these two tricks no matter who they deal with. Who doesn't know this? Facing an opponent of this level, if you let Saharakiri do the execution and confront others head-on in the political arena, he may really mess it up without experience. However, if you ask him to be a dog-headed military advisor to other he will raise a finger. Because of this, what Saharakiri needs most now is actually a sentence. 2. You have a solution. Hotaki Sakumo looked at him seriously. I have. Sawara Kiri gave him a calm smile, calm and composed. Will you lose? You will win. At this moment, it is just like that moment. Hotaki Sakumo's eyes became deeper. After pondering for a long time, he patted his butt and stood up. Now, he didn't care about the other two students and said directly to Sawara Kiri, come with me. Hokage Building, Jonin meeting room. The principle of holding a small meeting for big things and a big meeting for small things applies everywhere. At this time, it was obvious that a small meeting was being held inside. As for why he judged so, because Tsunade was roaring in anger and cursing very dirty. What do you mean? Dan and Ando shed blood for the village. Kaim has not been discharged from the hospital yet. They sacrificed their lives to ambush the third Hokage. Now, you say that all this is because they and the Hotaki team failed to complete the mission. 2. You think you can escape the charges of corruption and intelligence trading? In the room, Shimura Danzo's voice was steady and calm. Tsunade, it is a serious crime to slander the Hokage advisor. Don't talk about things that have not been investigated. Midaman was still arguing. Hey! That's right. The village is under great pressure now. The west is fighting with Sand Village, and the north has to face the pressure of Rock Village and Cloud Village at the same time. There is no hope of ambush and killing the third Hokage again. Now, we have to bear the pain of the deceased heroes and hand over their bodies. The situation with the Cloud Village will be eased. How many fewer people will die in the northern garrison? Besides, we will bear the blame. Tateen. Kohara was even more unceremonious. What's more, killing the third Hokage was the mission of your team. The village provided you with the best manpower and enough time. Isn't it your fault that you failed to complete the mission? And that Hotaki Sakumo, as a reinforcement, he failed to arrive in time to provide support. Shouldn't he be punished? Hey! That's right. Midaman nodded slightly with an affirmative look. Being able to contribute to the village in the end, I think even those dead heroes will feel gratified. The next moment, Tsunade's voice seemed to blow up the entire conference room. What the hell are you, Konoha swear, dash. Outside the door, Saharakiri showed a sneer on his face. Tisk. When it comes to beasts, you have to be the ones. In terms of being inhuman, the top leaders of Konoha are not bad at all. Turning around again, as expected, Hotaki Sakumo's face was also livid. Even though the two of them had roughly communicated on the way about some of the practices and the situation they might face now, Hotaki Sakumo still couldn't hold back. The coldness in his bones seemed to seep out slowly with his breath, freezing the surrounding ground. Accept punishment? Kill the third Hokage, or save Tsunade's team from him, even in the entire ninja world. This is also the most difficult S-level mission, which would cost at least 3 million ryo on a normal day. However, since it was a war mission issued in the name of the village, after completing the mission, the 4 members of the entire Sakumo team only received a total of 500,000 ryo. And they still have to accept punishment. Now Saharakiri thinks that it was Miss Yayoi who had anticipated this scene long ago, and her words came true. Is it really the instinct of politicians to pass the buck? Thinking so in his heart, Saharakiri turned his head and looked at Hotaki Sakumo beside him. Teacher Sakumo, do you have any questions now? Hotaki Sakumo looked at him, and his livid face revealed a trace of struggle. You should know that it is a serious crime to rebel against your superiors. It's just a performance, Sahara. Kiri was full of confidence. After all, this is for everyone in Konoha. What's more, in this disadvantageous situation, they don't have the courage to do it. Hotaki Sakumo finally closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was already dignified. This is also for Konoha. Bang! They two walked into the room, and the whole conference room suddenly became quiet. Hotaki Sakumo walked in front with a cold face, and Saharakiri followed behind him. As soon as they entered the room, they saw Tsunade stepping on the table with one foot, holding up Mito Kato-en's collar with one hand, and swinging her fist to hit him fiercely. But judging from the calm and composed attitude of the others, Tsunade, who was the most ferocious, was the weakest in momentum. Konoha F4 has reached 3 people. At this time, they all turned their heads and looked in the direction of the two Hotakis. Hotaki Sakumo. When Shimura Danzo saw him, he probably remembered the report from Beiruoha before, and his brows knitted immediately. While secretly refining his chakra, he coldly scolded, "A high-level meeting is going on here. How dare you break in without permission?" As he said that, his one eye glanced in the direction of Sawarakiri, and said coldly, "And with a little guy, so bold. If any secrets are leaked, can you afford it?" The first half of the sentence was clearly directed at Hotaki Sakumo himself, but the second half immediately pointed the finger at Sawarakiri. Hey. He couldn't afford to offend Hotaki Sakumo, but could he not afford to offend this little brat? Due to having personally watched the exhibition match between Sawarakiri and Namikaze Minato, Shimura Danzo was still full of confidence in his heart, even though Hotaki Sakumo and Tsunade's mission reports had roughly summarized the process of his interference with the third Raikage with slightly vague sentences. Got it. Sawarakiri was not annoyed when he heard this, but just smiled and turned his head to look into his one eye. In an instant, there seemed to be endless bright stars shining in the depths of the azure pupils. Shimura Danzo frowned slightly. Faintly, he seemed to sense that something was left in his body, but it seemed that he had not discovered anything. "Oh, secret?" Hotaki Sakumo turned his head without hesitation, swept his cold eyes across his neck, and said in a cold voice, "Do you mean that the village intends to give the remains of the heroic ninja who ambushed the third Raikage as a compensation to the secret of the hidden cloud village? What? You dare to do it, but you dare not let all the ninjas in Konoha know." Bang! As if being poked in the sore spot, the hot-tempered and most confused Udadan Koharu immediately slammed the table and stood up, shouting loudly, "Hotaki Sakumo! How dare you be so presumptuous in front of us? This honest man, they have long deceived. I am used to being negative, so what if I'm strong? How dare I act wild here?" But today, Hotaki Sakumo's reaction surprised everyone. Boom! As soon as the words fell, explosive chakra reaction mixed with murderous aura suddenly burst out around Hotaki Sakumo, forming a storm that spread to the surroundings, and the wooden floor under Hotaki Sakumo's feet cracked. Just that murderous look made everyone present feel a kind of almost hallucinatory perception dislocation. It was fierce and arrogant. That was his pure will, not as a ninja, but as a swordsman. The last second, Koharu Utane, who was still waving his fangs and claws, seemed to be locked up, and even a finger could not move. His hand was clearly not on the hilt of the knife. Koharu Utane suddenly had a strong illusion that as long as he made a move, he would be cut down by the knife. The whole body was stiff. Shimura Danzo and Mito Kato-en could no longer sit down, so they stood up and confronted the man in front of them. However, their momentum was 3 points weaker. What happened to him today? Hotaki Sakumo's eyes swept across the three people, his expression was arrogant, and his voice was cold to the bone. "Yes. What do you think? This is the arrogance of him, a ninja at his peak, as one of the strongest in Konoha today. Just as he can commit suicide to fulfill his heart, he can naturally kill others to fulfill his will. Hotaki Sakumo's most despised thing in his life is these guys who can abandon their companions for various reasons and even insult the bodies of heroes. Before today, out of loyalty to the village, he had never been as arrogant as he is now, but this does not mean that he is afraid of these people in front of him. Konoha F4, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was also at his peak, came, he would only be 60-40 against him in a one-on-one fight. If he got close, it would be 30-70. He would be beheaded if he was not careful. What are these three old guys who have been away from the battlefield for almost 10 years? What he did was just for the village. Taking advantage of the opportunity created by Saharakiri today, Hotaki Sakumo suddenly vented his anger here. Everyone present did as he said. Stand still. Who dares to face the anger of an honest man when they don't know the situation? At this time, even Tsunade on the side was frightened by Hotaki Sakumo's momentum. Although she has a hot temper on weekdays, this woman who can patiently study medical skills just to save people is actually a very soft-hearted person. As the pillar of the front line, she knows that Hotaki Sakumo, who looks careless and can joke with anyone on weekdays, is the most angry person in Konoha. If someone really lost control of his temper and used a knife today, at least 3 people in this room would die. Just at this moment, Saharakiri, who no one in the room cared about, suddenly spoke. "Teacher Sakumo, it's almost time." With Just this one voice, Hotaki Sakumo, who was full of murderous intent a second ago, suddenly restrained his momentum. Everyone present felt relieved. Leaving aside Shimura Danzo, Midaman and Uditan Koharu, who were in charge of finance and law respectively, had indeed lost the spirit they had when they fought for their lives on the battlefield in the past, as everyone knew. Hotaki Sakumo glanced at them and walked out the door first. Tsunade-sama, we are here to see you. Please. Come with us. Sahara. Kiri still greeted politely. When Tsunade saw that it was him, she felt inexplicably relieved. She nodded slightly, got down from the table, and followed him out the door. Finally, Sahara Kiri smiled gently and nodded to the remaining 3 people. Excuse me. After saying that, he walked out of the door as if nothing had happened. When the other side of the long table was empty, the 3 consultants suddenly looked at each other. After a while, the voice of Shimura Danzo's incompetent and furious roar suddenly came from the room. Asshole. I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The next chapter will be around 12 o'clock. By the way, let's test the popularity of Uchiha Ancestor Light. Note, some book friends may have different opinions on Hotaki Sakumo's strength, and may think that he is not so strong, or that F3 is not so weak. But anyway, the original work has not shown it directly. The only one who has shown his skills, Mr. Danzo, has performed the weak operation of SL hard receiving shuriken and kunao piercing susanoo, so for the needs of the plot, I will create it casually, and I hope you understand. Chapter 42. What will happen first? So Tsunade sat on the tatami in the living room, poured a cup of tea for Sahara Kiri and Hotaki Sakumo who were sitting opposite the wooden table, pushed it over, and looked up at the two. Now, there is no need for us to continue talking to them. Not only Tsunade, Hotaki Sakumo on the other side also turned his head to look at the young man on the other side. The tea leaves floating in the teacup swayed and rippled with the steam. Sarakiri picked up the teacup and smiled gently. That's right. Bang. Tsunade's white and slender hands. She slapped the table with a dull sound, and the solid wood table sank. She stared at the young man in front of her. Mist, you should be able to guess how determined I am to do this, right? Do you know what you are saying now? If no one can stop those termites, I don't know what will happen to the village. Corruption, espionage, military supplies, intelligence. This is wartime. It was probably because she was forced to stop because she couldn't vent her anger on Konoha. F3. Tsunade now stared at Sahara Kiri's face, her expression tense, her voice kept rising, and she gritted her teeth. She was very angry now. However, Sahara Kiri seemed not to notice her emotions, and took a sip of the teacup. Tsunade-sama. You don't care about these things that much, do you? It's not the first day they've been doing this. No. Raising his head, Sahara Kiri met her eyes. To be precise, compared to the matter of revenge for Kato-dan, these details are not that important to you, right? When he said these words, his expression was indifferent and calm. He rationally analyzed the real reasons with a stable attitude and tore off the superficial high-sounding words, which made Tsunade a little unable to adapt for a while. Yes, so what? After a pause, she slapped the table again, breaking the jar and looking at him with red eyes. I just want to take revenge on those dirty bastards. Do you have any objection? No, why would I have any objection? Seeing her irritable appearance, Sahara Kiri's smile became more relaxed. He pointed at Hotaki Sakumo beside him, and then pointed at himself. It's not just you, Tsunade-sama. Sakumo-sensei and I are here for selfish reasons, we all want to protect ourselves in this storm. For this reason, only if we are open and honest with each other first, it will be easier to communicate, right? Tsunade was startled when she heard this, and turned to look at Hotaki Sakumo who was drinking tea beside her. Just listen to him. Hotaki Sakumo waved at her, don't look at his young age, this kid is full of bad water, very powerful. On the way here, he had deeply learned from Sawara Kiri's seemingly understated words. Sawara Kiri smiled a little embarrassedly. Teacher Sakumo is too kind. Tsunade's eyes twitched when she saw this. Who praised you? However, thinking of the magical things that Sawara Kiri had shown in front of her before, Tsunade couldn't help but raise some hope. Since we don't want to talk about it anymore, what should we do next? Can we just break into the route and the Hokage building to check the accounts? Sahara Kiri put down his teacup and looked at the two of them seriously. Of course, such an outrageous thing is impossible. 2. Be frank, the goal you set at the beginning, forcing the advisory elders to resign by questioning corruption, is unrealistic in itself. How are you going to get the referee on the court to send you off the field with a red card? Hearing this, Tsunade was stunned. Hotaki Sakumo showed a thoughtful expression, frowning. Sawara Kiri continued, it has been 3 days since you returned to the village and formally proposed the proposal of inquiring into corruption and investigating the espionage of the Konoha advisory elders at the meeting of all Jonin. At the same time, the rumor in the village that Tsunade-sama requested an investigation into corruption among all Konoha high-level officials has also spread for 3 days. During this process, you failed to make any counterattacks, and even failed to notice that public opinion began to ferment in the streets and alleys. As the head of the Senju clan, one of the established families and the patriarch of 2 generations of Hokage, Tsunade-sama listened to what I just said. In the extremely righteous rumor, just add your name, and the villagers of Konoha will not have any objections. Do you know what this means? Tsunade gritted her teeth and widened her eyes, retorting, I clearly questioned the advisory elders. When did I question all the senior management? No, you know, but it doesn't matter. Sawara Kiri interrupted her and continued, the important thing is that they have prepared public opinion. Tsunade's voice paused, and the slender palms on the wooden table suddenly clenched, and her skin was pale. Next, I will tell you what will happen in the village after all the public opinion preparations are made. Sawara Kiri's voice was calm and indifferent, with a mechanical sense of indifference, and he raised a finger at her. First, they will use a lot of punishing corruption-style speeches to cover up the ongoing actions. Then, take this opportunity to choose a suitable breakthrough point. First, use the trivial things that sound insignificant but may be related to everyone as the fulcrum of public opinion, artificially expand its harmfulness, and add a bunch of unwarranted charges. He talked about it as if he had witnessed similar events countless times, as if he had crossed time and witnessed it with his own eyes, and even the process and roles were selected. This breakthrough point is best to be a ninja clan that is neither up nor down in the Konoha high level, but has no backing, and even has a population and economic scale of medium or above. After counting all Konoha, the candidates are only a few families such as Inyazuka, Abarame, and Kurama. In terms of the most suitable size, it is likely it's the Inyazuka family. Have you heard about it? A psychic dog raised by the Inyazuka family suddenly lost control while delivering messages on the battlefield. Is it fake? They are a professional dog training family. A psychic dog that can command and understand human language costs hundreds of thousands of taels. Really? That was my third uncle's daughter-in-law's cousin's sister. When she was fighting with a psychic dog, she was suddenly bitten on the leg. The dog couldn't even tell the enemy from me. Hey! If there wasn't a camp behind, she would have almost died at the hands of the Sand Village ninja. I heard about it. The veterinarian on the front line said that the meat and brains of dead dogs were added to the pet feed, and the batch of psychic dogs that ate the feed all got sick. They look fine at ordinary times, but they go crazy as soon as they see blood. Is it true or false? One person spreads it to 2, 2 spread it to 3, and 3 people make a tiger. The rumors that were originally nonsense quickly became the truth that only circulated underground and among the people due to the accumulation of numbers. At the beginning, it was only ordinary people who spread these rumors, and the Inyazuka clan did not care. But ordinary people have to live around ninjas, and the communication between people will naturally bring these invisible rumors into the ninja group. This time, if you want to find the source of the rumor, there is no trace to find. Not only that. After receiving the report from the Inyazuka clan, they chose to launch a large-scale rumor blockade and source investigation. The Uchiha guards, who had been inquiring about these rumors, actually made those who had not paid much attention to these rumors begin to explore these truths. In less than a week, more and more people began to guess the truth behind the rumor that the Inyazuka clan has a psychic dog that has gone crazy. From the psychic dog eating sick dog meat to the grain feed money being withheld, then some people said that the Inyazuka clan, the feed used by the clan was inferior grains, and some people heard that in order to save money on feed, the Inyazuka clan had an underground deal with the Konoha Grain Company. After that, everyone began to spread the rumor that the Inyazuka clan took advantage of the convenience of the clan members to manipulate the Konoha Grain Department, and it was not just the grain that was problematic, the sick dogs before also died of drug abuse, until the end. Everyone knew that the Inyazuka clan leader was extremely powerful and rampantly corrupt in the fields of Konoha grain and medicine, and more truths continued to emerge, and an endless stream of facts were spread by everyone, and people who were worried about problems in their lives launched rounds of reports. All of this happened in a short period of time that many ninjas failed to notice. Had they? Thin dog Kuro Yumaru, lying on the side of the store with his paws horizontal, basked in the sun and yawned. It looked at the empty street in front of its store and tilted its head in confusion. Although there were not many people hanging around here on weekdays, the ninja dog food they sold was still popular. Occasionally, there would be 3 or 2 ninja dogs dragging their owners back to buy some to try. But for some reason, there was no one on the street these 2 days. The store's income was not good, and it couldn't eat well. Last night, it couldn't even eat braised pork at home. It's annoying. Heian was lying on the ground, mumbling quietly. Just thinking about it, his ears suddenly perked up, catching the sound of footsteps coming from afar. The sensitive nose sniffed carefully again, and his eyes suddenly lit up. There must be at least a dozen people here, right? What a big business! Thinking so, it immediately stood up and trotted to the door to try to attract customers. Customer. They. Black Male Ninja Dog Feed Store is 20% off today. White meat, red meat, and Kumagakure beef are all available in various flavors. Bring your dog to try it. However, before it could finish the signboard advertising words, it saw a team of fully armed figures dressed as Anbu, who had kicked open the door at the end of the street and shouted, "Chief Inyazuka Moto Yazu." Wait. Who are you? The poor chief obviously hadn't reacted yet. I haven't received an investigation order from the Anbu directly under the Hokage. However, the ninja dressed as an Anbu in the lead obviously didn't intend to pay attention to him, and instead shouted according to the temporary proposal for the wartime special investigation regulations proposed by Lady Tsunade last week, as well as reports from many Konoha ninjas and residents, your clan is suspected of large-scale food smuggling, illegal medical smuggling, vicious competition, and illegal summoning of spirit beasts. Please. Come with us immediately. Wait. A minute. I shed blood for Konoha, and I have made contributions to Konoha. You guys. Heian stood at the door, leaning half of his body out cleverly, watching the old patriarch, who was still a good person, being dragged out of the door by a group of people dressed as Anbu. I immediately shrank my balls and tail. It's over, I guess there will be no meat to eat tonight. This chapter is 3K, a little too much, and I just finished it now. I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 43 The Elephant in the Room. Secondly, the patriarch of the Inyazuka clan, who is the breakthrough point, will confess a lot of evidence that is only in the hands of the root and others on the grounds of confidentiality of the archives without even knowing it himself. At the same time, the ninja leaders who feel the threat will take action. However, when the situation is unclear, they will never intervene in any party first, but will express their dissatisfaction with the Inyazuka case to the third generation through the upper ninja meeting and high-level meeting. So, the third generation will throw the conflict back to you, Tsunade-sama. Recalling the words of the young man a few days ago, Tsunade clasped her hands together, took one of the first seats at the long table, and looked at the ninja clan leaders who were arguing in the conference room indifferently. Things that have not been done are not done. How can you put the head of a clan in jail without investigation? If there is a rumor in the village again next time, will the head of the Uchiha clan and the head of the Hyuga clan also be arrested by you, the third generation, with just one word? That's right. This matter is really too much. All the clan leaders of the ninja clan were shouting indignantly at this time. Tsunade looked at the scene coldly. Although everyone present knew that what was happening now was just a conflict transfer initiated by the advisory elders. But they seemed to be unaware of anything, and all shouted and demanded that her dear teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen take responsibility and give Inyazuka Moto Yazu a clean name to the village. No one tried to turn the spearhead to a specific name. The reason was simple. It was just that the current Hokage advisory group was really powerful. If you have to make a comparison, the advisory elders group was called elders, but it was actually a cabinet. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to make some decisions, he had to vote within this small cabinet to implement them. Although the Konoha ninja clan was a wealthy family, it could only be regarded as a local force, and it was scattered and chaotic. Except for blood inheritance, secret techniques, and other issues, it could not form a joint force. Even the strongest Uchiha clan among them was just a slightly larger prey in front of the Hokage system, and there was no threat at all. The only one who can confront her head-on is Tsunade, who holds the title of righteousness. Because of this, the performance of these ninja clan leaders at this time seems to be aggressive, but in fact they dare not stick to the pot at all. Even the current complaints, aren't they showing their neutral position between her and the advisory elders, returning the most important judgment power to the hands of the third generation? At that time, wouldn't Sarutobi teacher only need to say public opinion is overwhelming to easily and justifiably force her to cancel this proposal? Don't look at what they say, but what they do. Tsunade lowered her head, looked at the vertical tea stem floating in the teacup on the table, and the melancholy expression reflected on the water, and suddenly wanted to laugh. It's really boring to stay in such a ghost place. If that kid wasn't there. Just when the scene was noisy and everyone asked the third generation to give an explanation. Shimura Danzo's single eye suddenly swept across the long table to Tsunade, and he said in a cold voice, Tsunade, the senior ninja, is the one who proposed the special investigation regulations during wartime. Now, don't you have anything to say? It was him who ordered the arrest. He was the one who released the public opinion distortion regulations in advance, and he was the one who took a ninja clan leader into the interrogation room without reason. But at this moment, Shimura Danzo seemed to be just a professional Hokage consultant. He couldn't stand Tsunade's irresponsible behavior and raised his own opinions with confidence. Almost at the moment he opened his mouth, the noise that had just filled the entire conference room suddenly disappeared. Everyone was quietly looking at the two people sitting on both sides of the long table. Opinion? What opinion? Tsunade sneered, are you talking about my proposal to initiate economic inquiries to the advisory group? She deliberately emphasized the three words. However, everyone present seemed to be deaf for a second at the same time, and heard nothing. Tsunade ignored them and turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in the center. Sandaime-sama, the investigation of the corruption case concerns the whole village. If no one dares to set an example, who can dig deep into those unclean things? Shimura Danzo's eyes twitched slightly. After all, he was the uncleanest one among all the people present. But Tsunade, this stupid woman, still doesn't know Hiruzen well enough. I think that in the face of war, all matters in the rear should be postponed. Sarutobi Hiruzen met his disciple's gaze, but his voice did not hesitate, and his expression was heavy. Tsunade, the pressure ahead is great. Chest heaving, taking a deep breath. Tsunade herself didn't know how much perseverance she had used to suppress the anger and disappointment from the bottom of her heart. Is that so? She stood up under the gaze of everyone and looked deeply at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before leaving, Tsunade's voice suddenly became cold and she said calmly, Sandaime-sama, you will regret this. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned when he heard this. He always felt that he had heard this familiar line somewhere before, and he felt an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but smile. Bah, loser. Bang. The door closed. Tsunade strode into the when he left the office, he was still thinking about what Saharakiri said at that time. If Lady Tsunade still refuses to turn back as before, then Shimura Danzo and the Sandaime will take turns to use the tricks of the last time for the stability of the war on the front line. Until the ninja group can no longer bear it, under the constant pressure, their position gradually leans towards the side of the advisory elders, and they express their attitude and put pressure on you at the senior ninja meeting, and finally abolish your proposal in a fair and open manner with an absolute advantage in the voting process. This is the simplest and most effective method. But now, because of my appearance, the situation has become different. Until now, Tsunade still remembers the cunning and wise smile on Saharakiri's face when he said this, like a little fox. Do you know the elephant in the room? In this narrow room, there is a problem that is too huge to be ignored, but everyone has formed an abnormal tacit understanding for various reasons, choosing to deliberately avoid and turn a blind eye to this phenomenon. At that time, Saharakiri's voice was like the whisper of a devil. If you are still the high and mighty Princess Tsunade of Konoha, then you can continue to follow this tacit understanding. But if you want to break the current rigid situation and rush out of this room, then this elephant curled up in the room, quiet and aggrieved, will become the most powerful helper in your hands. As if he had sensed the longing from afar, Saharakiri subconsciously turned his head towards the Hokage building. However, before he could come to his senses, he heard the aunt of the disabled orphanage next to him greet him enthusiastically, "Sahara-kun, the last show has been performed, it's your turn to go on stage." He turned his head, thanked the aunt politely, and then strode towards the stage. On this crudely constructed stage, there was a chorus of orphans, a manzai duet invited from the theatre, an acrobatic troupe invited from outside, and a dance performance rehearsed by several little girls. However, the applause from the audience was always sparse, and it seemed that no one was interested. Sawarakiri stood on the stage and looked at the audience below. Most of them were missing an arm or 2 legs and could only move around with wheelchairs and crutches. Some of them were wrapped in bandages all over their bodies. That was because their faces were disfigured in the war. Obviously, they were all ninjas disabled by the war. Because Konoha had notified many disabled care homes and orphanages 3 days in advance, today this open space located under the Hokage rock and at the edge of the village gathered nearly half of the injured and orphans in Konoha, as many as thousands of people. Such a large number of people gathered, if it were not for the guarantee of Tsunade and Hitaki Sakumo, I am afraid it would not even be able to open. However, even when they were there, these people still looked cold and had difficulty moving. They were suffering incomparable pain both physically and mentally. The strong physique when they were ninjas was completely different from their current miserable predicament. The tight budget and limited manpower in Konoha village made most of them even starve after giving everything for the village. Some of them even parted ways with their own properties and relatives for various reasons. In the difficult years, few people were willing to bear a heavy family burden for nothing. This was a human choice. Under this heavy pain, it seemed that nothing could arouse the interest of these people who were the most enthusiastic in the past. Sawarakiri took it all in silently. Slowly, he showed a just right solemn expression and walked onto the stage solemnly. When his performance began, Tsunade, who came out of the Hokage building, just arrived at the edge of the venue. From a distance, we can hear the solemn, steady, yet emotional voice of Sawarakiri, echoing from afar. 40 years ago, a great Konoha ninja signed the Konoha Establishment Agreement. Today we are gathering under his witness at the Hokage Rock. That great ninja once said, he hopes that after the establishment of Konoha, there will not be so many sacrifices and so many children will not die. This solemn declaration is like the light of a beacon, bringing hope to millions of people in the warring states period who are suffering in the unjust fire that destroys lives. Its arrival is like the dawn of joy, ending the long night of fighting in the warring states period and bringing more than a decade of peace to Konoha village. However, 40 years later, we must face the tragic fact that the people and children of Konoha are still fighting the enemy on the battlefield. I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Today is a holiday, and I was a little late after eating and drinking. The next chapter will have to wait until tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 44 Mahjong Hall Speech. In a corner that no one noticed. The most tender and fragile branch of the leaf quietly ignited itself, blooming an inconspicuous beam of light in the long dark night. This subtle light and heat continuously flowed along the branches and leaves, burning towards the oldest and most decayed trunk and roots of this giant tree. During this entire month, on the surface, the confrontation between the advisory group and the Senju clan continued. It was just that the alliance of the ninja clan was not completely useless after all. After the chief Inyazukamoto Yazu was proven innocent and released back to the clan, the public opinion in the village no longer continued to target the chiefs of the various clans who were obviously targeted, but instead pointed to the industries that were regarded as cash cows by the various ninja clans. Deer antlers, medicinal gardens, food streets, forestry, insect feed, steel industry, arms. The various industries that were originally firmly in the hands of the ninja clans and regarded as their lifeline all suffered large and small losses in this invisible struggle. The seemingly insignificant losses, after accumulating over a month, are a rather terrifying number. However, what is more terrifying than the losses on the accounts is the accumulation of resentment deep in people's hearts. Neither Shimura Danzo nor Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that their spearheads were being directed by some people, intentionally or unintentionally, from the powerful ninja leaders to the civilians whose resistance was weaker and whose voices were smaller. The power of the elephant was accumulating bit by bit. Bang! The shaky door frame finally fell on the charred ground. The little kid, who was only 11 or 12 years old, stared blankly at his blacksmith shop, which had been burned to a white ground. The ninja kunao and other weapons on display in the warehouse and on the shelves were all swept away on the pretext of inspection. His father, who was once a ninja but ended up with a disability, was knocked to the ground just because he resisted during the search, and the shop was hit by a fire escape before leaving. In the end, all they were left with was a search warrant that had just been signed. It is estimated that they themselves did not know where this order came from. Although no one was injured or killed, the blacksmith shop that had been in operation since he was born finally came to an end. His father sat on the ground with a dejected look on his face, his thigh, which was supported by a wooden stick, stuck in the crack of the stone, and he was holding the card with the surname Harano in his arms. The Harano clan was just a small ninja clan. They had worked hard for generations and never dared to make enemies with other people in the village. How did they end up like this? Asshole! Harano! Motoji slammed the ground hard, but he didn't even have the strength to support his body. Even though he was hit by a sword, the ninja who had never uttered a word in his life couldn't stop crying. Damn it! How did the village become like this? Father, father! Harano Zhao's eyes were also red, and he clenched his fists tightly, with a crying tone in his voice. Let's go to the Hokage building to complain. The house was burned down. Harano. Motoji sat on the ground, with a stiff face and silence for a long time. Looking for the village. If looking for the village is useful, he broke a leg on the battlefield, and finally received only 1/3 of the pension. If looking for the village is useful, why did his wife run away with a foreign businessman when he was on the battlefield? But the ninja marriage law did not give any punishment, but let her take away nearly half of the property after the divorce, if it would be useful to go to the village. How dare those guys dressed in ANBU? Bang! Another fist hit the ground hard. Harano Motoji looked at the closed shops and streets around him and sighed. Finally, he supported his body with the help of the wall that had not collapsed yet, and supported his son's shoulders with a resolute look. Let's go to the Disabled Ninja Association. Harano Zhao was stunned when he heard this. Although he was still young, because he ran around everywhere, he occasionally heard his friends in the village talk about this organization that had been giving speeches everywhere recently. Most of them were a group of disabled middle-aged ninjas, and they talked about things that they, the children, could not understand. Harano Motoji understood it. However, people like them who have families, who would go close to those unemployed, ungrateful, and very dangerous guys for no reason. What if they did something dangerous one day? He would be fine alone, but what about his son? He will have to take the exam to be admitted to the Hokage building in the future. Harano Motoji once thought so, and he looked down on those who blamed the village for any problems. He was a man who could stand on his own no matter what difficulties he encountered. Until the sparks scattered by some people accidentally fell on his family. In fact, if you look along the whole street, only their family was burned, and it doesn't seem to have such a big impact. However, a speck of ash from the times falls on a person's head, which is a weight that life cannot bear. Even before setting off, Harano Motoji was still uneasy. What attitude would those civilian dangerous elements he looked down on towards him, who had a family, came from the ninja clan, and had no property? He himself couldn't explain it clearly. However, driven by a mysterious temperament, he still thought, let's go and have a look. Poor people always hang out with other poor people. The nearest base to their home is a small mahjong parlor, which sells some snacks, but the village economy has been declining recently, and fewer people come to drink tea and play mahjong. It has been deserted for a long time since the war began. However, when Harano and his son walked into the mahjong parlor, it was very lively. A man who was also disabled and missing an arm was standing at a mahjong table. On the ground, he shouted to the people below, today we stand here, on the land of Konoha. The land that our ancestors watered with blood and dignity. On the mountain behind me, there is a statue of Senju Hashirama. He is the light of the world. He said that the old and the young should be taken care of in Konoha, and children should not go to the battlefield. But now, me, you, us, all of us, we lost our limbs on the battlefield, our children lost their lives on the battlefield, and we lost our dignity after the war. So far, have any of us who are civilians received a medal, a commendation, or even a penny of post-war pension? Maybe some of you will say, Ida-kun, I don't care about any honor, as long as the village can give me a piece of bread for someone who lost a hand on the battlefield, I am already very grateful. Yes, you are right, the issue of survival is really too important. But I want to tell you that there are things in this world that are more important than life, that is dignity. That is the rule. The first generation of Hokage established the village, and the second generation of Hokage set the law. Those who contribute to the village should be supported by the village. This is the rule that anyone who becomes Hokage should abide by. What we need is not just a piece of bread, but a living space built by rules. A living space for those who sacrifice for Konoha. This living space is not achieved by praying and charity. It is achieved by iron and blood. Harano Motoji listened blankly. These speeches that were like chaotic bird calls when he was full and satisfied had never shaken his heart like today. It was not just him. Everyone present, everyone who took the initiative to walk into this mahjong hall, all listened quietly. Just as Xiao Xie once said, it was never his speech that attracted the Germans to him, but the tax police who imposed heavy taxes, the bread that cost 500,000 marks, the squid aliens who lent money at high interest, and the children whose parents died of starvation even if they spent all their money to buy food. Only when they became victims did Harano Genji realize how hot the fire in their hearts was. Standing at the mahjong table, Ida Masa was also responding to this fiery heart and blazing eyes with a high-pitched voice. Just as he was listening to the speech of Lord Sawarakiri standing on the stage in the open space under the Hokage rock a month ago, he firmly believed that it was just as Sawarakiri said, only Lord Tsunade, who carried the blood of the thousand hands, could bring them a fairer Konoha. However, before the speech lasted long, there was a sudden noise outside. Disperse! Disperse! Everyone! Inside, come out! The narrow mahjong hall was in chaos. Everyone realized that it was the Uchiha guard who had arrived. However, Harano Motoji saw with his own eyes that a small group of disabled ninjas, led by Ida Masaru and others, calmly got down from the mahjong table, supported each other, and walked to the door surrounded by the crowd. As soon as they walked out of the door, they were pressed to the ground by the Uchiha people and locked in shackles. It looked very undignified. However, in the eyes of Harano Motoji and other victims, the moment they were put in shackles, they seemed to be emitting a strange light that belonged only to pioneers. Harano Motoji suddenly turned his head subconsciously and looked at the people gathered in the mahjong hall. Among them, there were civilians, small ninjas with strange clan emblems embroidered on their clothes, and some were disabled or dressed in indecent clothes. These people were forced to walk out of the mahjong hall. But they all raised their heads and stared at the group of Uchiha guard ninjas who were sent to arrest them. Everyone's eyes seemed to be filled with fire. Harano Motoji lowered his head, looked at his son who followed him closely, and then looked at the burnt corner of his clothes. At some point, he had a red middle card with a missing corner in his hand. He couldn't even explain why he, a man who had been honest all his life, suddenly burst out with such courage. Harano Motoji stood in the crowd, raised his head suddenly, and cursed loudly, "Fuck him," Konoha swear words. With a whoosh, the mahjong tile hit the back of an Uchiha in the front row like a shuriken, making a bang. This small action was like igniting the explosives called the crowd, and there was a loud uproar. The courage of these people was like being ignited by the sparks. In front of the entire mahjong hall, all kinds of stones, mahjong tiles, wooden chopsticks, and table legs flew into a piece, and a few more impulsive ones even ran into the arrested Ida Zheng and his group. The Uchiha guard members present were all stunned. But everyone did not stop, as if they had received some kind of signal in this concerted effort, and they rushed towards the 6 Uchiha guard members outside, howling like ghosts and wolves. However, in reality, there was not so much concerted effort, and ninjas were ninjas, and any one of them could defeat dozens of them. There are more people who are actually taking this opportunity to run out, run to places where these Uchiha can't catch them, and then rush into the alley. Soon, Harano Motoji, the instigator, and more than 20 people were pinned to the ground. As for those who seemed cowardly, they were like more blazing fires, flowing silently in all directions. This chapter is 3K5, and there is one more update, which will be later, so try to finish this section as complete as possible. Everyone can read it tomorrow morning. Chapter 45 The Heart of the People is the Heart of the People, 5K. The riot in the mahjong hall that day seemed to be just the beginning. Since that day, more and more people have gathered in this deserted village, and they were dispersed in time by the closely monitored Anbu and Uchiha Security Department. However, both civilians and ordinary ninjas who were born from civilians seemed to have lost their fear of the once famous Anbu and others. Almost every day, the sounds of gathering and conflict could be heard in the village. Bang! Looking at the loss report on the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his fist on the table. The veins on the forehead of this middle-aged man were tense, and his expression was extremely serious. They are in a tight situation in the front, and there are people in a tight situation in the back. You, as a disciple, actually come to cause trouble for me, your teacher. This granddaughter of Tobirama teacher, but he has been the most beloved disciple since childhood, even without a single one. However, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, Tsunade is now like a knife stabbed in the back. Yes. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, all the Disabled Ninja Association, Konoha Revitalization Association, Civilian Ninja Federation, Civilian and Ninja Friendship Association, etc., which suddenly emerged from the corners like mushrooms after rain, were all eye drops given by Tsunade to him. Since she did not have a direct armed force like the Root, she could only get power from other channels. Anyway, that's what Sarutobi Hiruzen thought. However, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, Tsunade should never confront him directly as the Hokage, nor should she damage his dignity as the Hokage with those messy remarks. The Will of Fire has worked hard to build the theoretical foundation for more than 10 years. Now you have broken these theories all of a sudden, and let so many people turn around and follow you. Doesn't that make him seem incompetent as the Hokage? No matter how excessive Shimura Danzo's actions were, he did not touch his sphere of influence as the Hokage, right? As a mature politician, he has a very clear self-understanding of all the rules of the game. Humph! Shimura Danzo, who was sitting next to him, looked at his headache and sneered in a low voice, "Are you now threatened by the people of Miyano? I told you a long time ago that you will regret it, Hiruzen. Now, it's good. Several ninja clans are almost unable to do business, so they came to me. Tell me, why do you do this?" Shimura Danzo's smile became more and more proud. Hirako's strategy was extremely successful under his unscrupulous implementation. In his opinion, whether it was these ninja clans or civilians, they were all guys who didn't know the difference between superiors and subordinates. If you don't show your strength in front of them, there will always be those blind guys who suddenly jump out to make trouble at the critical moment. As for Tsunade's resistance, it was even more ridiculous. What kind of waves can a few civilian ninjas cause in front of real strong men? Hearing his smug laughter, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to suddenly realize something, raised his head and looked at him, and said coldly, "Danzo, I advise you to put away those little thoughts. Do you think I care about the trivial matter of a few shops being smashed?" Tisk. Shimura Danzo now has a completely victorious attitude, and sneered disdainfully, "Don't worry. Just those mediocre people at the level of Chunin, even on the battlefield, there won't be any big problems. Just..." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Danzo didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. He turned his head and said to his old friend in a low voice, "Have you ever thought about whose interests our so-called Hokage line represents? If Tsunade is surrounded by those people, then are we still the Hokage line? Just relying on those civilian ninjas?" Danzo instinctively felt that Hiruzen, the bastard, was probably fooling him again. Just them. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was more firm than ever before, "So, no matter what, you can't attack those people." Danzo frowned immediately. From the perspective of his own interests, he instinctively thought that this was because Sarutobi Hiruzen's prestige had been damaged, and he wanted to suppress both of them and stop this meaningless fight. But he was about to win. The ninja clan had already sent several representatives to negotiate with him. At this time, you old guy came out to take sides. What's more, he really felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen was making a fuss. What if a few civilian ninjas led a group of civilians to riot, not to mention arresting them? Even if they were all killed, who would know? In this village with closed communications, the Roots laboratory can produce so many orphans every year for spies and personnel selection, and so many experimental subjects every year for testing ninjutsu. Aren't these all captured from the village and surrounding areas? It's not like Hiruzen didn't know about this. The more he thought about it, the stronger the feeling that Danzo had been fooled by Hiruzen became. What if I say no? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him quietly and said coldly, "Then don't blame me for taking action." Hiruzen Danzo wanted to say something habitually. But his voice was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Danzo, I am the Hokage." He would answer first. Humph. Danzo said nothing, slammed the door and left. The more Hiruzen opposed, the firmer his belief became. This time, no one can stop his victory. After they left the room, Abarame Ryoma, who had heard the whole story, asked another question. "Master Danzo, what if we face the mob later?" Shimura Danzo waved his hand nonchalantly as usual. "I understand." In the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo's back, and thought of his own disciple's behavior of digging for his true identity, and his heart became heavier. Finally, he let out a long sigh. "The Hokage building has posted notices. The reason your shop was searched is because of the investigation order issued by Lady Tsunade. Your shop was searched because you must have evaded taxes." "You are talking nonsense." The Disabled Association and the Peace Ninja Federation said in their speeches that Lady Tsunade is investigating those big shots. "Look, it is clearly written in this Konoha civilian ninja newspaper. Why? Are you cursing? Could the notices of the Hokage building and the Uchiha Guard department be fake? What's there to read in your street newspaper? If it's fake, it's fake. Similar quarrels can be heard in any restaurant on the street. However, it seems that because the skylight was opened, various ninja riots raised the psychological threshold of the Uchiha Guard department. Such quarrels that would normally lead to arrests are no longer taken seriously. Konoha prison is so small, and so many people have been locked up recently. How can there be so much rice to feed them? The Uchiha ninjas on the eaves had clearly heard it, but they just pretended to be nothing and passed by. People of Konoha are the most moderate. If you say to drill a window, they will never agree, but if you say to tear down the roof, they will rush to compromise and agree to drill a window. Tsunade, who had transformed into another look, listened to the noise in the restaurant in secret and drank a cup of tea silently. The words of Sawarakiri rang unconsciously in her mind. During the month of waiting for the effect of public opinion, she was very impatient at first, and even a little afraid that the civilian ninjas aroused by them would be suppressed on a large scale, resulting in the loss of many lives. You know, Konoha is a standard military group. If you make those radical remarks in the village, you should be sentenced to death by the Anbu. However, the consequences that Tsunade was worried about did not happen, but instead developed step by step in the direction that Sawarakiri had indicated. If you fight for your rights, they will survive. If you compromise for your rights, they will die. In the past month, they had only helped some poor ninjas who were disabled in the war. As Mr. Wu said, they held a grievance meeting among themselves. Somehow, those people suddenly changed their appearance, bursting out with a driving force that even Tsunade herself could not imagine. They no longer had the difficult faces of suffering when they first met. They began to speak everywhere like Sawarakiri, calling on people in the same situation as themselves. In just 1 month, Konoha had more than a dozen associations of all sizes, and even several more miscellaneous magazines and tabloids. However, this alone is not enough. Just as Konoha was established by the bloody battles between the Senju and Uchiha clans for many years, the reform of Konoha must also start with bloodshed and sacrifice. Tsunade sipped her tea, recalling the firm and even somewhat indifferent look on Sawarakiri's face when he said this. He seemed to have witnessed similar history somewhere before. When he said these words, he had anticipated the current scene. Tsunade-sama, we did evil things and were evil to the victims. We only had a good result for the people who came after us. We are just lice that rely on this elephant and rush out of this cage with them for survival. Pain caused by sucking blood only provides them with a little motivation to charge forward. Because of this, if you have the opportunity to lead them to move forward in the future, please feel guilty and move forward cautiously. Under that young face, the words he said seemed to be weathered and tempered, with a sense of incongruity that made people laugh. However, when all the words he said became facts, it made people laugh. Wow! Just as Tsunade was thinking this, a burst of deafening shouts and speeches suddenly broke out in a root base disguised as a library not far from this remote restaurant. After a while, in a short time, they turned into a group of civilian ninjas, howling under the attack of the root. Hearing the sound, Tsunade closed her eyes slightly, but her fists on the table were clenched tightly until they turned white. At this moment, this woman who had always been soft-hearted was inexplicably a little scared. If more people had to die in order to avenge Kato-dan and make Shimura Danzo and other insects pay the price, could she really still firmly believe in revenge? However, as things have developed to this point, everything is out of her control. On the cliff across the street, Sawarakiri opened her blue eyes that contained bright stars and looked silently at the corpses scattered on the ground in front of the root base. Helpless, due to the reality that the time for public opinion propaganda and mobilization was too short. Every firm person in the few people he organized now was very important and could not be wasted. So, these people were all the dead men he borrowed from Kuruju Yagura. But it doesn't matter. After these people died, no one would care whether they were civilians or spies. All Konoha people only need to know is that this organization called Root killed 17 people indiscriminately just because people gave speeches in the library. That's enough. The blame should be put on the right place. Just like that, when Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were still confused. After a full month and a half of preparation, countless shocks and speeches raised the threshold. A rally of 10,000 people that swept the entire Konoha village and was unprecedented finally took place in front of the main entrance of the Hokage building at noon the next day. Before the speech, everyone waited quietly in front of the Hokage building, surrounding the street. In front of the Hokage building, The Anbu, who encountered this situation for the first time, stood at the door as if they were facing a great enemy, and looked at the people gathered here with cold sweat. If something really happened here, would they take action or not? The Sandame didn't give any orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the Hokage's office on the 4th floor, looking out the French window at the endless crowd at the street corner. He didn't even hold his pipe, and his expression was extremely gloomy. The worst result he expected happened. At the same time, Tsunade, Saharakiri and Hotaki Sakumo stood behind the temporary podium. Taking advantage of this time, they lowered their heads and whispered. Tsunade, have you memorized the manuscript? It's just that little thing. I memorized it after a few glances. But what you wrote, is it useful? You just need to speak, and you can win. What about these people? Are they all the people you found? No, they will follow whoever wins. Then why do you let me? The fragmented noise did not reach the more noisy crowd in front of them. Until the end, when Tsunade, Saharakiri, and Hotaki Sakumo walked onto the temporary podium, the crowd below did not quiet down. Most of them were not so enthusiastic. They just followed on impulse because they heard that someone was killed for giving a speech. Some simply saw that there were too many people and the law did not punish the masses, so they also wanted to follow to see what was going on. However, somehow when they looked at the azure eyes of the particularly young boy on the stage and saw that he seemed to be mumbling something, they suddenly felt a strong sense of sadness and grief in their hearts for no reason, as if they were infected by his emotions. Gradually, the people below slowly quieted down. Under the solemn feedback of the crowd, even Tsunade, who was originally worried, could not help but calm down. The atmosphere was disturbed by the collective reaction. Guided by this atmosphere, Tsunade, who was already soft-hearted and sentimental, looked at everyone and almost naturally shouted out the speech she had memorized. You have probably heard about the conflict between me and the advisory elders at the Jonin conference from the newspapers. We have always known that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was stripped of his power by the advisory elders and others, who were also disciples of the second generation, because of trust. But I still couldn't have expected that this would happen. I only learned this morning that a civilian ninja gave a speech in the library yesterday. As soon as I opened my eyes, I received the bad news that the root had actually released large-scale ninjutsu, dozens of casualties, and Ida-kun of the Disabled Association was among the victims. But I am quite skeptical about these legends. I have always been willing to speculate the worst about the advisory elders, but I did not expect or believe that they would be so despicable and cruel. But it was proved today, and the evidence is his own corpse. There is another one, which is Tajima-kun's. In this painful and sad speech, and the hypnotic effect brought by the insignificant mirror flower and water moon, the group standing at this street corner all listened to Tsunade-sama's speech quietly and looked up at her. In fact, Konoha is so small, with a total of only more than 200,000 people. For more than a month, various associations have been active everywhere. How could the old Konoha people who have lived here all year round and have a rich network of relationships not know what has happened in this village in the past month? The war was still going on at the front line, but there were reports of high-level corruption in the rear, which were then passed off as misunderstandings and rumors. All kinds of confusing information merged into a mess that was indistinguishable. In the end, everything drove them to try to listen to how Tsunade, the head of the Senju clan and one of the Konoha high-level officials, would explain in public. So, Tsunade, who chose to stand in front of everyone, unknowingly took control of the right to explain. All those who had no choice listened quietly. In fact, they were not the only ones who chose to listen. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage building was listening, the Anbu who blocked the door to prevent riots were listening, many ninjas standing on the eaves were listening. And the ninja leaders who were mixed in the crowd were also listening. Even Shimura Danzo, who was rumored to be the culprit of everything, was also listening. It's just that his expression was not so calm. Shimura Danzo stood on the eaves in the distance, staring at the scene at the street corner in a daze, his one eye couldn't help showing a confused look, and his whole body couldn't help but feel cold for no reason. His heart and liver were broken. The cold sweat that kept oozing out almost soaked his entire back. What is she going to do? What on earth is Tsunade going to do? On the contrary, Orochimaru, who was standing on the other side, frowned slightly and listened to his classmate's speech with interest. Thinking back to the various signs in the past month, he seemed to suddenly understand something. However, he knew Tsunade very well. Orochimaru knew very well that the woman did not have such knowledge, innovation, and skills. Naturally, his snake-like eyes turned to the young man standing next to Tsunade. As for the speech itself, there was nothing much to say. Even Orochimaru, who did not understand human hearts, could see it. Since Tsunade created the need to gather these people here, she had already won, and nothing could stop it. The hearts of the people are the hearts of the people. Orochimaru looked at the scene in front of him and murmured in a low voice. What an amazing guy! He is not the only one who understands this. His teacher, the self-proclaimed master of political tactics, Sarutobi Hiruzen, naturally understands this. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen just listened quietly from a high position. He listened to the voices below change from mourning to excitement, and then to enthusiasm. Wah! La la dash until the end, the dense crowd slowly got rid of the sad atmosphere, and gradually broke out into deafening shouts and applause. At that moment, he suddenly understood. As the third Hokage, he completely lost some of the people's hearts. Fifth Hokage Tsunade, keep asking for votes. Chapter 46 The Amazing Wisdom of Okuniki. Why did things turn out like this? After listening to the speech, Danzo returned to the root in a daze, and his whole person seemed to have lowered his tone, sitting silently in front of his new desk. Shimura Danzo recalled the feeling he had before yesterday when he was sure of victory. Even the largest ninja clans, such as the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, began to bow to him for the sake of industry. However, it took only one day. The situation reversed. Why did all this happen? For the first time, he had the opportunity to defeat Hiruzen and the possibility of walking out of the darkness and standing in the sun. The two joys overlapped with each other, and this double joy brought more and more joy. He should have had a dreamlike time. However, why did it turn out like this? It was me. I came first. I was obviously here first, whether it was the dream of becoming a Hokage, the awareness of giving everything for Konoha, or the necessary dark side that had to be taken on for this hope. At this moment, Shimura Danzo felt only pain in his heart. Konoha swear. How did things turn out like this? He panted fiercely, and his one eye fiercely swept over every confidant in the office, as if he wanted to seek advice from them, and as if he wanted to find problems from them. Until the end, his sight stopped at a figure that was slightly unfamiliar compared to the others. Hiroyuki. If it weren't for this guy, he would still be a Konoha root, and there would be no such a big reaction in the village. Now, if he was Hiruzen, he would definitely drag his good brother out to sacrifice. The longer Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent, the more Shimura Danzo could not predict his own fate. At the same time, Hiroyuki, who was covered by Shimura Danzo's eyes, did not expect that the village would have such a fierce reaction because of their actions. His long-planned trick not only failed to show his face in front of Danzo, but also exposed his buttocks. He also spun upside down while taking off his moon, and all the internal hemorrhoids, external hemorrhoids and mixed hemorrhoids were spun out. The feeling of being drenched in blood, who understands, prison masters, this made Bailohu suddenly have great doubts about his intelligence. However, the current situation does not allow him to let this doubt continue to spread. On the contrary, he must come up with a way for Danzo to escape in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, Shimura Danzo will definitely kill him, a dog-headed soldier, before he dies. Master. Hirohu's brain was working fast, recalling every scene that had happened in the past few days. Plop! The next moment, in this almost suffocating silence, he suddenly half-knelt on the ground. Hirohu, do you have anything else to say? Although it was a question, the tone of the statement inexplicably gave everyone a subtle illusion that this man is about to die. However, Hirohu's voice was unexpectedly firm, and he suddenly raised his voice. Danzo, you are about to die, but you still don't know it. Bang! Shimura Danzo stared at the one-eyed man, and slammed his big hand on the table, leaving a large dent. It is because I know I am going to die that I must drag you bastards who have killed me with me. However, he had heard of this kind of unique wisdom of the strategist. For his ideal of becoming the Hokage in his insignificant life, Shimura Danzo had to control his temper and said coldly, hurry up and speak. Hello could almost feel the touch of cold sweat sliding down his forehead, but his expression was still firm. Using civilian ninjas as the backbone and gathering civilians as support, this move has never been done since ancient times. However, it has a miraculous effect on the Hokage line, which is responsible for protecting the people. Shimura Danzo only heard half of it, and his amazing wisdom was activated immediately, and his eyes lit up. You mean, we can also gather a group of civilians to give a speech in front of the Hokage building? No. Danzo-sama. This sentence scared Hirohu, and cold sweats all over his body accelerated. With Shimura Danzo's brain circuit, he could almost imagine the terrifying scene where the villagers were driven away by the roots with various tough means, gathered in front of the Hokage building with resentment and unwillingness, and then suddenly turned against the enemy at the order of the Sandaime-sama. No matter whether it was wise or not, it would be shocking. Then let alone him, the entire route including Shimura Danzo would die without a burial place. Hurry up and speed up, I mean, the opponent who can have such a scheming, cunning and fox-like opponent must have taken us into consideration when proposing this despicable plan. If I am not wrong, the encirclement against you, Danzo-sama, must be formed soon. We must find a way to break through before their plan takes shape. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo found that the boy's idea was consistent with his. Together then who did you say that came up with these strategies for that woman Tsunade? Hira, who bowed his head and nodded, hiding his somewhat guilty expression. Danzo-sama, you just need to find a new face that suddenly appeared beside Princess Tsunade. Neither Tsunade nor Hotaki Sakumo have such a strategy. The one who came up with this strategy must be a genius. He said this, but his words were all secretly pointing the finger at a 15-year-old boy of unknown identity. In Hokyahu's actual opinion, the one who could come up with such a plan was probably Hotaki Sakumo, the old man who often remained silent in the Jonin meetings, watching everything with cold eyes, as if he had experienced endless vicissitudes. He had never teamed up with Hotaki Sakumo, and he didn't know the old man's silent and sultry nature of pretending to be a master, and he didn't know that he had invented a wretched physical technique that directly targeted the lower three roots. Therefore, it is natural to have such a cognition. However, what's the point of bringing up a strong man with both strength and wisdom? Obaru could even imagine the famous scene where Danzo pointed at him and said, "Go, kill Hotaki Sakumo for me." In order to have a chance to redeem himself, he naturally had to choose a soft persimmon that he could squeeze, so, Obaru raised a finger in his heart. When Tsunade was giving a speech, there seemed to be a stranger standing next to her, a 15-year-old boy who had just been promoted to a jonin not long ago. "Yes, it's you, come out for a duel." He has been unhappy with this little guy for a long time. Sawara Kiri. However, Shimura Danzo was a little hesitant. It's already amazing that a mere teenager can hone his strength to this level, and even strategy is also amazing. Is there really someone in the world who is born with knowledge? Why do I feel that Hotaki? Before he could finish his words, he heard Obaru interrupt him and said quickly, "No way. Hotaki Sakumo is just a good sword. If he had such strategic talent, how could the Sandaime-sama put him in the position of Anbu chief and then let him out? Thinking about it this way, it seems to make sense." Shimura Danzo frowned and nodded slightly. Seeing this reaction, not only Obaru, but also Aberame Ryoma beside Danzo and a group of root people all breathed a sigh of relief and showed approving eyes in the direction of Obaru. "You must not mention this killing god in front of Danzo-sama, you just talk, but we brothers are the ones who have to do it." Then Shimura Danzo turned his head and looked in the direction of Obaru, as if he felt that it would be a bit of a loss if he didn't try, so he asked, "Do you have any good countermeasures?" "Biliahu. In terms of strategy and intelligence, I have already defeated the enemy for a while, and I couldn't even see through their layout." Biliahu took a deep breath and lowered his head. His voice was unprecedentedly sincere, but his expression was extremely cruel. "The only plan now. The only way is to kill him." His tone was extremely firm. "Use the method of killing people to cut off one of Tsunade's arms. Only in this way can we restore the situation between the enemy and us to the beginning. Please give me this opportunity to make up for my mistakes, Master Danzo. This picture is so funny that I put it up. The next chapter will be after midnight. Chapter 47 The Unlucky Kid, it's him." Looking at the look of Hirako, Danzo couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Although this guy proposed the action this time, he was the one who decided to implement it. What's more, his own situation is far more serious than others imagined. So, Shimura Danzo lowered his head and looked at Hirako, who was half kneeling on the ground. His voice was calmer than ever before. "According to the intelligence summary of the insider, Sawara Kiri is a genius who can escape from the third Raikage with Tsunade. You are just a jonin, is your strength enough? How many troops do you have?" Hirako did not answer the first question, but said, "I still have 2 root teams, but I have found a channel recently and got in touch with the Country of Thunder. If the Anbu directly under the Hokage is the FBI for internal investigation, then the root is the CIA for external investigation. Because of this, the various connections between the root and the outside world are intricate, and it is not surprising to connect with any channel. But at this moment, when Obaru said this in front of Shimura Danzo, it was obviously another meaning. He found a channel to directly get help from the hidden cloud village. Hearing this, Danzo's one eye couldn't help but light up. The atmosphere in the village is very tense now. If the conflict can be transferred to the outside, it would naturally be the best. However, he also heard other meanings from Obaru's words. How much money do you need to contact them? 50 million taels. Duo. Shao. Shimura. Danzo's only eyeball almost popped out of his eye socket. But Obaru was extremely firm. 50 million taels. Please ask the hidden cloud village Jonin to enter the village to attack and kill Sawarakiri, and at the same time divert the focus of the village. He is a smart man, and he can tell at a glance what Shimura Danzo is really worried about. The focus of this incident is not to kill Sawarakiri, but to let the Kumigakure ninja attack Konoha and divert attention. When Shimura Danzo heard this, he obviously came to his senses and stared at him seriously. A mere Sawarakiri, plus the lives of a few Kumigakure ninjas, are not worth that much. Danzo-sama. Before Hirako finished speaking, he heard Danzo continue. 30 million. I can give you 30 million ryo at most. Hearing this, looking at Shimura Danzo's serious expression, Hirako knew that this was the limit of his patience, and took a deep breath. Add another 5 million ryo. Within 10 days, they Kumigakure soldiers attacked and killed Sawarakiri. Shimura Danzo pondered for nearly a minute, looked into his eyes, and finally said coldly, the root is not joking. Just from this sentence, Baileahu knew that Danzo didn't trust him, and immediately emphasized his tone and bowed his head to the ground. 5 days. Within 5 days, kill Sawarakiri. All the root members present immediately looked at him. Baileahu, this time he really gambled his life. Why not just run away with the money? After taking out all the cash from the root's finance department with a receipt, Baileahu couldn't stop thinking about it. However, when he thought of the jutsu that he had not yet completed his conception in the underground, and the saturation pursuit of the whole Konoha that he would face after running away with the money, Baileahu immediately gave up the idea. It was a bit hard to think about it. However, I didn't expect that Danzo-sama would actually be willing to give so much. Baileahu looked at the heavy sack of cash in his hand, and his thoughts became heavier. It seems that the strength of Sawarakun should not be underestimated. Maybe he is even more talented than Orochimaru and the others. He grinned unknowingly. Hirako, a jonin of Konoha, was a ninja of the same period as the Sunin. When he was young, he had a long experience of teaming up with the Sunin. However, because of the speed of his strength improvement, he could not keep up with those three monsters, so he was transferred to another team after about 2 or 3 years until he entered the root. It was because of this experience that Hirako understood more than others how outrageous the concept of genius was. Therefore, he would never underestimate any genius. At the same time, he also had an almost extreme jealousy for people like them who had natural talents. Hey, that guy. After coming out of the finance office, Hirako sneered and called a confidant, and simply ordered, call the guys we found before. Tell them that there is a big business. It is very convenient for ninjas to communicate with each other. Even if they do not use radio communication, which is still under development, they can send simple messages across the entire ninja world in a short time by using summoning beasts. Very soon, the ninjas of the intelligence department of the Hidden Cloud Village received a message from the enemy country. Master Dode. They stakes we planted in Konoha have received news, and there is a big job. Hey! Dode. In the office immediately stood up and took the information. After just a glance, he immediately stepped forward and walked towards the Raikage's office. Since the third generation Raikage returned to the village injured a month ago, this news has caused an uproar in the top ninja circle of the Hidden Cloud Village. The Raikage did not let the news spread, and immediately blocked the news with thundering means. He stayed in the Raikage building for a whole month without going out. Only a few people knew that he was recovering from his injuries. Bone injuries, knife wounds. 2 deep scars appeared on his body that was originally as strong as armor. Sir, the third generation. After being informed, Dode strode into the office and handed over the information. Someone in Konoha paid 25 million taels to ask us to kill a newly promoted jonin, and we have to sneak into Konoha to complete it. I think this matter is a bit strange. Bang! They third generation Raikage put down the barbell marked with 10T in his hand, making a muffled sound, wiped the sweat with a towel, and said in a muffled voice, what jonin is worth 25 million? Is it Sarutobi's eldest son? It's A newly promoted jonin named Sawara Kiri, this is his photo. Hearing this name, the third generation Hokage didn't react. However, when he took the photo, his pupils suddenly shrank. Damn! It almost. The moment he saw the face in the photo clearly, the third generation Hokage cursed, and his whole body of lightning escape flashed violently as if it was intensified. Someone wants to trick me. Sir, the third generation. Dode was still a little puzzled. Hey! The third Hokage didn't say much, just handed the photo back, thought for a moment, and instructed, transfer this mission to Iwagaku through underground channels, remember. Lower the price a little, conceal some information, and say you want his head, and the whole ninja world will hunt him down. Yes. After Dode left, the third Hokage whispered to himself, the blind people in Konoha are not satisfied with cheating me once, and they want to cheat me a second time. Can this guy be a newly promoted jonin? Whoever wants to take that little money can take it. Hey, it's just right for Onoki and the others to have a good taste of that fist. However, what kind of brain does Onoki have? When he saw this message that was obviously transferred from Kumigakure, and looked at the target information after Kumigakure added fuel to the fire, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Newly promoted jonin, Sawara Kiri. A little brat who is only 15 years old, his head is worth 15 million ryo. I'm afraid there is some conspiracy. As for the one that seemed to have the highest risk, invading Konoha, he completely ignored it. There was no shortage of courageous and sacrificial people in the Hidden Rock village, and there was even a whole explosive troop. The external defense of each ninja village was actually no different from a sieve for the ninjas themselves. After weighing it for a long time, Onoki still felt that this matter was a bit dangerous. Yellow Earth. I'm here, Tsuchikage-sama. Go and pass this mission to Kirigakure. Tsunagakure has invested so much on the front lines that it has no time to invade the rear. What about the money? We have to keep as much as we can. The village is not well off. Also, keep some of his information secret and let Kirigakure's people try it out. I understand, Tsuchikage-sama. Underground hunting order. Konoha's new jonin, Sawara Kiri. 15 years old, has worked as a civilian in the Hokage building for the past 3 years, and has close contacts with Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas. Recently, he was specially promoted to a jonin. He often goes in and out of the Senju clan's territory, and is suspected to have a special skill in the lower body. The bounty is 5 million taels. But do you want to invade Konoha to assassinate? Even if it is a relative with weak strength, it is more or less dangerous. No wonder there is an S-level bounty. In the Mizukage's office, the Mizukage secretary, who was sitting on the side of the desk to assist in handling government affairs, looked down at the information in his hand and frowned slightly. After thinking for a long time, the seal in his hand still could not fall. He stood up and took the information to the third generation Mizukage, and asked in a low voice, Mr. Mizukage, there is a 5 million tael assassination mission here, and we need to enter Konoha to execute it. However, the third generation Mizukage only listened to half of it, and waved his hand impatiently, and said coldly, choose a suitable team from the ninja clan yourself. No, forget it. The third generation Mizukage stopped talking halfway and sighed softly. Recently, because the eldest son of the Hokage clan died in the mission, the old guys from the ninja clan made a fuss at the jonin meeting, which made him headache. In addition, the old guy Yuanshi always disagreed with him, making it extremely difficult for him to promote various policies. Even the 3 parties gradually became tense. Because the confrontation between the parties led to the lack of manpower, the village even had a lot of tasks backlog. Send it to the underground exchange office. Just follow the underground order you just mentioned. We can't take care of Konoha's affairs for the time being. Yes. Until the secretary led the task out, the third Mizukage, who was having a headache over political affairs, suddenly seemed to have discovered something and frowned and raised his head at. What was the name of the target just now? This short task went around the 4 major countries within 2 days, and was finally sent to the underground exchange offices with spies throughout the ninja world. Tongue of soups, a hidden underground base. Mr. Kakuzu, who was wrapped in heavy clothes, came to his small bank to withdraw money as usual to check if there were any suitable tasks. Just as he was flipping through the account book full of names, his green eyes keenly caught a task list. Sahara Kiri, 15 years old, newly promoted Jonin. Confirmed to be the lover of Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas. No. Reliable high-level mission records and special strength information, engaged in clerical work in the Hokage building for 3 years, promoted by special promotion device. Underground trader order, reward of 1.5 million taels. Task suggestion, tentacles, mucus, special enthusiasts are preferred. Publisher Kirigakuer. Even though Kakuzu is now a veritable old man in his 60s, he still feels quite eye-opening when he sees this mission. His eyebrows can't help but frown. Even through his clothes, you can see that his expression is very subtle. Kakuzu first looked down at the ground, resentment wrapped around his body, and then looked at the suggestions on the mission record. Alas! This unlucky young man must have offended someone. But it's worth a lot of money. As he spoke, the subtle expression on his face immediately disappeared, and he shouted to the person behind the counter, that guy. Take this order for me. Although this young man was unlucky, he would not go against money. It's just killing the mistress of a big shot, what's so difficult about that? That's a full 1.5 million taels. Today I'll take him. Hiroyu, Kakuzu. Originally, this chapter should have been written last night, but on the way home yesterday, I scratched someone else's car. The insurance company could have solved it, but the other party first asked for money privately, but the total Camry was only over 200,000 yuan, and there was a small piece of paint on the back, but the other party asked for 50,000 yuan, like a lunatic. Later, I called the police and dragged it back and forth for a long time. After I got home, I didn't want to do anything. I'm so sorry. Chapter 48. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind at night. Sawara Kiri walked on the way to Tsunade's house. After more than a month of performance, he more or less made a small correction to the regretful world line in the original work. However, this seemingly large-scale performance did not play much of a practical role. It was just to show the appeal of the Senju clan to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who gradually began to be self-centered. But in this cruel ninja world, ninjas still have to speak with strength. For this reason, even if Sahara Kiri appealed to some civilian ninjas who were really having a hard time through some ambiguous words, he did not think they could extract much benefit from the Hokage building in one go, because the power they controlled was not the same as the power controlled by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even according to Sarutobi Hiruzen's fickle personality, Shimura Danzo will most likely be protected by him this time, and at most he will reduce some of the power of the root, or change his name to cover it up. However, Sawara Kiri is not in a hurry. The sausages have to be cut piece by piece. However, it would be great if that idiot Danzo could reveal more of his flaws. Sawara Kiri looked at the deserted streets at night, rubbed his chin, and muttered in a low voice. Just as he was thinking this, his steps suddenly stopped. The blue eyes with bright stars suddenly opened, turned his head and looked into the distance. His eyes narrowed slightly. What? A prosperous village. Kakuzu, dressed in black, walked slowly on the road, looking at the streets that were not completely deserted at night, and sighed in a low voice. Compared to his hometown Takigakuer village, the business environment here is obviously much better. The front line was still in a tough war. As for the warning barrier around Konoha, it was no different from non-existence in front of a master of his level. After entering the village, Kakuzu first contacted the informant and obtained the exact location of the target, and then he began to prepare the small tools needed for the mission. Hello, boss. He walked slowly to a strange small commodity store, his voice hoarse. I want a self-stick, 5-speed vibration, the largest size. Boss was also experienced. Looking at his strong muscles that could not be covered by the black cloak, his salty eyes and strong breath, he paused for a moment and showed an understanding look. Turning around, he picked out a half-meter-long guy directly from the shelf. Don't worry. We have the best anorectal doctor in the whole ninja world in Konoha. You can save him no matter how you use it. Kakuzu took out his tools and left before the boss could react. The experienced boss was startled and immediately chased out from behind the counter and rushed outside. Customer. You haven't paid yet. You haven't paid yet. However, as soon as he got to the door, the figure of the dirty muscle man was gone. Want to take money out of his pocket, you wish. Cardozo walked quickly on the eaves and headed towards the informant who was following him. He is a professional. The task list said it was an underground rape order, so no step could be missed. As a professional killer, he has seen too many love murders between big shots. Why can those big customers pay such a high price for a piece of goods with no strength? That's because they want them to die miserably. As a professional killer who loves his job and is one of the leaders in the underground killer service industry, in order to maintain the number of repeat customers, Cardozo only needs to do one thing. Meet the needs. In just 3 or 2 minutes, he found the figure of the informant who was watching in the dark, and the other party pointed at a back figure on the street in the distance. Almost at the moment of finding the target, Kakuzu had already grabbed the mosaic and flew out. 4. 1.5 million tails. Tentacle. Fist. They. Next moment, everyone on the street heard a puff sound in their ears, and saw an arm as dull as a dead person, connected by a series of fine and tough black silk threads, flying forward like a rocket. Clang. Sawara. Kiri had already discovered the other party's figure, twisted his body and swung his arm just right, and the kunao in his hand immediately made a sharp metal collision sound with the object attacking from behind. Who is it? Just. As he shouted this righteously, he saw clearly what was shot in front of him. I saw a purple ruyi stick that was more than half a meter long, swaying left and right in a very devilish state, and making a strange buzzing sound. It was shot out dozens of meters away in one breath and hit the edge of the blade. What the hell is this thing? This kunao can't be used. In this short moment, these two thoughts suddenly popped up in Sawara Kiri's mind, and his body retreated quickly as if he had suddenly met a strong man, running almost 20 meters in one breath. At the same time, he looked at the enemy in the distance with an uncertain expression. The expression of you, a legendary old killer, actually used such a dirty method to deal with a junior, do you still have shame? Seemed to be printed on the surface of his pupils. Oh. Seeing his reaction just now, Kakuzu couldn't help but reveal a little strangeness on his face. He coughed first, pretending to throw away the ruyi stick casually, and the tentacle hand shot out and connected back to the original arm with a snap. It's actually this reaction. Could it be that the acute beauty drama is so handsome at this moment? Sawara Kiri was like a rookie who just came out of the door and happened to meet a red name boss in the wild area. He showed a somewhat difficult smile, kept the kunao in front of him, and pretended to be vigilant. It's obviously me who should be confused. Legendary killer, Kakuzu. Right. How much money did those people spend to let a big shot like you sneak into Konoha to attack a small pawn like me? You clearly recognized me, but you didn't run away immediately. Kakuzu looked at him quietly, his eyes looking at the hand hidden behind his back, and the corners of his lips hidden under the dark windbreaker twitched. It's obvious. Because he had experienced so many emergencies, after just a moment's pause, Kakuzu accepted the current situation. It seems that there are many fallacies in the intelligence. In that case, after I kill you, I'll kill those bastards who issued the mission. They. Moment the voice fell. Kakuzu's figure was like an arrow from a bow, suddenly flying in the direction of the young man. At the same time, a flare was also fired from Sawara Kiri's hand hidden behind his back. However. Almost. Just a few meters up, a figure that emerged from the ground jumped up. He actually grasped the flames of the flare when it was launched, and at the same time, he put his hands together and smashed it down from top to bottom. Bang! The figure that fell from the sky hit the ground, exploding a circle of air waves. Sawara Kiri supported himself on the ground with one hand, turned half a circle, and looked at 2 places at the same time with a 360-degree vision Earth clone. However, before the clone could continue to move, Sawara Kiri had already stepped forward several meters and faced another figure that was charging towards him. The scattered figures around screamed and fled to various places very skillfully. Sawara Kiri held 2 kunao in one hand and the other hand. The successive attacks were fierce and swift. The kunao and the short knives crossed each other, splashing out dazzling sparks. However, his blue eyes seemed a little empty, as if he was not paying full attention to the 2 figures in front of him, but rather looking into the distance. 300 meters away from the battle circle. Dozens of figures in black uniforms, led by a tall white-haired young man, stood on the roof. The crowd around them had been cleared out. There were still many figures in the distance, faintly surrounding the area. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole is behind. Beiliuhu looked at the 2 people in the battle group with deep eyes. Whether he can redeem himself depends on tonight. His wishful thinking was very loud. The 25 million two-stroke Kumigakure ninja must be a very strong master in Kumigakure village. When they kill Sawarakiri in one fell swoop, this group of people will immediately swarm up and do a black eat black. In this way, the face and the inside are all complete, and the world where only Sawarakiri is injured is achieved. However, the biggest problem now is... Beilyuha looked at the figure in the distance strangely, with an ominous premonition, and asked around, where are the people from Kumigakure? There is one more. Chapter 49. Sorry, I lied to you. The night is getting darker. The accumulated moisture nearby suddenly caused a small area of the surrounding area to drizzle, soaking the dry stone brick ground. The battle on the street still showed no sign of stopping. In the battle circle, the besieged Saharakiri shuttled between the two swords like a butterfly, with an astonishing speed. The pair of blue eyes as bright as stars, like streams of light, kept passing through Kakuzu's vision. Indistinctly, a low murmur mixed with the sound of the wind. Even though he had seen countless guys who claimed to be geniuses in the long time, Kakuzu still couldn't help but sigh in his heart at this time. This business is really a loss. If this kid is allowed to grow a little more, maybe he can be worth 10 million, or even 20 million. The bad intelligence not only put him in a dangerous place now, but also forced him to pluck out a cash cow that had not yet grown up, and with such a ridiculous increase. Compared to having to fight with the young man in front of him now, or facing the crisis of Konoha's full pursuit at any time, the inexplicable loss of a large amount of money made it even more difficult for him to accept. Zhang! They! Kunao and the sword overlapped, and the harsh sound penetrated the eardrum and pierced into the depths of the mind. This strange syllable made people's movements slow down a beat. Why slow down a beat? Almost at the moment when this thought came up, Kakuzu saw the Kunao in Sawarakiri's other hand piercing into his waist and abdomen in an extremely cruel manner. Oh, it turned out to be a sound illusion. Puff! They! Moment Kakuzu made such a conclusion in his mind, the whole Kunao was buried in his kidney. However, Sawarakiri seemed to be very surprised to notice something, and his body quickly swept back and withdrew from the close combat circle. At the same time, he looked at him with a vigilant look. If it were an ordinary person, if his kidney was exploded at this moment, he would probably wail and curl up on the ground, unable to move, let alone stand. But Kakuzu still stood there. The huge wound on the waist and abdomen was being quickly sutured with black silk thread, and finally filled up completely. I thought it was a special clone. In the end, it turned out to be an immortal body. There was a touch of just the right solemnity in Saharakiri's eyes. How much money would it cost for a strong man like you to break into Konoha's deadly place? 50 million? 100 million? Hearing that Saharakiri had intentionally shouted out a lot of prices, Kakuzu's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably, but he tried his best to suppress his anger and remain calm. I should be the one who is surprised. A young man with outstanding abilities like you is actually unknown in the ninja world. It seems that the village created by the ninja god with great effort has gradually decayed like an ordinary thing. What a pity! Arrogant guy! Saharakiri looked at him with her blue eyes, with some sarcasm in her smile. It's just a rat with a little reputation in the underground, but he talks as if he knows the first generation. Hey, don't say it. When he mentioned this, he immediately got excited. Kakuzu raised his mouth corners casually, his deep eyes seemed to have passed through a long time, and he sighed with a rather vicissitudes of life. Senju Hashirama. Come to think of it, he was the first Konoha ninja I fought. As a result, he immediately broke his defense as soon as Sawarakiri said a word. Did you also use the purple mood card 5-speed electric self-propelled stick to hit his buttocks? If that's the case, then you were able to escape from that lord alive. Maybe you really have some skills. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Kakuzu's yellow face even looked a little purple at this moment. Following that, there was a series of words that made people completely incomprehensible, such as service spirit, killer immortal, paying customers are God, love what you do, I'm not a pervert, etc. As if they had finally calmed down and realized that the other party was trying to delay time with words, both of them looked at Sawarakiri at the same time, their expressions becoming more and more indifferent. Could it be that you are still fantasizing that someone will come to save you? Until now, the only reliable thing in this world is money. As for you, you have been betrayed by some people in the village. The so-called village is just that. However, Sawarakiri didn't seem to be shaken by his words. He shook his head with a little emotion and said calmly, I'm different from you. I've never believed in that kind of thing. I'm waiting for others. It's almost time after delaying until now. Really? Kakuzu sneered. Behind him, the last ball of earth resentment, like a ball of wool, quietly blocked his sight and sank into the ground with his heart. Listening to Sawarakiri's riddle, he sighed and pulled the silk thread at the corner of his mouth. Then I won't be polite. Almost at the same time as the voice fell, the two Kakuzas who sandwiched Sawarakiri from front and back flew out at the same time. The speed at this moment was nearly twice as fast as before. Earth. Escape earth spear. Water. Escape water trumpet. The strong hardening technique crashed into the body of Sawarakiri from the front, leaving him no room to dodge. He was entangled in the fight and had to bear the strong water attack with his back. At the same time, he took advantage of the impact to move his footsteps and body forward. Dang! The kunai pierced his arm. However, Kakuzu didn't even bother to take any more protective action. The kunai and wrist embedded in his arm were even entangled and grasped by the earth's resentment. At the same time, the other hand held his wrist. Unable to move. A look of astonishment seemed to flash across Sawarakiri's face. Don't blame me for being mean, young man. Kakuzu looked at him calmly. If you want to blame someone, blame you for being too good. I didn't have the confidence to take you down in a short time. As his voice fell, 3 strangely shaped black structures slowly rose from the ground as if they were crossing the water. On the surface of their bodies, each of them had a mask of different colors attached. Not only them, even the clone that had been fighting with Sawarakiri before turned into the same posture. Sawarakiri seemed to finally understand everything. Are you going to die with me? The corners of Kakuzu's mouth, which were sewn by De Yuanyu, cracked, and his smile was more ferocious than ever before. You are the only one who will die. Oops! Accompanied by his hideous smile, Sawarakiri gradually became so frightened that even his facial features were distorted. The 4 clones around him opened their mouths at the same time. The violent chakra reaction suddenly rushed out from the mask mouth. Fire style, dragon fire technique, wind style, big breakthrough, lightning style, thunder dragon bullet technique, water style, water dragon bullet technique. The 4 ninjutsu of different attributes were combined in pairs and mixed into one. In the end, they burst out with a power greater than the sum of 1 and 2, directly engulfing the figures of Sawarakiri and Kakuzu, triggering a battle that destroyed the windows of dozens of meters around them. All were shattered by the violent explosion. Swoosh! With the strong defense brought by the earth escape, Kakuzu, whose clothes were mostly blown off, jumped out of the thick smoke nimbly. He stood there, looking at Sawarakiri, who was engulfed by the fire. The young man's originally strong body was quickly burned and dried into a charred skeleton under the combined stranglehold of the fire and the mind. The half-kneeling figure was frozen in the last appearance before death, and both the clothes and the skin turned into pieces of broken black. Trusting so-called companions will lead to this kind of end. It seemed like a warning, or like he was talking to himself. Kakuzu looked at the corpse in the center of the fire and shook his head slightly. However, just as he was about to turn back, the charred corpse in the center of the fire moved. Kakuzu's movements froze. The charred corpse slowly stood up from half-kneeling with its dry skeleton, and then took a step. 1 step. 2 steps. This strange scene made the immortal Kakuzu himself feel a little cold in his heart, and he subconsciously took a half step back. He himself was not dead because the resentment of the earth. But what is that Sawara missed? However, before Kakuzu could figure it out, the charred corpse's pace became faster and faster, and its body wrapped in flames rushed out of the pit, until it even surpassed the sound and completely turned into a dark mist. Bang! It crashed into his arms. Kakuzu's body instinctively made a defensive move, and his entire torso floated in the air for a moment under the violent impact. But his heart suddenly felt empty. The bodies intertwined. Boom! Boom! The black fog wrapped in the storm rushed out of the fireworks, swept the dust, and after passing Kakuzu, it penetrated a straight and colorless vacuum corridor. The blue stone bricks under his feet showed fish-scale cracks, and even the rain curtain was smashed. Until he stopped, Saharakiri, who was crouching, raised his head. His long black hair swayed slightly in the wind, and his blue pupils were full of light. In his bloody palm, there was a dark red heart attached to the black ground resentment, still beating. The young man turned around and looked at Kakuzu, who was still dazed until his chest was cut open. His voice was 10 or even 9 points of insincerity, and even carried a bit of light joy. Sorry, I lied to you. Yesterday there is indeed one more chapter to go, but it is a little late. However, I just woke up from lying on the table, so please forgive me this time. Chapter 50 What do you want? Impossible. Looking at the figure that appeared in front of him unscathed and was divided into 4 bodies, Kakuzu suddenly had this thought in his mind. At that moment just now, his ninjutsu should have hit the target. How could it be? Moreover, what concerned him more was that the earth escape heart just now was from an elite jonin of the Hidden Rock Village, and that guy's head was worth at least 22 million ryo. Lost? Uncle Kakuzu, I lost a lot this time. However, Sawara Kiri seemed to be completely unaware of his gaze, and slowly stepped across the battlefield where thunder, water, and fire were mixed, and mist continued to rise. Kakuzu noticed it keenly. The surrounding flames and lightning seemed to have some kind of spirituality, and they avoided Sawara Kiri's figure. Until now, there was not even a trace of dust or blood on his body. Even the ninjutsu he performed became much weaker than usual under the drizzle, and was gradually disappearing. Kakuzu raised his head and looked at the small dark cloud in the sky that only covered them. No, is there something wrong with even the initial rain? Since when? Water style, cut rain. Sawara Kiri walked back into the encirclement of the 4 Earth Grudge clones, with a warm smile on his handsome face. It can weaken all ninjutsu and chakra secrets except water style ninjutsu. The color of the masks on your clones should represent the corresponding chakra attributes, right? If I blow up your water style clone, does Mr. Kakuzu have any other means? The face of Kakuzu slowly emerged on the body of the water style Earth Grudge in the center. His expression became more and more solemn, but there was no weakness in his voice. Even the first generation of Hokage who fought with me in the past couldn't stop me. How dare you, a Konoha ninja, make such a bold statement? Sawara Kiri's smile became warmer. I'll try. The next moment, he suddenly stepped forward, splashing water droplets like petals. The 4 Earth Resentful You clones seemed to be stepped on by this step, and they scattered in all directions at the same time. At the same time, an amazing chakra reaction broke out again. 4 styles of chakra, strange face encirclement tactics. The 4 chakra bombs that rose up suddenly, even under the weakening of water style, Kiryu, burst out with extremely amazing power, like 4 long dragons, sweeping towards the direction of Sawara Kiri, plowing 4 deep gullies on the ground. Until the end, they gathered in one place and burst out a mushroom-shaped cloud of smoke that rushed straight into the sky. However, the figure surrounded in the center still did not dodge or evade. Did he kill it? The mask that appeared on the body of the water style Earth Resentful You murmured involuntarily as if under some rules. The other 3 clones looked at him together. Then, an arm stretched out from the smoke. It suddenly shook to the side. Suddenly, the smoke and dust dissipated. Almost at the same moment when the slender figure appeared, Sahara Kiri's footsteps had already taken another step forward. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the clone who had just spoken. The whistling wind was left behind him, and the smoke and flames blocking his way were all dispersed by him, turning into a mist-like funnel chasing behind him. Twisting his body and swinging his fist. Boom! It was obviously a blow that looked neither fast nor powerful, but at the moment it landed, it suddenly burst out with a huge force that ordinary people could not imagine. The cyclone spread in a circular shape, along the distance between the elbow and the wrist, and swept in all directions. Under the fist that pierced deeply into the center of the water escape mask, circles of fine lines that were torn into pieces like spider webs bloomed, and collapsed completely. Leaped back and turned over. The 3 clones of Earth Resentment You almost simultaneously smashed into the place where he had just stood. The earth cracked. However, at this moment, Kakuzu had already had a thought of retreating. -47 million taels. Even if this mission was completed, it would only be 1.5 million taels, not even enough to pay for his 2 hearts. What's more, the speed just now Mr. Kakuzu was extremely daunted. The young man in front of him was a high-speed type like the 3rd Hokage, the kind of guy he was least good at dealing with. However, Kakuzu looked at Sawara Kiri in front of him, and a smile appeared on his mask. Damn it, am I your only opponent? Almost. At the moment his voice fell. Several root figures who had been ambushing around seized the brief moment when Sawara Kiri retreated and paused, and jumped down from the surrounding roofs. Among them, the leader had long snow-white hair and a red mole between his eyebrows. On Beirahu's face, there was an extremely ferocious killing intent. Die. The blade was shining coldly. However, neither Sahara Kiri nor Kakuzu looked at the dozen figures that suddenly jumped down from the roof. Instead, they looked at each other at the same time. This is the moment. X2 as if they had a telepathic connection, the 2 of them suddenly looked towards Thea in the opposite direction, they all retreated. Suddenly jumped out dozens of meters. Hey! They! Blade in Bailuo's hand stabbed into the ground, and he looked at the suddenly retreating Saharakiri and Kakuzu, and subconsciously uttered a questioning hum. Wait, you bastard! Could it be? However, when he saw the direction of Saharakiri's retreat, he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Boom! Unfortunately, before his voice fell, Saharakiri's figure had already shot out. Only at the last moment, he left him with a somewhat subtle look. It's over. He must be finished this time. At the same time, the real Bailuo was running for his life. Almost when he saw Saharakiri's space ninjutsu that crushed a heart with one move, Bailuo realized that he, who was responsible for carrying out this mission, had become a discarded child. The reason is also very simple. There was no such terrifying technique in the information he received from Danzo. Not only that, the unit that Kumigakure originally agreed to join is now missing. The hired ninja who appeared out of nowhere was dead on the spot under such a terrifying technique. He ran away the moment he found that the god invited by 35 million Ryo was killed on the spot. He didn't notice that after Kakuzu died, his clones could still move. So, after leaving a shadow clone and giving orders to his direct route squadron to kill Sawarakiri, Bailuo began his escape journey. Now, he didn't expect the mission to be completed, but only hoped to delay him for a while. Damn! Kumigakure! Damn! Danzo! Damn! Sawarakiri! After my Kachira technique is completed, I must, Bailuo's eyes flashed with deep resentment. However, just when he was about to escape from the center of the storm, deep in the heart of Bailuo, a sense of inexplicable but extremely real danger suddenly rose. That was the intuition he had honed through countless life and death battles. Immediately afterwards, the chakra feedback and memory when the shadow clone was released poured into his body, which made him a little uneasy that clone was killed so quickly. Wait, the direction of the retreat of Saharakiri was the moment Bailuo saw the memory sent back by the shadow clone. Almost subconsciously, he suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the crisis behind him. However, the moment he turned around, his sight was completely covered by a big hand that suddenly appeared. The shadow obscured his vision. Bang! Instantly, unimaginable inertia and weight covered his head at an incredible speed, making Bailuo even doubt whether his fragile neck bone would suddenly break after this second. His body floated in the air, his steps staggered, and he was pressed and rolled by this inexplicable weight, rubbing deeply on the ground, plowing a trace that ran through more than 10 meters. The sonic boom that suddenly ran through a whole kilometer sounded far away, but it still pierced the clouds and cracked the rocks, making people tremble all over. On Bailuo's back, the young man kept a half-kneeling posture, holding his back of the head with one hand and his wrist holding the kunao with the other hand, and even stepped on his other elbow. He couldn't move at all. Bailuo's body was trembling faintly. Behind his ear, Saharakiri leaned down, his voice was very close, and he asked him in a gentle tone, "You said, what must be done?" This picture suddenly came to my mind, so I put it up. It was raining and windy when I was sleeping the day before yesterday, and I didn't close the window. I stayed up half the night and caught a cold. I postponed one chapter for now. I don't have any manuscripts saved now, I will make up for it later. Chapter 51 Heaven and Earth Net. Saharakiri squatted on him quietly, pressing his palm on the back of his head. Then, the dark lines like earthworms, like worms, quickly and silently penetrated into Bailuo's head along his palm. His voice was as calm as chatting with a familiar friend in a restaurant, and his expression was kind. Do you know? Because of some special reasons, I have been learning sealing techniques for more than a month, and the first thing I learned was this A-level brain mutual detonation imprinting technique. Although it is difficult and the time is not long, it is enough for me to practice this technique to be proficient. At this point, Saharakiri bowed his face half a degree lower, and the warm wind almost blew the hair on the left side of Bailuo's temples, and his voice was warm. You are my first experimental subject. Hearing this, Bailuo felt like a criminal who had been tortured back and forth for 3 days and 3 nights. The hair on his back stood up, and cold sweat almost squeezed out of every pore. There was only one thought in his mind. If you have anything to ask, ask it first. Bailuo trembled and struggled hard, trying to convince this monster with his own value. Wait a minute, Saharadai. My name is Bailuo, the current director of the first laboratory of the root, responsible for the development of blood inheritance secrets and body transformation. I know the truth. I am different from those idiots. I am a person who knows the times. The seal trace spread downward faster and faster, from the most central point of the back of the head, to all directions, like a child's ink painting, following an inexplicable rule, extending to the cheek, gradually covering the entire head. Bailuhu felt the burning pain as if a branding iron was poked into the brain, and a difficult cry was squeezed out of his throat bit by bit, Sawara-sama. However, Bailuhu, who was forced to lie on the ground, did not see it. The eyes of Sawarakiri were faintly shining, as if they contained bright stars. Only a small part of his 360-degree attention remained here. In fact, Sawarakiri was also a very sensible person. Just like when he was in the underage mode of the trench, he couldn't open the system and had to find a clerical job in the Hokage building as an ordinary person to complete the questions from Kirigakuer. From the beginning, he never thought of killing Kakuzu in the village. So far, Sawarakiri can only use the unlimited technique 5 times at a time to achieve the terrifying destructive power like the 8 gates of ninja formation. After these 5 shots, he will immediately be like a male high school student who went back to the dormitory after the evening self-study get out of class at 10 o'clock and watched the new movie of Mr. Mikami, fired 5 big planes crazily, passed out at 3:30 in the morning, and finally had to get up at 6 o'clock. In short, the consumption of physical strength and vitality will reach a limit state that is easy to be slaughtered. He didn't even have the strength to stand up and throw the paper from Lokuo. Unfortunately, Kakuzu also had 5 hearts. That's why Sawarakiri first targeted the big fish that led Kakuzu, a guy who only cared about money and not people, to Konoha. The biggest fish. Plop. Almost. At the moment when the sealing technique was completed, Beiruo had already fainted under him with his eyes rolled up. Sawarakiri didn't stop, but slowly raised his head and looked at the eaves on the side. On the roadside, the street lights were bright. A long shadow mixed into the night was pulled behind the young man. However, at this moment, the figure was pulled by some abnormal force, and it was the same as the other side, forming an unbreakable chain. Secret technique, shadow binding technique. On the roof, a figure wearing a root uniform and an animal mask was half kneeling on the ground. The standard Jonin level chakra exerted its strength, and it was easy to bind him with the shadow secret technique, and he couldn't even move a finger. At the same time, the other 4 root ninjas appeared around him at the same time, pressing their hands on the ground. The fine seal technique marks, like tadpoles constantly evolving in the direction of Sawarakiri, sealed him in the center and kept climbing up his legs from the ground. Even the temporary lock technique was enough to trap him, a small jonin. Until then, Shimura Danzo, who was so cautious that he cherished his life, slowly walked out from the end of the street. Although I thought this idiot would fail at first, but I didn't expect that he would be captured by you in such a humiliating way. Danzo. Shimura was wearing black clothes and covering one eye. He looked at the young man in front of him calmly with a cold snake-like gaze. Sawarakiri. You have no way to escape. However, under his venomous gaze, a bright smile suddenly appeared on the handsome face of the young man. It's you who has no way to escape, Lord Danzo. At the same time, a dozen teams that were obviously put together temporarily rushed towards a certain direction at a very fast speed. However, when they were about to rush into the alley in front of them where the fire was shining, the road ahead was suddenly blocked by a masked ninja covered in a black uniform. Stop! Ahead! The root ninja said in a completely flat voice. Danzo-sama is leading the root ninjas to carry out the task of arresting rebel ninjas. No one is allowed to interfere. Rebel ninja arrest. Before seeing the person, he heard his voice first. Tsunade, wearing a dark blue Senju Haori, strode out of the crowd and led her troops out. She grabbed the collar of the root ninja in front of her with a fierce look. Are you talking about the arrest operation held by the professional killers outside the village against one of the most outstanding young ninjas of this generation in your village? The root ninja did not argue, but just answered coldly according to the order. Even if it is Tsunade-sama, you must not disobey. Before he could finish his words, the whole person was suddenly thrown to the other side by Tsunade's strange power that was completely inconsistent with his body shape. With a loud bang, the root ninja plunged into the wall of the alley on the side of the road, smashing a big hole. Tsunade didn't even look at it, and ordered the ninjas behind her, go in. Save people. Yes. The ninjas behind her responded in unison and immediately rushed forward. Konoha really didn't have private soldiers. All Konoha ninjas had to be loyal to the Hokage and the will of fire. However, there are countless people in this village who have benefited from the Senju clan. The Senju clan, 2 generations of Hokage, hundreds of sacrifices. The remaining prestige and grace accumulated over decades are difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen to erase even after decades. And it's not just here. In the south and north, in order to block Kakuzu's escape route, they have deployed troops on 3 sides, which can stop him at least a few steps, so that enough people can prove the existence of this legendary mercenary. That's enough. Old man, you still have evil intentions until now. Tsunade cursed angrily, then turned to look to the side. Are you sure that your original body can still hold on? In the shadow, another slender figure walked out of the night slowly with a warm smile. Please be at ease. In addition, the actions of the Sandaime-sama are also very fast. They are almost here. The face of the figure was exactly Sawara-kiri. However, it was a shadow clone with about 1/10 of chakra that he had separated in advance. As early as the moment he discovered Kakuzu, this clone had already moved to Tsunade, Hotaki, various associations, etc. You know, Six Eyes is a powerful perception method with a 360-degree field of view, which can observe the distance from several kilometers away like the Byakugan. The moment Kakuzu stepped into the village, he was discovered by these eyes. From that moment on, Sahara-kiri had already conceived a net against the man behind the scenes. Even if Kakuzu's target was not him, Sahara-kiri would still go for it and, as before, force the blame on Shimura Denzo. However, a certain anonymous pot king was too cooperative. No problem. Hearing Sahara-kiri's voice, Tsunade waved her hand nonchalantly and sneered, God-given opportunity. Today, I must cut a piece of meat off that old bastard. Young Tsunade with exposed belly button. The picture is a bit blurry, the child is smaller. Tsunade hypnotic version. Continue to ask for votes. Please read. Please remember to read the last chapter on Monday and Tuesday, otherwise you may not get the next round of recommended positions. Please talk. Chapter 52 There is a clown among us under the street light. Shimura Denzo led the crowd out. Surrounded by the crowd. He looked at Sawara-kiri, who was entangled in shadow binding and sealing techniques but still stubborn, and a smile could not help showing on his cold face. Has the huge pressure made you unable to distinguish between reality and fantasy? Although I don't have much hope for you, seeing this clown-like appearance still makes people want to laugh. While speaking, he stopped 5 meters in front of Sawara-kiri. Sawara-kiri did not speak, but just looked at him quietly, as if waiting for something. Master Denzo, please be careful. They Loyal Aberme Ryoma, who is still carrying out his escort mission today, gave a cautious reminder. Humph, no problem. Shimura Denzo looked at Sawara-kiri, who was surrounded in the center, with a look of contempt, and revealed his biggest secret in one breath. Your technique can only be used 3 times a day. Although the idiot Beiraho is useless, if it is just a consumable, it can be regarded as barely completing the task. Now, the whole body of the Mang Mang is bound and the legs are sealed. I'm afraid it's difficult to mobilize even a trace of chakra. He walked slowly towards Sawara-kiri, getting closer and closer. The one-eyed man stared at his pair of eyes as bright as stars, constantly exerting pressure on him in this way. "Sa, Sawara-kun." Shimura Denzo said in a low voice, "Tell me about the secret of your sudden becoming so powerful." Aberme Ryoma stared at the young man in front of him with full concentration, but he knew it in his heart. No wonder Danzo-sama has sent people to monitor Beiraho's actions these days, and immediately took all his troops out when he started to act. So, he had been eyeing this boy's body for a long time. However, Sawara-kiri seemed to have seen something and couldn't help laughing. Shimura Denzo frowned. The next moment, Sawara-kiri's body, which was tightly bound by multiple controls, suddenly moved. Slightly. Squeak. A harsh sound, like bones rubbing. Almost at the same time as the sound rang, everyone looked in the direction of the sealing formation on his legs. Then, the sealing lines that were originally tightly wrapped around his feet, like bold words written on rubber, were suddenly stretched open as if something huge had been pushed into them, forming a circle of visible film. Shikami Aberme Ryoma subconsciously scolded. But when he turned around, he saw that the Nara ninja in charge of the shadow binding was also at a loss. It was not until he looked at the shadow under Sawara-kiri's feet that he was stunned. The light and shadow between Sawara-kiri's heels and the street lamp formed a dark and lightless belt, which completely engulfed the direction of his entire shadow. The light spreading also requires time and space. In the infinitely subdivided space segment, the speed is meaningless. Just block all the light shining on his body, and the so-called shadow that can be used to lock will naturally not exist. As for the seals climbing on his feet, Sawara-kiri looked at the old man opposite with his blue eyes, and said with doubt, when did you have the illusion that those seals can touch me? Snap! Just by raising his foot, the seal formation that continued to spread and attached to the infinitely subdivided space suddenly collapsed like a balloon pierced by a needle. Shimura Danzo was stunned. The roots closest to Sawarakiri were also stunned. The one who reacted the fastest saw this and immediately shouted, "Protect Danzo!" Then they retreated several meters away and surrounded Danzo. Unfortunately, the Danzo who was protected in the center by them did not appreciate it. He pushed away a root who blocked his way with one hand, strode forward aggressively, and shouted, "Bluffer! He has already used up all his trump cards. What he did just now was just a dying struggle." Shimura Danzo shouted while pulling out a kunao and stabbed it fiercely in the direction of Sawarakiri. "Sawara brat, born evil, look at me." However, what he faced head-on was a fist wrapped in supreme power. His azure eyes shone like stars. The fist avoided the tip of the kunao and pointed to the palm behind him. The unimaginable power broke his right wrist, forearm, elbow, and brachialis in an instant. Bang! The straight arm was like a plastic bag that was suddenly flattened, from long to short. The pale bones penetrated the muscles and broke the skin, revealing pink fractures and countless cracks, as if it was exploded from the inside by a detonating talisman. Blood spurted out. Until this moment, Shimura Danzo's nerves had not even had time to transmit the pain from the arm back to the brain. But the vision transmitted at the speed of light had already seen that the fist was pointing at his chest and abdomen. However, the thought that arose in his mind was not fear and anger, but astonishment. Even he had to think twice before killing people openly in the village. This kid actually dared to do it. But before he could finish this thought, a rapid pulling force came from behind him. Vajra! Ruyi stick hand of the monkey demon. In this life and death crisis, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the center of the stick, stretched out from behind him, tightly pulling Danzo's body to the ground. Boom! The sound of the air explosion was deafening. The diffuse air wave like a cloud and mist blew on the cheek, making people feel an indescribable coldness from the skin to the depths of the heart. Shimura Danzo fell to the ground and tilted his head to look in the direction of the fist that passed by him. I saw that the ground and the street lights were lifted up a few centimeters from the footsteps, plowing up a straight passage that stretched for more than 10 meters, and even a shop behind him was lifted up, leaving a huge hole in the center of the wall. Until now, my head is still confused. What's going on? Almost at the same time, the fully armed Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding the Vajra Ruyi stick, blocked Sawarakiri and Danzo with a solemn expression. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, people couldn't help but laugh. Saharakiri! How dare you attack and kill fellow ninjas in the street? What do you want to do? Sahara! Kiri looked at the dozen or so root ninjas surrounding him, as well as the newly added circle of direct Anbu, and then looked at the third Hokage in front of him. Calling a deer a horse, make a conclusion first. The pair of blue eyes turned around in front of everyone. After doing all this, Saharakiri finally turned his head and looked at the aggressive Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, with a calm tone. "Third generation, sir. I am arresting the rebel ninjas from other villages who colluded with the rebel ninja Shimura Danzo of Konoha, Kakuzu, Okuriko, and others. Please make way." Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned at first when he heard this, as if he didn't expect that this kid could be so calm even at this point. But the next moment, his expression immediately calmed down. He raised the Vajra Ruyi stick in his hand, which had returned to its original state, slightly, and pointed the tip of the stick at the young man in front of him. He was already hostile and said in a cold tone, "Who gave you the power to cross the Hokage building and define the ninjas of the same village as traitors? Who gave you the arrest order? Whose man are you?" These big hats were enough to bury his small body. However, before Saharakiri continued to speak, he heard a voice that was more domineering and unscrupulous than his. "I gave him the order, he is my man. Do you have any questions?" Tsunade stood up and jumped onto the roof, her eyes inadvertently avoiding the bloody traces on the ground, standing there, looking down at her teacher, Sandaime-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled when he heard the words. Tsunade Jiao on her good face, she couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile. So many people on the whole street saw with their own eyes the guys in the ANBU uniforms, together with professional killers, besieging Kiri-kun. Even the murder weapon is still there. You won't deny even this kind of thing, will you? As her voice fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his head. Outside the encirclement of the dozen or so root and ANBU members, there were more ninjas, including Tsunade, Hitaki Sakumo, the closest different ninja clans, civilian ninjas, etc., who gathered here at the fastest speed, nearly 100 ninjas. At this moment, Sawarakiri couldn't help but relax a little. Is this the feeling of Shimura Danzo, the feeling of having a backer? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face slowly sank. Suddenly, he was like a victim who had been kept in the dark and just understood what happened. After hearing these words, he suddenly understood everything. So, he turned his head coldly and looked at Shimura Danzo, who was lying on the ground behind him, covering his shoulder, and said righteously, "Danzo, what did you do again?" At that moment, everyone's eyes suddenly gathered on him. Only Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with astonishment. There was a kind smile on Sawarakiri's face. There is a clown among us. But I won't say who it is. Go, the 5th and 5th Hokage. Stab his Susanoo. There is another chapter before 12 o'clock. Please vote. Chapter 53, A Great Harvest. The confrontation between the nearly 100 Konoha ninjas did not last long. After the misunderstanding between Tsunade-sama and the 3rd Hokage was resolved, everyone dispersed. The seriously injured at the scene were sent to Konoha Hospital, and some of the lightly injured were taken away by the interrogation department to inquire about what happened tonight. Others also began to track and investigate based on the traces of Kakuzu's escape. Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the master and apprentice, went to the side to talk. Sawarakiri looked at the two from a distance. Although in the original work, he had seen the so-called indecision of the 3rd generation. However, when it happened to him, he could truly realize how unbearable the bias brought by this so-called bond was. Pain, too much pain. When Sawarakiri thought about how he would be bullied and targeted by Shimura Danzo, he felt like a beautiful girl crawling all over his body. Who can bear this? I just hope that Tsunade can cut a few more pieces of meat from the 3rd generation. At the edge of the street, Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen stood opposite each other. In the distance was the large ruins caused by the battle between Sawarakiri and Kakuzu. The stones and rubble splashed 100 meters away, silently expressing the intensity of the battle. The air between the two was stagnant and silent. Tsunade crossed her arms and turned her head to look at the battlefield that almost destroyed half a block. She didn't say anything, but it seemed that she had said everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood there and raised his head slightly. Until then, he suddenly realized that the little kid who followed him in the past had become a mature adult. When Tsunade stepped on high heels, she was even half a head taller than him. Time passed faster than he thought. It's a pity that things have changed. Danzo can't be killed. He has made a lot of contributions to Konoha over the years. After a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a hoarse voice. Tsunade turned her head suddenly, and her golden braids spun half a circle in the air. These old men always have the extraordinary ability to annoy people with just one sentence. But soon, she calmed down again. The meaning of Sarutobi teacher's words is actually very clear. As long as you don't take Danzo's life, you can mention other requests first. Just as they expected at the beginning. Everyone has his own weaknesses. The decades-long bond with Danzo is Sarutobi Hiruzen's biggest and most obvious weakness. However, Tsunade couldn't help but sneer. Contribution. Could it be that those rebels who just want to survive didn't contribute to the village before? Teacher, you know what he did? As compensation. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly, like an old man in his twilight years. In the future, the root department will no longer exist. Danzo lost a hand, and actually, can't do anything. Silence. For a long while. Probably because more than a month has passed. The pain of the lover's death is no longer so clear. This does not mean that the memory has been forgotten or forgiven. It is past. So now Tsunade has more room to suppress her emotions and continue to talk about future problems. Not enough. The power of civilian ninjas to form their own clubs needs to be handled by a special agency. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly raised his head and looked at her with a serious expression. Tsunade, do you know that you are fiddling with something very dangerous? Public opinion. Whose opinion? It used to be the opinion of the Hokage and the ninja clan. But Tsunade now wants to expand this scope. Who will control it? Who will be responsible? In this world where one person can defeat thousands of troops in the world, if we easily take the so-called opinions of the people as a guide, we may end up creating a guy like Uchiha Madara in the past. How many civilian genin can beat a Hyuga Chunin? How many civilian Chunin can beat an Uchiha Jonin? Who can be convinced by a mob? That is not as strong as one person. Xiao Gang only saw the present moment, and his vision was too short-sighted after all. However, Tsunade just turned her head and looked into the distance, saying calmly, the war will not last long. Peace will eventually come. Just as Sarutobi teacher laughed at her short-sightedness, Tsunade was also laughing at his stubbornness. When the peaceful era comes, the transformation of ninjas will begin. and combat capabilities will no longer determine everything about ninjas. The scope of the village's mission to the outside world can also be expanded to all walks of life, just like when she promoted the proposal of the medical ninja team in the village in the past. However, if at that time, what kind of obstacles would be encountered if she tried to push the power demands among the ninjas at the upper level, if it weren't for the detailed analysis that Kiri-kun had broken down for her these days, Tsunade herself would probably have found it difficult to foresee so many problems. The master and the apprentice each had their own thoughts. After nearly an hour of quiet negotiations, they finally decided on a negotiation framework for dividing the responsibilities of the route. It was late at night when they parted. Tsunade had a deep gloomy face until she turned around. But wait until she raised her head. Under the street light, Sahara Kiri was standing there, holding a bag of still hot yakitori bought from the next block in her left hand, and 2 bottles of sake of the brand she drank most often in her right hand, waiting for her quietly. When she turned her head, he gently waved. Tsunade's pretty face couldn't help but open a relaxed smile. "We're going to have skewers tonight, aren't you? Stinky brat. Which one do you choose, the yakitori stick or my stick?" Well, this was the most popular love phrase back then. The male protagonist who was made into a slave in the comics immediately had sex with the female protagonist. Later, he lived a happy harem life with many girls. If it doesn't work, you can change it to, "I wonder if the lady is willing to sleep with me tonight." Woo, believe me, you can't be wrong. Sawara. Wu squinted at the nonsense that Sister Tongza had posted on the panel. "I believed your nonsense. How sick is he to say such crazy things?" Another cup. Sawara. Wu was muttering in his heart, and a small bottle was stretched out by the side and pushed straight into his face. Tsunade half lay on the table, her face red from drunkenness, but she still turned her head to stare at him. "Hey, why don't you drink? Finish it quickly." Seemingly noticing the remaining juice in his glass, a certain older single woman puffed her cheeks in dissatisfaction, and kicked him with her calves under the table. "Yes, yes." Sahara Kiri first refilled her wine, and then filled a glass of juice for herself, which made her laugh happily. Perhaps it was the pressure brought by various operations during this period, or the hearty feeling after finally avenging her dead lover. Today, Tsunade rarely got herself drunk. At this time, she was seen with her elbows on the table, and the heavy glutinous rice cakes were also placed on the table to share the pressure on her shoulders. Her golden hair was scattered and fell all over her shoulders. She was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt and thorn-proof wire mesh that could not even cover her belly button, and the dark feather fabric was scattered on the ground behind her. Holding the skewers of yakitori in both hands, she raised the wine bottle, as if she could drink happily by herself. "Finally, it's done." Tsunade held the wine bottle with 2 fingers, turned her head drunkenly, and looked at the young man beside her. "Now, whether it's you or Duan, both should be satisfied, right?" The family name of Senju, the identity of the princess of Konoha, the only influence in the village. From the beginning, she knew that while she was using the young man beside her, she was also being used by him. But it didn't matter. Originally, she had no attachment to this village. If it weren't for what Sahara Kiri had done these days, she might have left the village. Sahara Kiri didn't answer, but just grabbed a skewer of grilled squid and took a bite. It was a little cold. "Hey!" Tsunade shouted, "That's what I wanted to eat until the end. Are you satisfied, Tsunade-sama?" At this time, Sahara Kiri suddenly asked. "Shimura Danzo is in Konoha prison for treatment. He will probably be released secretly soon. Although the route has been disbanded, there will probably be another similar department in the future, but the power may not be as great. What is happening in Konoha now may continue to happen in the future." Sahara Kiri said this and turned to look at the woman beside her. "Lady Tsunade, are you satisfied with this?" "Really? So what?" Tsunade lowered her head, her falling golden hair obscured her eyes, and she thought silently in her heart. After a long silence, she suddenly spoke. "Senju used to be a big family. Servants, butlers, clans, elders, and stewards, strange traditions and rules. This now empty yard is full of them." Tsunade pointed outside the door and swiped her fingers. Before Konoha was founded, this was the home of the Senju clan. Now, it's all gone. Sawara Kiri listened quietly, without any intention of speaking. Tsunade seemed to be a little drunk, even her tongue was a little straight. "Since the First Ninja World War, nothing good has happened to me. Grandma, second grandfather, father, mother, rope tree, Dua and all my family members died on the battlefield, and the first boyfriend I found when I was almost 30 also died on the battlefield. No one was saved. Tsunade said as she grabbed Sawarakiri's collar and said with a big tongue, "Stinky kid, do you know what this feels like?" She held the wine bottle and patted her chest, causing it to shake such a big place. "I'm the only one left." He. Konoha swear. "You say, I'm already like this, why do I still care about so many messed up things? Can't this broken village let me go?" Hey? However, Saharakiri did not answer, but just smiled quietly and looked at her. "What? Are you dissatisfied with the complaints of older single women?" "Ah." Tsunade half closed her eyes in annoyance, obviously a little drunk. Saharakiri first filled the wine bottle for her, and then asked, "Are you really the only one left? Then, what have we been busy with for more than a month?" "Hey?" Tsunade raised her eyebrows. Sawarakiri's voice was still calm. "You have brought Chief Inyazukamoto Yazu out of prison, Inukun's shop has been compensated because of your proposal, and the ninja tools in Uncle Harano's blacksmith shop have been returned. There are many people who will benefit from what you will do in the future. Those are all your plans." Tsunade was frowning and wanted to say something, but her voice was interrupted. Sawarakiri looked at her, "But, after you told everyone, this is our plan." At this point, a smile appeared on his face. "Me, Hitaki-sama, Tsunade-sama, and many people you know and don't know. Now, we are all accomplices. How can you be alone?" Tsunade was stunned and looked at him blankly. Sawarakiri's handsome face showed a smile of success. Somewhat naughty smile. It was as if he had not realized until now that he had accidentally boarded the pirate ship of this stinky kid. So, all his preparations since then were for this moment. Somehow, Tsunade was lying on the table, and suddenly found that she seemed to be a little drunk. The smell of alcohol was a little bit on her head, and her face was hot. "Who cares about you?" After a long time, she heard her drunken muttering. Sawarakiri didn't care, casually draped the dark blue feather knitting on her shoulders, got up and walked out. "Then I'll bother you here today. If you don't go home, Suiwai will be worried. Tsunade-sama, don't forget to clean the table after getting up, it will stink tomorrow. Get out. I'm so annoyed." Tsunade buried her head on the table, her face getting hotter and hotter, and she cursed at him in a bad mood. When he walked away, there was no sound outside the door. She supported herself with great effort, looked into the yard like a thief, and then quickly rubbed her still hot cheeks. Gyuu. How could she have such a strange idea? She was still a teenager. Damn, maybe it's a bit too much today. On the street late at night. Sawarakiri turned her head and looked at the bright lights in the yard, then looked down at the panel. Tsunade's shallow heart knot, completed, heart knot points +3 bond level increased. Tsunade bond level, 1-2. Even Sawarakiri herself was startled when she saw the heart knot points on the panel, and raised her eyebrows slightly. "Oh. This is a big harvest." Tsunade the Art of 100 Healings, 4K big chapter. It's not too much to ask for some monthly votes, right? According to official data, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade are both 163.1 centimeters tall in old age. It's not at all visible in the comics. Chapter 54 The Secret of Yaoi, 2-in-1, Chapter 54 The Secret of Yaoi, 2-in-1. Since Sawarakiri got the system, it's the first time to get 3 heart knot points in one go. Although the process of getting points by untying shallow heart knots from Yuki and Yaoi the previous 2 times was not as complicated as this time. However, Sawarakiri still felt a little uneasy when the harvest was so great all of a sudden. Why so much? He walked on the street late at night, looking at the panel in front of him, feeling uneasy, and began to think about the similarities and differences between this time and the previous ones. The difference between Tsunade and Yuki and Yaoi is very obvious. Let's not talk about age and body shape for now. The biggest difference is her shadow level. Strength. In addition, compared to the unknown Yuki and Yaoi in the original work, Tsunade is one of the main characters related to the plot. Finally, it is the difficulty of Saharakiri trying to step into her heart step by step. Tisk. Sarah. Kiri silently summed up in his heart, and suddenly felt that the time node of his time travel was not bad. After writing down these details in his heart, he reopened the panel and looked at the ability and lottery interface. Personal information: name, Saharakiri age, 15 talent, photographic memory, B, blood limit, A, ability, unlimited technique second stage, S, Kageka and Suzuki, S, water escape, A+, lightning escape, A+, illusion, A, taijutsu, A, fire escape, B, ninja tool operation, B, sealing technique, C+, overall evaluation, S heart knot points, 3 system evaluation, book thunder, when will it come? No problem, I'm just as good when you come. Now that I have 2 S-level skills, let alone the current 5 Kage, even Kaguya in the moon, what's there to fear from me? Ha! Damn it, even my thing is pulled up, just think about it and you know that this will be a fierce battle. Ha ha ha! Unlimited spells second stage external brain special sealing spell, S an external spell attached to the surface of the brain in the form of a sealing spell, specifically used to adapt to the 6 eyes, can be activated without side effects. It can also use the 6 eyes at a high intensity for a short period of time, thus forming a small amount of stop power next stage heart points. 2 Sawarakiri looked at the skill column on the panel. Unlimited spells are now his main means of attack and defense, but the limit of only 5 times per game makes him quite passive in a protracted battle. For him, this is the first upgrade skill without question. After this defect is resolved, his strength has officially reached the relatively specific level of Kage level. However, after these 2 points are consumed, should the remaining point be added to Mirror Flower and Water Moon or draw another prize, Sawarakiri's eyes kept wandering between the 2 sides, and he was a little unsure. Just as he was thinking in his heart, a familiar call suddenly sounded in his ears. Missed. He looked up and saw Uchiha Yayoi standing blankly at the end of the street in the middle of the night, staring at him with her scarlet Sharingan, with a confused look. It was like a young boy who saw his crush walk out of Sugar Daddy's house in the middle of the night. Unfortunately, behind the boy was the gate of the Senju clan. Sawarakiri hadn't realized the problem until now, and raised his head in confusion. Hey! They! Scene went back 5 hours ago. Uchiha Security Department, Office Building. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone has worked hard. When it was time to get off work, the members of the security department in the building stood up, greeted each other, and left the office one by one. Uchiha Yayoi was also one of the people. As the captain of the 3rd squad of the 1st brigade of the current security department, Uchiha Yayoi, who is already a special ninja, is one of the most outstanding talents of the younger generation even in the Uchiha clan. With her outstanding appearance, slim figure and awakened Sharingan, the girl is always surrounded by people who like to please and get close to her. On this road, colleagues in groups of 3 or 2 surrounded her like satellites, chatting and walking out of the building. Yayoi Uchiha was always as cold and upright as she was during the mission, unkind and a bit like 1,000 miles away from others. Until she left the house, because of the different roads and cold rejection, only Rinko and Yuna were left by Miss Yaoi's side. I've been working overtime a lot in the past month. I'm almost exhausted. Uchiha Yuna said, stretching her arms vigorously. She is a small person like a round potato. Maybe it's because she hasn't opened her eyes until now. In the Uchiha clan where the kings gather, she is a very rare cheerful person. However, under the pressure of overtime work for such a long time, Yuna couldn't help complaining to them. We are in the village, but it's like a war everywhere. They newly formed civilian ninja associations always blow up the place where the speech is given if they are not careful. It's annoying every day. Indeed. They tall Uchiha Rinko on the other side is a somewhat introverted and gloomy woman, but she speaks very maturely, but it also reveals a lot of problems. Yes. Yuna smiled and said, fortunately, there is Tsunade from the Senju family and Lord Hotaki Sakumo as the backing, otherwise those bold guys would probably have died in some corner long ago, right? The world is changing slowly. Yuna. Uchiha Yayoi frowned slightly and reminded, don't talk nonsense about big people. Be careful of your mouth. Hey! Yayoi-chan. Is too serious. Uchiha. Yuna dragged out a long tail sound, oh, right. Your boyfriend has been following Tsunade around all the time lately, hasn't he? Any inside information? Boyfriend? Or something? Ms. Yayoi, who is usually serious, seemed to be a little shy by this title, her cheeks flushed, and her voice was quite annoyed. Yuna. That kind of question is the most private of private. Besides, that title is actually not very appropriate. The girl thought, and turned her cheek away inadvertently. At present, it is indeed only she who has unilaterally exposed her feelings. Until now, Miss Yayoi has not heard Wu's answer. Hey! Seeing her like this, Yuna suddenly seemed to have discovered a new world, and raised her voice like a joke, exaggerating, "Wait a minute, is there anyone who can resist the charm of Yayoi-chan?" Yuna? Miss Yayoi shouted in dissatisfaction and raised her fist to hit. He he he. Yuna ran away with a strange laugh. She looked like a drunk uncle on the street. By the way, Yayoi. They. Slightly gloomy Rinko seemed to remember something and hesitated. When Uchiha Yayoi turned to look at her, the introverted girl hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth out of friendship. Recently, some bad things have been spreading in the village, about Tsunade and Sawarakiri. Hey! Miss! Yayoi was startled when she heard it, and looked at her in confusion. However, the rumors in the village were about her friends after all. Uchiha Rinko was afraid that she would be deceived, but she didn't want to destroy her relationship with her lover, so she shook her head and said nothing more anyway, just pay attention to him a little. After a while, Uchiha Yayoi arrived home first. Yayoi is back. As soon as I walked into the entrance, I heard my mother's call from far away. Yes, go. Wash up quickly, it's time to eat soon. Got it. Uchiha. Yayoi took off her ninja shoes, put them in the entrance, and walked into the side bedroom with a pair of jade white feet on the wooden floor. She knelt down facing the shrine and black and white photos in the middle, and clasped her hands together. Father, I'm back. Yayoi's family consists of only her and her mother. Her father died on the battlefield when she was young. However, with the savings he left behind, the village's pension, and the corresponding support from the clan, the mother and daughter live a comfortable life. However, because her mother is an ordinary person, she has been in charge of the family since Yayoi graduated and became a ninja. After the routine worship, the girl went to the bathroom to wash up. The work of the security department is not easy, especially in recent times. Various conflicts in the village are very intense. As a team leader, she has to run around Konoha several times a day. She is sweaty all over her body, and now the soles of her feet are wet. But now it's just a simple shower, and the bath time will have to wait until the evening. The water fee for a bathtub is not cheap. By the way, the shoes are probably a bit smelly, so I have to find time to brush them well. Thinking about this in the bathroom, after a simple rinse, Miss Yayoi went upstairs. Unlock, open the door, and then locked it. Miss Yayoi leaned her back against the door. The girl's room was completely dark, and even the wide windows were tightly covered with thick curtains. It was still evening, but there was no light in the room. However, Uchiha Yayoi seemed to be completely indifferent to all this. She groped in the dark and fell headfirst on the soft big bed, hugging the large-sized doll that was almost as big as her body like an octopus, trying to bury her whole head in it, and constantly making cute sounds of giwuwuwa. It seemed that she wanted to vent all the pressure of work for the whole day. She didn't have the serious look she had in front of others. I'm so tired. The girl hugged the big bear doll on the bed tightly, rubbing her cheek hard on the side of the photo pasted on the doll's head, and took a deep breath. It seemed that only in this way could she replenish all the energy she had consumed today. Fog. Mist. Mist, 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 mist. Gah-hee. When she raised her head again, Miss Yayoi's originally cold face was already covered with a silly smile. It was like a different person. The tender cheek rubbed against the photo of the doll. The photo was a side profile photo of Sawarakiri from a very good angle. The girl's voice dragged along and suppressed emotion, caressing the ear. Today, I also worked hard. Mist. You have to praise me well. Uchiha Yayoi was lying on the bed hugging the thick doll, with a subtle but eye-catching flash of scarlet between her eyes. Just as Senju Tobirama once said. The Uchiha clan is the most emotional clan, even the so-called Sharingan is just a manifestation of their emotional outflow. If someone could walk into the room alive, they would see that in the girl's dark room, whether it was the floor, walls, ceiling, back of the door, or even on the curtains. Every corner is covered with photos of Sawarakiri. Full body, half body, headshot. From the young look when she was still in the ninja school, to the grown-up look when she just graduated, to the youth now, all kinds of pictures. However, from most angles of these photos, it can be seen that most of these photos were taken from the back and side, which are not easy to be noticed. From the clothing style, the time interval is even longer. Obviously, the girl rarely has the opportunity to take 1 or 2 photos as a reward for herself. And with Sawarakiri's vigilance, she can only take 1 or 2 photos occasionally during daily activities without being on guard. However, as the accumulation of small things makes a lot, these photos almost completely swallow up the entire room belonging to Miss Yayoi. Uchiha Yayoi lay on the bed, rubbing the photo on the doll with her fingertips. In the dark night, you can vaguely see the morbid smile on the girl's face. That is a scenery that no one else can see. This is a secret that belongs only to the girl. In fact, these things have already revealed some signs, but Sawara Kiri has not thought deeply about it. Why, in his impression, he and Uchiha Yayoi are just casual friends, but when they first acquired the shallow heart knot, the level of their bond was 3, which was enough to be compared with Shui Hui, a family member who lived together every day. Why? Haven't you taken a vacation yet? When will you have a vacation? I really want a vacation. Why are there people making trouble every day? There is no time to see Kiri. They. Girl grabbed Dakshin's arm, swung it in the air, and muttered softly. After hesitating for a while, she murmured hesitantly, also, what is the thing that Rinko said to pay attention to? Kiri, haven't you been busy dealing with the advisory group recently? Or with Tsunade? Pfft. Impossible. Thinking about it, it seems that the idea that suddenly popped up in her mind is a bit too unrealistic, and even Miss Yayoi herself can't help laughing out loud. It's a pity that even in her own home, this time that belongs to Uchiha Yayoi is not very long. After a while, her mother's call came from downstairs. Yayoi, it's time for dinner. Almost like changing her face, the girl suddenly stood up from the bed, and all the expressions on her face were restrained, as if they had never existed. As long as she walked out of this door, she was still the cold, arrogant, old-fashioned Uchiha Yayoi who often kept people at a distance. Ah! But, she had just walked out of the room. Swish, swish in the slightly dim night outside, 2 yellow and red flare belts passed through the air. That was the emergency call signal for the village. Uchiha's work efficiency was as good as ever. By the time their people arrived to clean up the mess, all the things that should or shouldn't have happened had already ended. The day lily was cold. But there was nothing they could do. The entire Konoha village was so big, and the security department only had more than 200 people in total. It would take several minutes just to go on the road and call people. No one could blame them. But it's really an exaggerated destructive power. It was obviously in the village. Uchiha Yayoi narrowed his eyes and looked at the street that was mostly destroyed. It was as if it had been bombed by a whole ninjutsu squadron. Because the incident happened in the village, there were still many spectators gathered around, and until now, some people were still talking about the battle of the strong men they had just seen. The Uchiha guards rushed to the vicinity, and their primary purpose was to maintain order in the vicinity and prevent anyone from taking advantage of this opportunity. To do something big. Uchiha Yayoi was one of them. Because she was in this environment, even though she was still maintaining order, all kinds of sounds could not stop reaching her ears. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen someone use 4 escape techniques to attack at the same time. The speaker in the crowd was a middle-aged chunin with a square face, surrounded by many listeners. His tone was quite emotional. You know, the nature of different escape techniques is extremely contradictory, and generally only 2 escape techniques can guarantee the power of compound release. The simultaneous release of multiple escape techniques without affecting each other is a famous skill that even our 3rd generation is proud of. I never thought it would appear in the hands of an outsider. If it were an ordinary person, he would die after being hit, and his ashes would be wiped out. The people around him listened to his explanation, whether they were ordinary civilians or ninjas, they all looked enlightened. However, the square-faced chunin said in an extremely exaggerated tone, but the young man just now didn't even dodge, and took that move head-on. When he rushed out, his clothes weren't even torn, and he killed the man with a single move. Do you know who that person is? The square-faced chunin kept it a secret, and then he started to criticize. However, under the urging of the people around him, he soon let the cat out of the bag. You don't know, right? That was Sahara Kirishima, who was promoted not long ago. Shinobu, only 15 years old this year. I heard that she is Tsunade-sama's lover. Oh. This explosive news immediately aroused the hearts of everyone around. Ordinary people are very interested in the trivial things about the lower body of the bigwigs who are usually high and mighty. Didn't expect it. The square-faced chunin was still outputting, spitting and flying. When he was attacked, he was heading towards the Senju residence. When the Anbu checked the traces before, they also saw a purple mood card stick on the ground. I saw it with my own eyes, and it was squeaking. So thick and so long. At least half a meter. Oh. My god, Amaterasu. Think about it, how could he, a commoner, have so many secrets? They. Previous sentence had just landed. The square-faced Chunin shook, and was suddenly pulled out of the crowd by a hand violently pulling his collar, with his feet almost floating in the air. This sudden pull made him stunned. When he frowned and raised his head, he suddenly met a pair of scarlet Sharingan and was stunned. You. What? Did you say just now? So, there is this scene now. Shasha. They. Streets were quiet and deserted late at night. Even Uchiha Yayoi herself did not notice that the pupils in her eyes had changed under the extreme emotions, and the two Megatama were spinning at a high speed like a wheel. She stepped in front of the young man step by step, staring at him straight. Sawara Kiri, who still didn't know that her reputation was damaged, still looked a little confused. Yayoi. Why? Are you here? However, before he could say anything more, he saw Yayoi's slender figure suddenly came very close and pressed him against the wall on the street. Then, the girl's whole cheek was almost buried in his arms. Yayoi? The next moment, she suddenly sniffed hard. Sawara Kiri suddenly had a question mark on her forehead. On the contrary, Sister Tongzi popped up again. Sword, that woman pressed Sawara Kiri against the wall, she must be forcing him to go back and make a living. Missed. Resist quickly, resist quickly. A knight who doesn't resist is totally unremarkable. Look, she doesn't move at all. Tongzi, his dog, what's the use of such a good imagination? People's emotions are not connected. Sawara Kiri only thinks Sister Tongzi is noisy at this time. Miss Yayoi still frowned. The smell of wine, barbecue, and a little blood. Only the smell of women is very light, at most some gardenia fragrance. This made her feel a little relieved. But just thinking about it, her heart suddenly lifted again. The scarlet Sharingan, with excellent night vision, found a golden hair stuck to his chest. Clothes. Miss Yayoi's heart was immediately alarmed. The girl raised her head vigilantly, pressed Sawara Kiri against the wall, pressed her chest against his ribs, and held him tightly in this small space, her expression extremely alert. Tonight, he couldn't escape. Missed. He pondered for a long time. Miss Yayoi stared at him straight, her expression more solemn than ever before, and asked in an extremely serious tone, did you do it? Ah. Mangekyo. Sharingan crazy, Mangekyo Sharingan crying, today is a 6K chapter, 2 chapters merged. Chapter 55 Don't attack him. Absolutely not. Or, it's impossible, right? Probably. Because she was pressed against the wall, or because Yayoi's Sharingan was rotating at an unprecedented speed, Sawara Kiri was so straightforward when she said this. Really? Miss? Yayoi stared at him, wrinkling her nose slightly. When? Did I lie to you? Sahara Kiri asked back. But you are still at that woman's house so late. Uchiha Yayoi seemed to want to continue to look angry, but her tone softened unconsciously. He suddenly looked a little weak. However, what's wrong with having a strong possessive desire for the person you like? On the contrary, Sahara Kiri suddenly became tough and confident. Yayoi, don't you believe me? I didn't say that. Under his continuous questioning, Uchiha Yayoi, who seemed to want to eat him alive just now, suddenly fell into a disadvantage. However, Sahara Kiri, who had the upper hand, did not take this opportunity to pursue the victory, but turned to comfort. Okay. I have been working with the big boss until now, and I haven't eaten much. Now I am almost starving. With the relationship between us, we still have to doubt each other. How tiring it is. The young man's tone was kind. Although he was pressed against the wall just now, he was not affected by the heavy girl effect at all. His smile was as sunny and cheerful as usual. Hearing him say this, Miss Yayoi, who had been waiting in the cold wind for several hours, suddenly regretted it. She accidentally exposed a little bit of her true face in front of Kiri. Miss Yayoi couldn't help but sigh in her heart and whispered, Ki Sahara. Kiri seemed to be completely unconcerned and said gently as an apology, you have to treat me to a meal. My stomach is growling. Uchiha Yayoi is now shy, scratching her cheek with her fingertips. At this time, there shouldn't be many stores open. Why don't you go to my house? I still have a lot of ingredients left, and the table is big. I can make something you like. No, 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 no. The smile mask on Sawara Kiri's face almost didn't hold, and she hurriedly said, I know there is a small street stall nearby that sells ramen. It should be open at this time. I don't know if you mind, Yayoi. Uchiha. Yayoi raised her head, as long as Kiri likes it, I'm fine. Hearing her say this, Sawara Kiri's facial muscles became more and more stiff. Yayoi was it this heavy feeling before? SSSSSSS. So, Gu, what is your relationship now? Don't ask, keep eating. While talking, Sawara Kiri put the Naruto roll and char siu from the small plate into Yayoi's bowl of noodles. He just discovered a little pattern. Miss Yayoi will never refuse anything he gives her. Therefore, in order to interrupt her speech while eating, in these 20 minutes, he has added 6 char siu, 3 miko bags, and half a bowl of noodles to Yayoi. Sawara Kiri is a person who doesn't believe in evil. Can't you stop eating? But this time, Miss Yayoi obviously learned to be smart. She didn't even care about the girl's modesty, and quickly picked up her own bowl of noodles to block Kiri's chopsticks, and then ate the noodles and soup together. He let out a long breath. Super full. If Kiri feeds her more, she will definitely vomit. However, when she put down the bowl of noodles, she suddenly reacted, turned her head with a slightly red face, and didn't dare to meet Sawara Kiri's eyes. Yayoi is also hungry, right? I heard that the security team has been very busy recently. Ah, that. The girl turned her head slightly, I'm not like this usually. What does it matter? Sawara Kiri didn't care at all, and smiled. Yayoi looked very delicious just now. Humph. Under the table, the girl's feet, as bright as the moonlight, kicked his legs unhappily, but even the touch was soft, making people want to reach out and grab them. There was no trace of her ruthless appearance half an hour ago, ready to burst out at any time and die with others. Sawara Kiri became more cautious. You two have a good relationship. Did you just get off work? The middle-aged boss behind the small food cart smiled and looked at the two of them. It seems that just their youthful appearance can evoke his best memories of that time. Yes. Sawara Kiri smiled politely, your noodles are also delicious, I will definitely come here often in the future. Thank you very much. The middle-aged boss smiled and advertised, my son has recently opened a noodle cart on the front street of Konoha. He calls it handmade. If possible, please take care of the stall over there. His cooking skills are also pretty good. Sawara Kiri looked a little surprised, General, you look very young. Hey, I'm not feeling well. I'll be busy for another 2 years, and I should retire. After a short rest and chatting for a while, the two of them, who were very full, slowly set out on the way home. However, because of Miss Yayoi's strong request and because it was close to his home, Sawara Kiri didn't have the opportunity to send Yayoi home today, and instead walked to Sawara's house first. At this moment, the two of them were like a young couple who had just finished their first date. They were very satisfied just walking side by side on the road, enjoying the night breeze. As for the little unpleasantness at the door of Senju's house before, it was like a dandelion blown away by the wind, as if it had never existed. The road, which was not long to begin with, passed by in a flash. Uchiha Yayoi rubbed the tip of his shoes slightly, as if he wanted to slow down. Unfortunately, he had just turned around the alley in front. At the door of Sawara's house, there was already a small figure. Ah! As soon as she saw them, Yuki Sahara pointed at Yayoi and shouted, you are the sneaky cat again. Yuki Sahara Kiri seemed to be a little dissatisfied and shouted, don't be so rude, this is my brother's good friend. Then he turned his head again, sorry, Yayoi, it's okay. However, when he turned his head and looked over, he saw Uchiha Yayoi suddenly showed a very bright smile on his face and looked at Yuki Sahara. For no reason, Sahara Kiri's heart jumped. Mist, can you go in first? Miss Yayoi put her hands together, tilted her head towards him, showed a cute smile, and asked, Yuki and I have a little conversation between girls. Hey! Sahara Kiri was stunned. That's right. Sahara. Yuki got excited, thrusting her hips with a huff, her cheeks puffed up. Yuki has something to say to her, too. No, I'm still here. Okay Unai-chan, come in quickly, the bath water is ready. Sawara Kiri was halfway through her words when Miss Yuki pushed him impatiently and urged him to get into the room. When she turned around, Miss Yuki, who was full of energy, was ready for the Shura field. She didn't care what others would do, but she couldn't bear it. That woman looked soft and sticky, and she must have deceived Ani-chan's feelings with this fake face. In fact, she might be a perverted green tea girl who had set her eyes on Ani-chan's body for a long time. Even if she wasn't, she had to try her best to be, in order to protect the best brother in the whole ninja world from the demons and monsters. She had been ready for battle since she was very young, even if it was very unpleasant words, she could curse them out. Miss Yuki thought of this and immediately straightened her chest. Inhale, I'm talking to you. However, Miss Suiwai had just started. The same pair of blue eyes had already met a pair of scarlet eyes. The Megatama rotated. There was only a momentary pause in thought and action, and the petite figure was suddenly pressed down by the big sister in front of her in the posture of Sawara Kiri's same Waldong. Bang! Miss Suiwai's whole body was shocked, and her pores were tightened. What will happen when a fake Sundara meets a real Yandere? Case interrupted. Uchiha Yaoi looked down at her, and his eyes seemed to lick the girl's body inch by inch, like a beast at the top of the food chain, staring at the prey below. Unbridled. Sure enough, it should have been like this a long time ago. Previously, because there was basically no threat among the people of the same age around Kiri, she also unconsciously became a herbivore like Kiri, and seemed to be at ease with all the enemies around her. It was not until the old woman Tsunade appeared and inexplicable rumors spread in the village that Uchiha Yaoi suddenly woke up. The person she cared about was not someone who was watching her. This was not okay. Occasionally, she should take the initiative to attack. The girl leaned forward slightly and approached Sahara Yuki, until her eyelashes on both sides were almost touching. Long time no see, Yuki. If you look closely at this distance, you are really a cute child. I remember that you have been very close to Mist since you were a child, right? Miss Yaoi narrated in a soft voice, but there was no emotion in her voice. Instead, it made people feel sticky and cold as if a snake was climbing on their bodies. The volume was also lowered to a level that only the two of them could hear. However, as the cutest sister classmate in the world, you are not allowed to attack him. You, Sawara. Yuki suddenly reacted at this time. Her eyes widened, and she was about to say something. The next moment, Uchiha Yaoi suddenly whispered in a threatening tone. After all, Yuki, you should not want to see that Mist is hypnotized into my shape by the Sharingan. Right? Hey! Hearing this, Miss Yuki was stunned. This bad woman. How could she do this? Uchiha Chiridajin Art, there is one more chapter before tomorrow morning, chapter 56. Level up. Inside the door, Sahara Kiri lay on the door, listening carefully to the sound outside. However, the two seemed to have kept their voices down, and their conversation could not be heard at all. Bang! After a while, the door was suddenly opened from the outside. Mr. Sahara immediately squatted down with the body skills he had honed for 15 years, pretending to take off his shoes, as if he had done nothing. Seeing Yuki enter the door, he complained, "What are you talking about, so mysterious, and you don't even let me listen?" However, after a long time after the voice fell, there was no response from Miss Yuki. Sahara Kiri raised his head strangely. The next moment, he saw Miss Yuki standing there, with a gloomy expression on her cute little face, just like the victims in those NTR comics he had never read who had to accept the fact that the yellow-haired cow had left their partners. The whole person had a sad, tearful, yet bare humiliating expression. Yuki. Sahara Kiri asked in confusion. Miss Yuki seemed to be carrying some unspeakable pressure. She put her hands on her brother's shoulders and said in a deep voice, "Ani-chan. Don't be fooled by the bad woman outside. Yuki, I will definitely become a jonin as soon as possible and defeat that guy." When the girl said the last sentence, she looked like she was about to cry. Sahara Kiri still had a confused expression. What happened? Didn't they quarrel? However, when he stuck his head out, he saw that Yaoi had already left, and Yuki refused to speak no matter how he asked. I don't know what agreement these two idiots reached. Sahara Kiri was a little uneasy. But there was nothing he could do about it. Now that he has come, he can't just kick him out. These are the precious points he relies on for survival. It's no use thinking about it anymore, so why not find time to ask Yaoi tomorrow? After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Sahara Kiri leaned against the head of the bed and looked at the panel in front of him. Without saying anything, he operated directly. Consumption of hard points, 2 unlimited technique, 2nd stage, 3rd stage information localization, completed reversal technique, seal technique, automatic activation type, S based on the seal technique throughout the body, all damage to oneself is converted into yang release healing chakra. Before all physical strength / vitality / spiritual energy / chakra are consumed, one will not die from a fatal injury. Technique. Reversal seal technique specialization type. Operate the essence of infinitely far space and reverse it to infinitely close space, forming a very small black hole. Note: the consumption is relatively large, please use it with caution. Next stage heart points. 4. Looking at the words on the system panel, Sawara Kiri's eyes became brighter and brighter. Until the end, he couldn't help but let out a low cry. Oh! Should I say it's really a big item that was dropped by the survival lottery. After strengthening to the third stage, there is still such a huge room for improvement. This reversal technique in Jujutsu Kaisen is a powerful secret technique comparable to Tsunade's 100 healings technique as long as it can sustain its consumption. However, Tsunade's 100 healings technique seems to be unable to withstand the beheading, right? Mr. Sawara's thoughts began to extend to the relevant content of 2.5 Jo. Satoru. But no matter how much he thought, he still had to experiment. He took out a kunai from the bedside table, stabbed it directly into his arm, and tore a wound fiercely. Blood spurted out. Sawara Kiri didn't care about the pain, and his pair of blue six eyes moved quickly, observing every change in the wound. Almost at the moment when the kunai was pulled out, the yang release chakra, surging like a tide, suddenly rushed out from every inch of his body, and quickly crowded into the torn gap. Under Sawara Kiri's six eyes, he could clearly see the rapid proliferation and filling of platelets in the concave pancake structure. The endothelial cells of the blood vessels continued to extend and link to both sides, forming a thin section, and then rapidly thickened. The muscles and epidermis closed and faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound on the arm, which was nearly 10 centimeters long, healed into a pink gap in just 2 or 3 seconds, and there was no trace at all. After a while, even the gap could not be seen. He kept his fist in a clenched position, and carefully felt the consumption of his body with the powerful chakra control ability brought by the six eyes. 130, at most 120 wounds that are enough to affect subsequent actions, can be completely healed with just this little bit. What a terrible ability! Not only that, Sawara Kiri suddenly closed his eyes and opened them again. The blue six eyes suddenly started to operate at full power, and everything around seemed to be trapped in some kind of indescribable stillness. That was a sign that the six eyes and the power of stop were operating at their limit. Under this situation, Sawara Kiri could almost feel that his brain was in a subcritical zone of boiling and evaporation, and every nerve and every brain cell seemed to be in the process of melting and repairing. It was extremely uncomfortable. Finally, Sawara Kiri let out a long breath, but with a smile on his face. Sure enough, the reversal technique can also automatically repair the brain. But this full power state can only last about 3 minutes. Only in this state can you automatically isolate all attacks like Gojo Satoru in the original work. Although, compared to the previous 5-shot God of War, the current 3 minutes of full power is already a great improvement. As for the daily use of the power of stop, there is basically no limit, and it all depends on physical consumption. But who doesn't want to become stronger? Sawara Kiri thought, shook his head slightly, and felt that he seemed a little greedy. As for a reversal of the technique, Sawara Kiri did not plan to experiment in the room, in such a narrow space. Testing the ability, similar to the creation of a black hole, is somewhat problematic. Besides, he looked at the last not point on the panel. For now, Mirror Flower and Water Moon as an auxiliary ability is enough for him to deal with the troubles of the Hidden Mist Village. In fact, when his strength reached this level, Sawara Kiri has gradually taken the so-called high-level officials of each village a little less seriously. If it is the current Sawara Kiri, if someone suddenly wants to expose his undercover identity, his first reaction will probably not be as cold as before, and it is even less likely to abandon his family and run away immediately. Instead, give him a punch first. Who are you? How dare you expose my identity? Are you going to die? Even if Kyuji Yayagura really wants to die and goes to the Hokage to complain, this little thing will have to bet that he can't hold back shit for the rest of his life before he can crawl out of Konoha. Strength is the confidence to do things. In this case, let's do it first. Sawara Kiri rubs his hands vigorously. Directional breakthrough consumption count, 1. Smash it all. Aim carefully and hit it. Hit the reward. It was just a moment of trance, and a line of heavy words like ink smudged slowly appeared on the blank space of the panel. However, Sawara Kiri's expression could not help but stagnate. Get ability Red Blade, God of Fire Kagura. B. Information localization has been completed. Details, according to legend, it is a special sword skill passed down by a great swordsman called Sugokuni Yoriichi during the Six Path Sage era. It is divided into two parts, Karakuro and Hinokami Kagura. Karakuro. With a special frequency and huge grip strength, ordinary blades are blessed into special blades that can cut chakra. Hinokami Kagura, with the ultimate skills and chakra to ignite the fire of the sun, it contains a very profound concept of the nature change of fire escape, and a total of 12 powerful sword skills. Cannot be upgraded. Although it has been expected, it is unlikely that every time it will be an S-level reward. But when you really see the B-level prize, it is inevitable to be disappointed. Both the Karakuro and the Hinokami Kagura are special abilities from Demon Slayer. The ability effects and skill details are not much different. It is a special way to use sword skills. However, it has also undergone some localization in the ninja world. Another melee type. Sawara. Kiri sighed slightly. He originally wanted to draw a large-scale attack skill, so he drew the breakthrough type. However, just as he was thinking this, his body suddenly paused. A huge amount of knowledge, in an extremely abrupt form, quickly poured into the depths of his mind, deeply imprinted, and finally quickly turned into his body instinct. The brain that was capable of carrying the six eyes quickly accommodated all of this. Almost subconsciously, Sawara Kiri raised a finger. Wow! A flower-like flame ignited from the fingertips and swayed slightly. No need to make a seal, even the chakra mobilization is very subtle. At the same time, on his panel. Fire. Style, BA+, looking at this scene, Sawara Kiri couldn't help but raise his eyes. Although it is only B-level, it looks. It doesn't seem so useless. The god of fire Kagura, my wife's family swordsmanship, the second update, the picture review has not passed yet, you can check it out tomorrow daytime. Keep asking for votes. Chapter 57 Who made up such a wicked fake news? A good night's sleep. Unfortunately, after waking up in the morning, what Sahara Kiri waited for was not the wake-up service of Miss Suiwai's sister, but a strange chakra lingering outside the window. When Sahara Kiri opened the window, he saw an Anbu ninja wrapped in a uniform half-kneeling on the ground and said, Lord Sahara. Lord Sandame, please go to the intelligence department this morning and report the details of yesterday's attack to the relevant personnel. Sahara Kiri yawned and waved casually. I know, I'll be there in a while. Excuse me. They. Anbu ninja nodded slightly and disappeared in an instant. Obviously, whether in the previous life or this life, he could not escape the fate of being chased by his superiors and work. Even if he didn't have the damn mobile phone, he could always find someone to pass on the message. However, because there was no exact time and he was now clearly labeled as a Tsunade-affiliated person, Sahara Kiri didn't take Sarutobi Hiruzen's order seriously. He went downstairs first to make some breakfast and wake up Yuki. Then, he saw Miss Yuki, who suddenly had dark circles under her eyes, standing in front of the kitchen counter like a sleepwalker, skillfully frying eggs. If she hadn't forgotten to turn on the fire, Sahara Kiri really wouldn't have noticed that there was anything wrong with her today. Yuki. Sahara Kiri called out carefully. Yes, this is Yuki. Miss Yuki still answered mechanically like a sleepwalker, and the egg white and light yellow flowing in the frying pan were mixed together as she flipped the pan. Until Sahara Kiri grabbed her shoulders and shook her, Miss Yuki suddenly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Kiri standing in front of her, looking at her with some worry. Suiwai, did you not sleep well last night? Hey! The girl's brain was still a little groggy, but it finally started to work. Her expression froze. Oh no! Last night, I had a nightmare that Unai-chan was hypnotized by that bad woman and walked away. I woke up 3 or 2 times in a row. As soon as I closed my eyes, all I could see were pictures of Wu being pressed by that guy on the bed, balcony, kitchen, and sofa in the living room in various positions. It was so scary. There was a cow. Until now, the girl's nerves were still a little weak. However, in order not to worry Wu, Miss Suiwai still forced herself to say no, it's okay. Really? Sawara. Wu reached out and rubbed her head. Feeling the warmth coming from the palm of the fog on her head, Miss Shuihui was startled at first, and then she immediately changed the subject. Fake. The girl put down the frying pan, took a step further, put her messy little head into the arms of her brother, took a deep breath, and sighed. Yesterday I had a nightmare all night and didn't fall asleep at all. I need to replenish my energy urgently. Really? Sawara. Kiri was a little suspicious now. You've changed. Sahara Yuki suddenly looked at him with a very strange look. You weren't like this before. When I had a nightmare, you would say, Zioxu, do you want to sleep with your brother tonight? And you would tell me stories when it rained and thundered. Miss. Yuki pretended to cry twice. Sawarakiri put her hands on her hips and looked at her. It seems that nothing is wrong. Okay, if you didn't sleep well, go and catch up on some sleep. I'm going out for a while. He drove his stupid sister out of the kitchen, poured out the eggs in the frying pan, and lit the fire. I'll put your portion in the refrigerator. Don't forget to eat it when you wake up. Yes, most ninjas have very regular schedules. Although Sawarakiri was a night owl in his previous life, he has developed a good habit of going to bed early, getting up early, and exercising early after more than 10 years of training. He had breakfast first, and then ran around the village wall a few times as a warm-up. By the way, he also went to the ninja tool shop to pick up a standard ninja sword. The ability obtained by the panel lottery is not just a simple memory. Sawarakiri, who obtained the sword skill God of Fire Kagura, is like a swordsman who has been immersed in swordsmanship for decades. From the body to the brain, even some concepts are integrated. Therefore, if you don't have a relatively suitable sword on you, it's really a bit uncomfortable. However, since it is a standard ninja tool, the quality is naturally not that good. I will have to change it when I save enough money in the future. Sawara-kun. As soon as he entered the building, he heard a familiar voice from behind. Turning around, Sawarakiri smiled. Lord Shikakoshi. The familiar dark-eyed pineapple-headed man was his former boss in the intelligence department, Nara Shikakoshi. However, compared to the faint eye bags before, Nara Shikakoshi's insomnia symptoms have obviously worsened. How did you get so tired? Nara Shikakoshi waved his hand with a sigh on his face. Don't mention it, my wife suddenly wants a child, so I have to be busy during the day and at night recently. My waist is almost broken every day, I might as well work overtime in the office. Alas! It's really hard work. Sawara Kiri cast a rather pitying look. Is this the pathetic middle-aged married man? Even the table was about to become a torture. What about you? Why did you suddenly have time to come here? It's about what happened yesterday. I need to make a summary for the intelligence department. Saharakiri answered truthfully. Is that so? Nara Shikakoshi suddenly remembered what happened yesterday. His expression changed slightly, and after a little hesitation, he said, then remember to pay attention to your attitude when you report later. Recently, because of the things between Tsunade-sama and Sandaime-sama, you should also know. In short, some people may have some opinions about you. So, you have to be careful and don't let them get a handle. Sahara Kiri was startled when he heard this, and met Nara Shikakoshi's eyes wrapped in dark circles, as if he understood something, and suddenly smiled. Thank you very much for reminding me, Lord Shikakoshi. Hey, what kind of friendship do we have? After chatting for a few more words, Nara Shikakoshi quickly found an excuse to leave. Saharakiri continued to walk towards the intelligence department. Should we say that the Nara clan is a place full of smart people, whether it is the Hokage clan or the Tsunade clan that has just become independent under his operation, they will not offend them. Instead, they try to become useful people on both sides. Such a clan is obviously hard to dislike. Sure enough, when Saharakiri walked into the intelligence department to report, he met several intelligence officers with obviously bad attitudes. They spoke in a very tough tone and asked several details of the battle over and over again. The report that could have been completed in about 20 to 30 minutes was dragged to more than 2 hours. Saharakiri didn't know why they were angry. They might be the root intelligence officers who lost a lot of real power after the Denzo clan lost power. They might also be the propaganda and public opinion personnel who were forced to give up the lucrative job because of Tsunade's request last night. Or they are simply the Hokage supporters who are dissatisfied because Tsunade and others have been showing off in the village these days. It doesn't matter what it is. Sawarakiri doesn't care. The power field is like this. If a group of people want to gain status, they have to push the other group out from the front. Until Sawarakiri patiently reported the whole process and drew a simple picture of Kakuzu's image, he was released by those nagging guys. However, when he went out, he met a group of unexpected people. Excuse me. Are you Lord Sawarakiri? Yes, it's me. Sawara. Kiri looked at them puzzledly. Who are you? Then it was an ordinary young woman who obviously had no chakra reaction. She was holding a small notebook in her hand and looked a little nervous. Hello. We are reporters from the Konoha Daily. My name is Nori Hanano and this is the sketch artist Ija Magenta. Today, we hope to interview you about the attack that happened in the village last night. Do you have time? Hearing her say this, Saharakiri was stunned. The Konoha Daily is the newspaper with the largest circulation in Konoha now, and it has good sales even in the entire land of fire. However, he didn't expect that he would be interviewed one day. But then, Saharakiri suddenly smiled as if he had thought of something. Of course. However, as compensation, I hope you can write more small details in the newspaper. Do you have any problem with your side? Nori Hanano's eyes suddenly lit up and smiled, of course no problem. It's just what I want, but, after the interview is over. Reporter Nori Hanano lowered her head and looked at the things written in her little notebook, her expression was very subtle. Can this thing be written? A few days later. Kakuzu, who had already escaped from Konoha, had just massacred the underground gold exchange that sold him a bunch of false information, and captured 2 barely usable hearts as a supplement. Until then, he was slightly relieved of his hatred. However, he did not intend to let Saharakiri go humph. Wait until the life of that kid increases to 30 million ryo, then go and take his head off. But before that, we still have to find a suitable heart. Thinking this way, Kakuzu strode into a small tavern in the mountains. However, when he entered the tavern, he saw that everyone was holding a thick stack of newspapers at this time, concentrating on reading something. Even the people who usually brag and chat have decreased a lot. I don't know what's going on. Give me a glass of gin. Add 1/3 of milk. Boss. The boss behind the counter didn't move for a long time, causing Kakuzu to shout. Well, I'll be right there. The boss said so, but his eyes were still fixed on the newspaper. This made Kakuzu curious. He picked up a stack of newspapers from the counter and glanced at them. Then, he saw his black and white portrait on the front page. S level. Wanted order, Kakuzu portrait. JPG bounty, 100 million tails dead or alive. Seeing this, Kakuzu frowned at first, but he was not panicked. It's not just 1 or 2 days since he was wanted, but very few people dared to come to him. He relied on his strength. However, when he continued to read, his expression suddenly began to change. Kakuzu, a rebel ninja from Takigakuer, a contemporary of the Shadame Hokage, is estimated to live over 100 years. According to his own claims during the battle, the target has extremely powerful ninjutsu and taijutsu skills, as well as a very perverted hobby. In his early years, he once attacked the Shadame Hokage with an electric self-defense stick, and with this power, he successfully left an indelible scar on the Shadame Hokage, which made him deeply ashamed. In addition, he has a treasure called Earth Grudge in his body that can make people immortal. According to his own claims, as long as someone can eat his heart, they can immediately extend their life by more than 150 years, there are 5 of these hearts in his body. Konoha Village is now launching a wanted list for him throughout the ninja world. His heart must be kept intact and not damaged. The bounty is 100 million taels. In addition to these contents, it also marks the various places he has been to, as well as the bigwigs he has attacked and killed, and various strength analyses. For a whole week, people from all over the land of fire invited powerful ninjas to publicly analyze their weaknesses and discuss where to kill him. Various discussions caused the sales of Konoha Daily to soar by many times in just 1 week. Not only that, there were also elderly wealthy people who were worried about their lives in the newspapers, who were constantly adding to the Konoha bounty, and they kept adding to it like relays. In just less than a week, the amount in the newspapers accumulated to a terrifying number that even Kakuzu himself wanted to take out his heart and sell it. Seeing the end, his scalp was numb, the hair on his back stood up, and a strong sense of crisis suddenly rose from his body. He slammed the newspaper on the table. Who made up such a wicked fake news? What? A fool who gave birth to a son. I'm going to kill his whole family. He is an old man, and he has lived to such an old age, but he can still learn more. This is the first time he has seen such a wicked guy in his life. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw a group of people gathered outside the tavern, and now they were looking straight at him through the narrow door. They were staring at him with eager eyes. Even the other people in the tavern seemed to be sensing the heavy atmosphere. He suddenly raised his head. Hey! Isn't this Kakuzu? Kakuzu's Face suddenly darkened. From that day on, the man with the highest wealth in the history of the entire ninja world began his escape. Mizuki's ninja form reference, same as above, long-haired version. I got home a little late and missed yesterday's release time. I'm very sorry. It's just a 4K chapter. Chapter 58. How can I not know Hashirama? In the land of grass, a hidden underground cave somewhere. Uchiha Madara, who is now over 80 years old, is also fighting for his infinite moon reading today. However, he is old after all, and he doesn't pay much attention to maintenance. At the age when old men and women in this park can still do 360-degree gymnastics on the horizontal bar, Uchiha Madara's movements are already very inconvenient. In addition, due to the lack of sunlight for many years, the lack of scientific healthcare concepts, and the slow synthesis of vitamin D, osteoporosis has become the norm. After exhausting the last bit of his pupil power, pushing his eternal Mangeki Sharingan into the Samsara Eye, and putting it into the body of a child from the Uzumaki clan with good talent, Uchiha Madara began his life of playing in the cave. There are no young people with great talent and potential like Kenji, Obito, in the Uchiha clan now. Most of them are ugly in his eyes. The only thing that deserves his attention is the Second Ninja World War that is spreading all over the ninja world. Hat. Putting down a newspaper brought back from other countries last month, looking at the casualties on it, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile on his old face. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of ninjas died, and countless people in various countries were affected. In just a few years, the number reached that could not be achieved in many years during the Warring States period. It's really amazing. Hashirama. Is this the peace you expect? Uchiha Madara shook his head slowly, his white hair dancing slightly, and he couldn't help but sigh. He and Hashirama were best friends, but also the sharpest enemies. He was the only man he recognized in his life, the world's undisputed strongest, the number one he recognized. However, on the road of governing the country, he would never compromise with Hashirama's weak ideas. Now, the two wars that have spread throughout the ninja world for decades have proved Hashirama's mistakes, but at the same time, it has also made his idea of destroying other ninja villages as soon as possible and unifying the entire ninja world completely empty. Hatred has penetrated into the bones of various countries and can no longer be removed. Permanent peace in the physical sense can never come again. Because of this, infinite Tsukuyomi has become the only way. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Ban, what a gentle man. Are you sad for them? A humanoid object that appeared in black and white like a plaster block slowly floated out from under the ground, with a strange smile on his face. By the way, what does sadness feel like? Humph. Seeing him appear, Uchiha Madara suddenly restrained his expression. It was obviously a monster that he extracted from the outer path demon statue, but it had human-like rationality, but it seemed that something was missing in his brain, and he always spoke when he shouldn't. What a tactless guy. However, with his current body, he can only rely on Zetsu to search for various information for him in the ninja world. Is there any news worth noting recently? No. The expression on Bai Zetsu's face was still forced, and his hands stretched out from the ground, presenting a newspaper. But there is a guy related to Senju Hashirama, you may be concerned about it, Lord Madara. Hearing this name, Uchiha Madara really came to his senses and reached out to take the newspaper. At first, he didn't pay much attention to the wanted poster in the newspaper. But after reading a few lines, his old face suddenly became a little more solemn, and then the skin that had been loosening with the years gradually tightened, and the white skin quickly heated up and turned into a furious red. Until the end, he slammed the newspaper in his hand on the stone table with a bang and cursed bullshit. Others don't know what Hashirama's body looks like, but I don't know. I chopped him down with my Susanoo, and the wound healed in an instant, without even a scar. Such a big fan hit him on the head, but because he didn't have a blade, he didn't even dodge, and slashed me with his backhand. How could he have any injuries on his body? Uchiha Madara was so angry that he stood up from his chair, paced back and forth in the wide stone room, pointed at White Zetsu angrily, and shouted, "Zi, bring this guy named Kakuzu to me. Remember to bring his electric. That's his usual weapon. Today, I'm going to let him see what an indelible mark is." White Zetsu, hey. He let out a long breath, and the breath flow turned into a continuous white gas in the air, almost a foot long. Sawarakiri stood there, looking at the ground around him. This training ground, which was originally opened up from the depths of the forest and surrounded by trees, was now only a deep blackened marks. Dozens of huge trees that could be hugged by many people were all broken at the waist, leaving only thick stumps like weeds, and the flame-like burn marks on the surface covered with annual rings. He looked down at the standard ninja sword in his hand. This ninja sword is only 2 feet long, and the craftsmanship and materials are quite ordinary. It is a mass-produced industrial product of Konoha. But at this moment, the surface of the blade of this ninja sword is covered with a thin layer of red, as if covered with a thin layer of blood, vaguely flowing. If you get a little closer, you can find the extremely restrained and extremely violent heat emanating from the surface of the blade. It is a burning feeling like touching the Sunday now. He has completely forgotten the little prank he played on Mr. Kakuzu, and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the adaptive training of the new power. This red sword state has become a special way of using chakra properties after the localization of the ability. Not only can it greatly increase the cutting force and burning damage, but it also consumes very little chakra and can be used continuously for a very long time. The surrounding forest is proof of this. Even though he has completed such a large-scale destruction, Sawarakiri is only slightly warming up. Now, even with his destructive power in his daily state, he can completely match the ordinary elite jonin. Not bad. Sawara Kiri took a short break, put the ninja sword back into the scabbard, and felt the unlimited technique seal in his body. When he opened his eyes next time, his pupils were already a brilliant blue. 6. Eyes was running at full power. In his eyes, every trace of chakra in his body was clearly visible. At the same time, only in this state can his control ability reach its limit. Sawarakiri looked at the ground in front of him and slowly stretched out a hand forward. First current rotation of the technique, King, accompanied by his all-out chakra operation and the feedback of the seal of the unlimited technique imprinted deep in his body. A bright blue dot like starlight quietly emerged from the front of his palm. Following that, the surrounding dust, mist, crushed soil, and charred grass and trees suddenly seemed to be attracted by some strange force, and they gathered towards the direction of this starlight. Everything around him was quickly torn apart under this gravity, surrounding him like a satellite, forming a terrifying suction force like a black hole. If I have to make a metaphor, it should be regarded as a super-miniaturized Chibaku Tensei. This thought flashed through Sawarakiri's mind, but his hands were still operating carefully. The gravity ball formed by King circled around him. The ground within a radius of dozens of meters around was suddenly plowed into a deep circular gully, and only the position where Sawarakiri stood tall, forming a solitary tower on the flat ground. For Sawarakiri, who had mastered the space compression technique on his own, this level of application was not difficult. However, the opposite was different. He closed his eyes and concentrated, trying his best to control every trace of chakra and integrate it, accurately turning the space that was originally in the shape of gravity into repulsion, barely condensing it into a point. The condition for this style is that the minimum chakra output is twice that of King. Ritual reversal. He put 2 fingers together and point to a small mound of earth created in advance by earth escape a few hundred meters in front of him. In an instant, red gathered. Boom! The huge reaction force and the large amount of chakra extracted rapidly made Sawarakiri's whole body feel almost dry and withered, and the raised fingertips could not help but rise. The condensed he suddenly shot out like a flying star, pointing directly at the hill in front of him. Collapse. No resistance at all. The hill, which was 20 to 30 meters high, was like a sand castle smashed by stones under the attack of this extreme repulsive force, shattered into fine fragments and flew in all directions. Finally, a huge pit was left behind. Ha! Sawara Kiri looked at the scene in front of him, feeling the consumption in his body, and sighed slightly. Just one strike consumed a quarter of the total chakra. More than the previous ones combined. It's really exaggerated. However, this is much better than he expected. At the same time, he also had the confidence to proceed to the next step. Sawarakiri stood in place, feeling the flow of chakra in his body and the changes in the seal, and put his hands together. Forward technique, King reverse technique. He forward and reverse, let their respective infinites collide and collide, release the imaginary mass generated from it, and turn it into nothingness enough to completely cut through space. Finally, it overlaps into a point. At this moment, the chakra of Sawarakiri burst out, turning into a beam of light that soared into the sky, and the operation of the 6 eyes reached the limit of the brain's load. Control. Then, eject. Hypa style. Chi. Suddenly, it seemed that something between heaven and earth was cut out of thin air, blocking the area several kilometers in front of this point. The existence inside transformed into nothingness. At the same time, inside the multiple barriers. Uzumaki Kushina, who was practicing the control of the tailed beast, suddenly raised her head and looked at Minato Namikaze beside her, frowning slightly. Minato. Minato, who lowered his head to feel the flow of chakra, was startled and looked at her in confusion. Uzumaki Kushina's brows were getting deeper and deeper, and a strong sense of crisis made her feel like her whole body was trembling, and her breath was heavy. Did you feel anything? Forward. Technique King, reverse technique he, hypostyle. I don't know what happened, but there were so many people who voted for the monthly vote yesterday that the author almost couldn't finish the words. Thank you for your support, Mua. Chapter 59. Not bad, very energetic. Boom. Almost. At the moment when Kushina's words fell, a deafening sound suddenly exploded from the outermost barrier technique in the distance, as if a giant glass cover covering the sky was easily shattered. Then came the second and third layers. Konoha's ceiling and barrier techniques were all inherited from the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito, and even in the entire ninja world, they were at the top of the top. In order to protect the precious Nine Tails Jinchuriki and to prevent the Nine Tails from suddenly going berserk, the entire Konoha ceiling team, with the strength of dozens of people, set up a full 5 layers of ceiling barriers within this block. Even if the Nine Tails was really unsealed, this barrier technique that took many years to build would be enough to support until others came to help. Even the rumored tailed beast ball could not completely shatter it. But now the layers of barrier techniques, under the attack from nowhere, were like bubbles. Violent cracking, almost at the moment when this attack appeared. The entire dark force in this barrier area began to act. The 2 white-robed ANBU captains who were waiting beside Kushina, who were at least at the level of Jonin, appeared immediately. One of them pulled up Kushina's arm, and at the same time ordered Namikaze Minato beside him. Minato Jonin, please immediately cover the retreat of the Jinchuriki. Yes. Until then, Minato suddenly reacted and dispersed the chakra ball in the center of his palm. Hey! I can run by myself, you guys don't pull me. Uzumaki Kushina struggled twice in dissatisfaction, glanced at Minato beside her, and struggled to pull her arm out of their hands, looking a little annoyed. However, they had only run for a while, and one of the ANBU captains suddenly covered his ears, as if he had received some news, and stopped. It's okay. What do you mean? He seemed to be talking to the other side with some confusion. Yes. They ANBU on the opposite side had already arrived at the attack site. Looking at the gully on the ground that stretched straight from several kilometers away into the barrier, his expression was tense and his tone was filled with uncontrollable astonishment. We only found traces of the attack at the scene, and the estimated straight line distance is 5 kilometers. The attack came from at least 5 kilometers away. Now, the others are heading to the source of the attack to conduct a search, and have informed the third-generation lord. The captain of the ANBU on the opposite side was also stunned. What kind of attack can penetrate 5 layers of barrier at once while crossing a distance of at least 5 kilometers? The tailed beast ball? No, he is a man of insight. Even if the 8 tails full-strength tailed beast ball is used, it is impossible to penetrate so many barriers. If so, doesn't it mean that he was trembling faintly in his heart? Wait. Isn't this a big problem? Falling. Kushina immediately found something wrong, and asked the ANBU repeatedly, anxiously, could it be that a large force from other ninja villages broke in? No, no attackers were found. The ANBU captain suddenly woke up and said solemnly. Hey! Kushina and Minato were both stunned. Yes. Listening to the traces described by the front line, if we judge rationally, this attack is more like someone accidentally destroying this secret barrier while practicing ninjutsu than an attack. However, this judgment itself is the most irrational judgment. Is there really anyone in this world who can do such a thing? Then, let's go and take a look. After being stunned, Kushina suddenly became excited, broke away from the others, and ran over there. Minato immediately grabbed her and reminded her, Kushina, wait a little longer. It could be an ambush. Kushina pouted with dissatisfaction. She had been in this broken barrier for so long, and she was bored to death every day. However, Minato seemed particularly strict when it came to matters concerning Kushina's safety. He raised a finger, as if he was teaching a child no. Yes, yes. Kushina pouted with dissatisfaction. It was not until a few minutes later that the news came from the ANBU at the front. Captain, attackers found. In the darkest part of, deep inside. Sawarakiri's mind fell into a bottomless silence. It was like sinking into the bottom of the sea. The feeling of emptiness all over his body reminded him of the most profound first time in his previous life. It was an irritating summer. He had just entered society, and with the unfamiliarity of entering the adult world, he was easily hooked by the Sea Queen in the company like a crab who didn't know the world. The only thing that was beyond the Sea Queen's expectation was that this young and inexperienced kid, in order not to show his cowardice on the first night, used his powerful network search ability to find and use 4 kinds of yang qi mixtures in advance to match buffs. That night, how he tortured Miss Hi-Ho for 6 or 7 hours with his monotonous and ridiculous skills, was actually not very clear. In the end, it seemed that he suddenly lost consciousness like now. However, after getting up the next day, the emptiness that had paralyzed him for 4 consecutive days, the decadence that made his heart beat irregularly and his body weak and easily cold, the blankness in his brain no matter what he did, and the sage mode that lasted for nearly a month. All of them left a deep impression on him. Is it back, all back? Is this the feeling of having chakra extracted to the limit? Gyuu. Sawara. Kiri opened his eyes with difficulty. The mottled sunlight was a little dazzling. I don't know how long it has been, and the excessive use of the 6 eyes even made his vision a little blurred, and it was difficult to focus for the time being. However, when his vision gradually became clear. Sawarakiri was stunned. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hitaki Sakumo, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, and a group of fully armed Anbu ninjas behind them were surrounding him in the center. At this time, they all lowered their heads and looked at him. He hesitated for a long time before asking carefully in a somewhat confused tone, "Excuse me, what's the matter?" They. Fully armed Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and looked at the dozens of giant trees that collapsed like weeds cut by a sickle, as well as the charred marks left on the ground, which affected the circular gully with a radius of nearly 100 meters. His thoughts were extremely chaotic. They had been standing here waiting for so long, and no matter how they observed, they could only come to one conclusion. This kid was really just practicing ninjutsu. But that was a full 5 kilometers. What kind of ninjutsu was this that could cause such a large range of destructive power? Thinking of the perfunctory treatment of this kid during that period of time, the mess that Danzo had caused, and the recent conflicts with Tsunade, he suddenly regretted it. I should have grabbed this card earlier. Danzo misled me, but now there is still a chance to make amends. As he thought about this, the expression on his old face gradually became kind and gentle. "Mist, how are you?" "I can move." Sawara. Kiri responded subconsciously, looking at the people around him in confusion. "But, why are you here?" Obviously, he didn't realize that he had accidentally broken something just now. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to explain something, he heard a noise from the crowd behind him. After a while, he saw Namikaze Minato nodding to the people around him with an apologetic look on his face, and came to the front of the crowd. Beside him, he was still holding a young red-haired girl tightly. Seemingly noticing his figure, Minato quietly waved in the direction of Sawarakiri. However, before Minato could remind him anything else, Kushina suddenly broke free from his hand, strode to Sarutobi Hiruzen, crossed her arms, and said aggressively, "Hey! You were the one who beat up our Minato last time, right?" They. Tone was quite impolite. Minato blushed. However, just when Sawarakiri thought she was here to ask for an explanation, she suddenly smiled carefreely, put one hand on her waist, and gave him a thumbs up. "Not bad. Very energetic. Thanks." To Kushina, "I can finally come out for a walk." Kushina's surveillance ninja, Minato Legend 1P, Minato Legend 2P, it's the end of the month, if anyone has monthly tickets, please throw them here. I don't mind having too many. Thanks for your support. Chapter 60 You kid? After that, the people in the interrogation department conducted a rigorous inspection and verification, and compared the intelligence many times before releasing Sawarakiri from the Hokage building. By the way, he was also given a serious job punishment. In addition, the ground he destroyed also needed to be leveled again, and the cost of destroying the foundation stone of the barrier was as high as more than 6 million taels. Even so, Sarutobi Hiruzen came forward to give him a 70% discount, and sold it at a loss. Fortunately, Sawarakiri still knew Tsunade, the big fat sheep, otherwise he really didn't know where to get so much money. Finally, he fled under the resentful eyes of the members of the sealing team who were forced to work overtime. "Thank you for your hard work, Kiri-kun." Namikaze. Minato smiled helplessly, patted his shoulder, and comforted him, "Although I don't know whether to say it's good news or bad news, we should be transferred to the front line soon, and the mission bonus is indispensable. If it's Kiri, the account of a few million taels will definitely be paid back soon. Ha 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 ha. On the contrary, Kushina Uzumaki next to her was laughing so loudly that tears were about to come out. This guy is so wronged. Not many people know about the barrier over there, and they even charge money for breaking it. Pyukyukyukyuku Kushina. Minato pulled her repeatedly and lowered his voice, that barrier was built to protect you. Hey! They! Red Pepper's laughter suddenly stopped. Sawara Kiri also looked at her helplessly. It was completely incomprehensible to this idiot's inexplicable laughter. It was really hard work, Minato-kun. Sawara Kiri thought so in his heart and glanced back. During the time they were walking and chatting, there were at least more than 30 members of the Anbu and the Sealing class around them. This was also thanks to the southern bank of the Minamiga River nearby, almost the edge of the village. Otherwise the number would probably increase. It was obvious that the Hokage building was very worried about Kushina Uzumaki, who was in a dangerous state. By the way, what kind of technique were you practicing at that time? Miss Kushina was obviously very thick-skinned. After being embarrassed for a while, she looked at him curiously again and patted her boyfriend's shoulder. Minato was so scared at that time that he pulled me to run. You haven't practiced your Flying Thunder God yet, but you want to bring someone with you. Sawara Kiri was a little surprised. Flying Thunder God technique? The rumored unique skill of the second generation. You actually started learning from this time? Yes, but the space node sealing technique designed by the second generation is really difficult. Minato said, his tone was quite melancholy. He has put a lot of effort these days. Because of this difficulty, he has been practicing for almost 2 months, and he has just achieved independent space displacement, which is still far from the level of ease in the later stage. However, thanks to Kushina's presence, Minato is trying to simplify part of that sealing technique with her recently. Speaking of which, I heard from Hotaki-sama that Kiri has also been learning sealing techniques these days, right? Minato turned his head and looked at him. How's the progress? The basics are almost done. Sahara Kiri thought for a while. In a few days, I should go to Tsunade-sama to find advanced types. But I don't have a clue yet. He still has 2 requests from Tsunade that have not been fulfilled, but he hesitated on the issue of what to choose. Sawara Kiri always has a clear understanding of his situation. Although in terms of destructive power, I am afraid that only Unaki, who has mastered dust release, can compare with him in the entire ninja world, but he still has many weaknesses. Poison, illusion, sealing technique, space-time ninjutsu, jinkraki, strange blood inheritance, evil god's instant death ninjutsu, Otsutsuki. Clan members hidden in the gap between ninja world and time and space. There are countless strange abilities in the ninja world, and he doesn't know if he can deal with them. Even now, the 3 most important seals of Kirigakure on his body have not been unlocked. The fact that no one in Kirigakure discovered that he was being fooled does not mean that he can ignore it. It is really a headache. Sawara Kiri did not realize that he had put Kirigakure in an enemy position. Hey! Wait a minute. He was thinking about it when he saw Kushina squeezed in between them angrily. I was asking you just now. Kushina. Minato sighed and raised a finger. It's impolite to ask about other people's ninjutsu casually. He was about to change the topic just now. When he is with Kushina in the future, he must remind her to be more careful. Thinking of this, Minato couldn't get angry. Since becoming a Jinkraki, Kushina has not communicated with people other than the monitor for a long time, and she is always a little childish like when she was in the ninja school. Being in this semi-autistic state for a long time, it is inevitable that he will be a little careless about the ways of the world. He couldn't help but feel a little pity in his heart. However, just when he was about to apologize to Sawara Kiri, he saw him waving his hand nonchalantly and smiling casually. It's okay. It's just a technique under development. Minato-kun doesn't have to be so strict. Sawara Kiri smiled warmly. It's just a casual chat between friends, don't care so much. He said so. Kushina smiled immediately and nudged Minato's waist with her elbow. That's just because Kiri-kun is easier to talk to, right? Minato still had that I can't do anything about you look, and he looked at Kiri with an apologetic smile. But the next moment, Sawara Kiri's eyes suddenly stagnated, and his steps couldn't help but stop. Sawara. Book of Friends, collect character Namikaze Minato bond level increased. Namikaze Minato bond level, 01. A prompt suddenly popped up on the blank panel. At the same time, the white halo above his head also showed corresponding words as the bond level increased. Namikaze. Minato's heart not shallow. When I return to the battlefield, Kushina will probably become a different person again if I can let her make more friends. She won't show the same lonely and sad expression. You are indeed the one, the love saint of Konoha. Sawara Kiri thought, looking at Minato Namikaze with a very subtle look. You kid? When I asked you to learn the Raise Nan before, you had zero bond, and you immediately became better after praising Kushina, right? Then, he immediately thought of another thing. Wait. This broken system is not assisting Sawara Kiri to turn over all the beauties in the ninja world, the memoirs of the next 100 years of friendship, the great Satsuki turn 001, but the real Sawara Book of Friends. Noticing his action, Minato subconsciously turned his head to look at him. Sawara Kiri thought so in his heart, and suddenly changed the topic. Minato. I remember Uzumaki should be very good at sealing techniques, right? Next time, if it's convenient, can I bring Yayoi to learn together? He said, nodding his head. If I figure it out by myself, the efficiency will be very low. It would be great if someone could guide me. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato's eyes suddenly lit up. Mist, you know that Kushina is a dangerous person who is going to be forced into the barrier, but you don't care at all. Minato thought about it. Yes. If it's based on Kiri's strength, he really doesn't need to care. Indeed. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for the previous development notes of the unprinted ninjutsu. If possible, I also hope you can help teach me. Minato thought so and immediately handed over a step. However, he still turned his head and looked at the girl beside him, asking for her opinion. Kushina, what do you think? Is it okay? However, at this time, the girl who was always carefree was a little hesitant. My ability to control that is not very perfect now. What if it goes out of control? Don't worry. Sawara Kiri smiled confidently, it's difficult to touch me. That's what he said. Namikaze Minato tilted his head and looked at Kushina, who rarely showed this cute worried expression. As if noticing the subtle tacit understanding between the two of them, Kushina's recklessness suddenly returned, and she put her hands on her hips. If you get hurt later, don't blame me. Really? That's a rare date between Minato and I. You chose this time to disturb us. You're such an unromantic guy. The girl said this, but her lips curled up unconsciously. Who would like to be treated as a monster and stay away from them? Seeing this, Kiri and Minato smiled knowingly. This is how you deal with Kushina. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato looked at him with a bit of kindness subconsciously. In his heart, the slight suspicion that he had previously had because of Sawara Kiri's long-term concealment of strength finally dissipated completely at this moment. Ki is so good to Kushina, he must not be a bad person. Konoha prison, underground 6th floor. After receiving the inquiry report on Sawara Kiri's destruction of the barrier from the interrogation department, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a long time, and still walked here step by step with a heavy heart. This is the most heavily guarded and tightly guarded underground prison in Konoha. There are a total of 72 large barriers from top to bottom, and various sealing techniques are everywhere from the surface to the underground. It has been built since the first generation to his term. Even the first generation. The second generation. Ahem, even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, it is difficult to break through the heavy defense and break out from the deepest part of this prison. Now, Shimura Danzo is imprisoned in the lowest level here. However, it is different from what everyone imagined. The sanitary environment of the 6th underground floor is actually quite good. Even though it is a prison covered with various sealing techniques, the internal space is quite spacious, but there is no privacy. Shimura Danzo, who had one arm broken, sat cross-legged on a stone bed. There was also a small table on the bed, on which various kinds of wine and food were served. Even in such a place, his treatment was not bad. However, when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's footsteps stop in front of his cell, Shimura Danzo slowly sank his face. He stared at his old friend with his cold and single eye, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Hiruzen, are you finally willing to kill me? The Eternal Girl Pickup Quotes Part 1, Happy National Day to everyone. This chapter is 3K. The next chapter will have to wait until tomorrow morning. You can read it after you get up. Luckily I have a holiday, laughs. Also respond to the comments here. Since I am a firm pure love war god, the CP in the original work will not be broken up if it is not necessary. If it is necessary, I will kill the person in advance to add the widow tag. So don't ask if it is awesome, just see if they die. Chapter 61 The Pot of this world. In the deepest part of the prison, even at this moment, the wailing echoes from far away can still be heard. The corridor on the -6th floor is wide and bright. It adds a layer of oppression. However, the two people standing here did not care about this little episode, but just looked at each other quietly. At this point, you still haven't repented, Denzo? After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him, his hands behind his back, and his expression was heavy as he looked at his old friend. It is you who should repent, Shimura. Denzo had a cold face, but his voice was full of anger. If it weren't for the good student you taught, and the shrewd guy Hotaki Sakumo, who suddenly made such a big thing, how could the people of Dreamleaf be in this situation? He still thought that the speech was a conspiracy of Hotaki Sakumo. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. As soon as he mentioned this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't stop getting angry. That's because you didn't know the current situation. You actually sold the information about Tsunade and others to the people of the Hidden Cloud Village during such a critical time of war. Forget the first time, Kato-dan is dead after all, but the second time you were caught red-handed in the village. He stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of the wailing in the distance, his hair standing on end with anger. Do you think I don't know? Your subordinate, Hirako, is still being tortured until now. The people of the Yamanaka family have already dug out the information in his head. Denzo, you are really good. 35 million taels is such a large sum of money, you can take it as you say. Not only did you hire someone to kill someone, but you killed someone from the same village. Did you know that as soon as you left the house, Hirako took 10 million taels of silver? Hey! Denzo seemed to have not heard about hiring someone to kill someone. He stood up from the stone bed and stared at him. What do you mean by second time? I only did it once that week. Tsunade's matter has nothing to do with me. Besides, I did it all for Konoha. For Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him, his hair standing on end. Aren't you trying to immediately use the news of the attack by the Hidden Cloud Army to divert public opinion away from Tsunade and you? Shimura. Denzo's voice stagnated. Obviously, Hirako's memory sold him out completely. These were Denzo's original words when he was in the route. But who is Denzo? After just a short pause, his tone immediately returned to its previous calmness, and he quietly changed the topic. So what? Hiruzen, don't you realize how dangerous that kid is? Although my strength has indeed declined during this period, but just one encounter can break one of my arms with absolute advantage. Even the third Raikage is probably no more than that, right? Sawara Kiri has such ability, but he is willing to waste time in the Hokage building until now. He has passed by you quietly countless times, but you know nothing about his strength. Don't you think deeply about what he is going to do? In Shimura Denzo's tone, 99% of it is a threat, leaving only a trace of insignificant temptation. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak, but just looked at him in silence. It was not until several minutes later that he sighed. Sahara-kun is a good kid. Hiruzen, wake up. Shimura Denzo looked disappointed. Since when can ninjas make judgments based on good and evil? What we have to do now is to expose his conspiracy and destroy his ambition. We must not let the village fall into the hands of such a dangerous guy. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood outside the cage, as if he was a little shaken, but still sighed. But, Denzo, you made too much noise this time. Mew. Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat helpless. When he made his move, he thought that he would not give this guy a second chance, so he disbanded the route and absorbed members at a very fast speed. However, after he saw with his own eyes the blow of Sawara Kiri that penetrated the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen, just as Shimura Denzo said, felt a sense of fear again. This young man was really too good. So much so that Sarutobi Hiruzen was even a little confused whether he should compare him with his teacher who liked to develop forbidden techniques, or whether he could reach the realm of God that only belonged to those two people. Will there be another ninja god in Konoha? Thinking so, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated at the boundary between pulling with all his strength and completely eliminating. His indecision was not a matter of 1 or 2 days, but a long-term problem. A habit developed by the path. Unconsciously, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to seek Denzo's help like before. and unknowingly provoked him to speak. Obviously. Danzo's reaction was very cooperative. The two of them shared the pot and cooperated as they had practiced countless times before. It's just that there are some differences on some small issues now. That's it. After a long silence, it was Shimura Danzo who showed weakness first and said coldly, "Anyway, just give those people an explanation, right?" As soon as Danzo finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly noticed that something was wrong and squinted at the Danzo in front of him. The next moment, a chi-chi-chi sound of airflow was heard on the surface of Shimura Danzo's body, and the skin melted away like water, revealing the figure of another person. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, Shimura Danzo turned into a thin, blonde middle-aged man with sunken cheeks. Sandaime-sama, this is the art of receiving the body with the heart. The Yamanaka clan ninja who served as a substitute half knelt on the ground, expressionless. Just now, it was Danzo-sama who was talking to you by attaching his spirit to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face suddenly stretched long. Where are the others? Until this moment, he realized that Danzo had infiltrated this prison without knowing when, and the bastard had already run away before he knew it. Hearing this, the Yamanaka ninja stretched out his finger and pressed his forehead, as if listening to something. Danzo-sama said to you, just like this, right? The Yamanaka ninja repeated calmly, even though he knew that he was about to be traded as a bargaining chip. He did not show any strange expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him, his expression became more gloomy. Very good. They Yamanaka ninja watched him leave. A few days later, the news that a certain advisory elder was imprisoned and tried for suspected wartime treason appeared in the Konoha daily. The following days were so quiet that they were almost boring. The time for Sawara Kiri and his party to set out had been set. In 17 days, they would set out with the third batch of troops. During the remaining time, he had been gathering with Minato, Kushina and Yayoi. Since the barrier that blocked the Nine Tails had not been repaired, he could come and go freely, but he was often stared at by the surrounding Enbu like a thief, which was a bit unpleasant. On the contrary, his progress in learning the sealing technique was very fast. Kushina and Minato were both excellent teachers, and Sawara Kiri had a very targeted target, so the progress was updated very quickly. After these days of research, relying on the characteristics of the six eyes, he roughly analyzed the effects of the sealing techniques on his body. The techniques on the brain and heart have lethal effects, and a part of the brain has not yet been deciphered. The one on the heart is similar to what Obito and Rin encountered in the original work, with a certain puppet effect, which can prevent suicide and control actions. The tongue is relatively simple, that is, controlling the voice and responding to keywords. In addition, there are more or less some types of restrained actions or targeted punishment effects on the body. Those are not important. According to Kushina's explanation, the first three types are the type that have no intention of being unlocked after being hit, and can only be solved by destruction, so they are very stable. Hearing her give such a result, Sahara Kiri was relieved. Damn Kirigakuer. Sahara Kiri sat in front of the mirror, pointed the kunao at the mouth, and carefully calibrated it with the help of the six eyes and the mirror. Shh. Just a light cut. Blood spurted out. With it, the complete tongue fell out. He closed his eyes tightly, forcibly enduring the severe pain, and at the same time he had to concentrate and perform the reversal technique with all his strength. After many experiments during this period, he has been able to determine that after a part of the body is cut off, a large amount of chakra can be consumed to restore it. But this is too painful. Sawara Kiri endured it forcibly, and the reversal technique was running for more than 10 minutes. Until the end, he slowly spit out his new tongue in front of the mirror. Wait a minute, has it become longer here? It's quite pink. Lalilal is there's such a use for the reversal technique. Sawara Kiri muttered softly, unhappy and dissatisfied. On the face reflected in the mirror, there was a smile that was so bright that it was completely uncontrollable. On his new tongue, there was no trace of the sealing technique. Obviously, this method is effective, although he didn't dare to operate on his heart and brain for the time being. Sahara Kiri at least knew how to solve the problem. Just as he was playing with his tongue in front of the mirror, he suddenly heard the sound of a door closing. Downstairs. Sahara Kiri's movements suddenly froze, and he cleaned up the blood splattered in the room neatly. However, when he walked downstairs excitedly, he saw Sahara Yuki walking into the entrance with her head down, dirty all over, and a little blood on the left side of her body. Sui. Sahara Kiri was startled when she saw this, and took a few quick steps forward to check her injuries. Isn't it a patrol mission today? Are you injured? No, it's okay. I'm not injured. Sayahara. Sui raised her head, and a somewhat forced smile appeared on her cat-like face, and then lowered her head, completely losing her usual lively energy. A few stray ninjas set up an ambush in our patrol area. Mishima, hit by the detonating talisman trap. Dead. Sawarakiri was stunned when he heard this, and the joy in his heart was suddenly dispersed. Looking at the girl's helpless, fearful, and forced appearance, he was silent for a long time, and cautiously reached out his hand and stroked the girl's head. Just this cautious comfort made Shuihui inexplicably break down, and immediately buried her head in his chest, tightly grasping his clothes, her body twitching slightly, but choking with sobs and not even crying. After all, she is still a 12-year-old child. But, the world of ninjas is like this. Killing others and being killed by people around them are two levels that most ninjas have to go through. Even those who can hold back their tears until home like Shuihui are a minority, most of them many people would cry out loud on the spot, or cry while fighting, just like Shikamaru did when he saw Asuma die. These are all signs of an immature ninja. Sawarakiri couldn't do anything at this time. She could only comfort her carefully and wait for her to recover. After she vented her emotions, she would take a good bath, eat a big meal made by her brother, and then endure the long night until she couldn't hold on any longer, and fall asleep in a daze in a nightmare, and repeat this several times. She would be mature almost. This is a ninja. Even if Sawarakiri could remain calm and cut off her tongue under the pressure of the unknown, fear and pain, it was not something that could be achieved in one day. What a terrible profession! That night, the two people in the Sawara family tossed and turned. Sawarakiri suddenly had a subtle real feeling that his adopted sister was also a ninja. It's not that he hadn't noticed it before, but that the previous Sawarakiri had devoted all his attention to his own survival, and had no ability or qualification to care for the people around him. Even if he had, it was just pretending. But now, he seemed to have suddenly had this degree of leeway. There are more ways to deal with things. Connections, strength, public opinion, power. If you want to keep this child safer, what should you do? Send him to Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu. Safety should be no problem, whether he can learn it or not is not the point, the key is to delay until he finishes the battle and comes back, and it would be best if he doesn't have to leave the village during this period. In addition, there are dangers in the village. It is the Second World War, and the foundation of Konoha in its early years is still there. And the village still has many preferential treatments for young people. Recently, the patrol routes of Shuihui and her team are considered safe. In the past few months, they have only encountered some mountain bandits. Most of the mission ratings are sea level, and there have never been any accidents. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any wandering ninjas who are so bold as to break into the edge of Konoha, let alone use a detonating talisman array to ambush. Who ordered them to come here to cause trouble? Are they going to die? He sat quietly by the bed, thinking so in his heart. 17 days, the third batch, don't you know how long it will take to come back? Sawarakiri murmured silently. Unconsciously, the confidence brought by strength was breaking through his cautious thinking as a Kirigakura undercover. The tongue seal that he cut off not long ago seemed to have accidentally cut off his cautious nerve. With a sharp blade in his hand, he was naturally murderous. What a pity! At that time, I was only concerned about survival, so I was too cautious. I should have cut the grass and rooted it out early. Sawarakiri let out a low breath, put on his clothes, and covered his face. He was going to go out for a walk. There is basically no emotional drama between Lin and Kakashi. What a pity. Colored version, this chapter is 4K. Please read it. I said I would post it in the morning, but I didn't finish it because I kept revising it in the morning. The psychological part was too long, so I deleted a part. I'm very sorry. Chapter 62. Can I join your XX? The night was deep and the streets were quiet. Sawarakiri was walking on the street, and unknowingly, the view on the roofs around him came to the Konoha prison located in the remote outskirts of the village. The area of this prison exposed above the ground is not much, and the trees have been cleared in a limited area, and no people can be seen around. However, even if you use Miss Yaoi's jade feet to think, you know that there must be guards hiding nearby. It's a little troublesome. Sawarakiri opened the six eyes, and the 360-degree field of view swept over every guard ninja hidden in every corner like a three-dimensional radar, muttering to himself. If these people gathered together, it would be fine. Once Mirror Flower and Water Moon took action, the two big eyes would basically be able to deal with them. But such a scattered position would make it easier for fish to slip through the net. Today he just wanted to go down and chat with Mr. Danzo. If possible, he still hoped to avoid any exposure crisis as much as possible. However, just as he was silently scanning for the right infiltration angle, his sight suddenly paused somewhere. Hey! They! Bushes at the other end of the prison. Several people in black uniform secret sentries were stationed everywhere. Deeper in the woods, there were several figures dressed in the same way as them, gathering in an open space under the moonlight. Among them, Abarame Ryoma, who stood in the center, was wearing a hooded windbreaker and looked at the dozen former root ninjas in front of him who were gathered by him with the help of the remaining power of Danzo-sama, and said sternly, at a time when heroes are defeated, women and villains have become famous. It can be seen that the upper echelons of Konoha have long been occupied by insects. You are all followers of Danzo-sama, and you all know what that lord has done. If there is anyone in this huge Konoha who can turn the tide and stop the decline of the family and the country, it is only Danzo-sama. 4. Konoha. Abarame Ryoma's sharp eyes swept across the faces of everyone present. We will do it at all costs. Heaven will punish the traitors. Everyone was fanatical and shouted in unison, heaven will punish the traitors. Looking at the courage of the crowd, Abarame Ryoma nodded with satisfaction. The loyal Abarame Ryoma is also giving everything for Danzo-sama today. Of course, as one of the few people in the entire route who was not brainwashed, he didn't want to come at first. However, due to the lack of trust, this group of root members has not been able to receive important tasks from the Hokage recently. For a strong jounin like Abarame Ryoma, his main job recently is to sort out logistics documents in the finance department of Mightaman Consultant. Recently, he has been sleeping and eating. After eating, he stares at the office door, and occasionally pretends to be busy for a while when someone passes by. It's completely like raising people like pigs. He might as well go abroad to spy on intelligence like he did when he was in the route. Until yesterday, someone suddenly contacted him through the previous secret channels and invited him to come to serve as the host of this operation. Abarame Ryoma saw the hope of regaining his former status. Life is going to get better. However, just as he took a step and prepared to launch a surprise attack from the depths of the bushes, someone patted his shoulder from behind. Hey! Abarame! Ryoma turned his head alertly. Then, his eyes under the sunglasses met a pair of eyes that seemed to contain countless bright stars, and his tone was warm. Friend. Can I join your party? At that moment, Abarame Ryoma seemed to hear something in his ears. Shatter, mirror flower and water moon. He stopped. Ishii Mazan is an Anbu ninja. Born as a commoner, he had no other skills, and like most children in Konoha, he became a ninja in Konoha. Fortunately, because he showed extraordinary talent in hearing since he was a child, he was selected by the Sandame as a perceptual specialty with the rank of Chunin and became a member of the Anbu directly under the Hokage. In order to repay this favor, today Ishii Mazan is also guarding the prison conscientiously. However, today's forest seems to be different from the past. Ishii Mazan turned his head and listened attentively to the voice over there. Until he caught a clear sound of footsteps. Who is it? With just this sound, the other Anbu hiding in various places immediately appeared and drew their blades. However, when the person appeared, the line of Anbu could not help but stagnate. It's me. They. Slightly shorter figure wearing a Hokage robe stepped out from the woods, and his voice was as low and hoarse as usual. Behind him, there was a whole team of other Anbu. Seeing this, Ishii Mazan immediately put down his mind and half knelt on the ground. Third generation sir. You are on duty today. Thank you for your hard work. The tone of the third generation sir was as warm and kind as usual, but it seemed that he had forgotten his name for a moment. Ishii Mazan didn't care about this little thing, and even felt a little excited. He lowered his head and responded, I really thank the third generation for his concern. Yes. The third generation's voice was still gentle, go open the barrier. Something important happened tonight? Yes. Ishii Mazan quickly responded and turned to look at his teammates behind him. Oda, go help the Hokage open the barrier. Oda. After shouting twice, his teammates didn't respond. Ishii Mazan turned his head blankly. It took only a few short sentences to talk. The other three Anbu members behind him had been chopped to pieces by the group of former root members following the third generation. Their flesh and bones were scattered all over the ground, and they had already died. However, Ishii Mazan, with a blank look in his eyes, seemed to have not seen all this at all, and whispered a reminder, Oda, I said. His ninja shoes stepped on the sticky blood, stepped on the palms of his companions, and smelled the smell of blood. He leaned down without noticing and fumbled in a mass of rotten meat that specifically destroyed the brain. He said in a rather helpless tone, "Why are you so careless again? The third generation is still here today." "Here, it's not here." As he said this, he took out a token from the corpse with his bloody hands. He walked towards the gate of the barrier without noticing anything. With just a wave of his hand, the barrier in front of him dissipated. Without the need for the third generation to continue commanding, a group of former root ninjas had already swarmed in and strode to the bottom of the spiral staircase. The ninjas guarding the prison found the root ninjas running down, and immediately heard a metal collision of swords and swords, as well as the roar and pain before death. However, in the sound of the fighting in front, there were occasionally some discordant noises. "Wait a minute. Are you a barabe? Damn it, I'm here to pick you up. What are you doing? Asshole, have you betrayed Danzo-sama?" They sounds of various ninjutsu and ninja tools were endless, and the ground around them was covered with corpses, but the two people walking at the end seemed to be strolling on the streets of the park, strolling leisurely. Sawarakiri looked at all this with indifference. He was not a bloodthirsty person by nature, but it was the first time that he used mirror flower and water moon on so many ninjas, including the jonin, at once. The brain load was not easy and the duration could not be maintained for long. In order to prevent them from noticing the problem as much as possible and prevent them from stopping, it naturally became the most cost-effective option. The effect of this measure was immediate. When the group reached the 6th underground floor, there were only 7 root ninjas surrounding Sawarakiri. It saved a lot of effort. Finally, in a cell at the end of the 6th floor, he saw Shimura Danzo sitting on the stone bed, as if waiting for him. Obviously, he had already noticed the movement above. But when Shimura Danzo looked at the figures following Sawarakiri one by one, his eyes unconsciously became a little more solemn. Who are you? Sawara. Kiri showed a gentle smile on his face under the black cloth, and stretched out the 5 fingers of his right hand. A short bone spike, hardened into a sword, slowly extended from the skin of his palm and grasped it. Originally, the blood limit hidden deep in the body of this Kirigakure undercover agent, the corpse bone vein, now appeared in front of everyone as the second ability to distinguish the identity of Sawarakiri. Kirigakure ninja, Kagai Ren. Mad appearance. The young man's voice was still warm and gentle. Who knows? Just this kind of bone short spike, this one is almost the same. I wish you all a happy National Day. It's the beginning of the month. I continue to ask for monthly tickets. Please read on, the next update will be in the evening. Note, the time interval is quite long. I will post the ability description and limitations of Mirror Flower Water Moon, initialization, here to prevent spraying. Mirror Flower and Water Moon, complete hypnosis, control the opponent's 5 senses, making them completely believe that the appearance, form, quality, touch, and even smell of a specific object are what the host wants. Activation conditions: 1. Select 3 activation factors, seals, characteristics, and words. 2. Chakra is higher than the enemy. 3. The target is within the host's chakra influence range. 4. Chakra is continuously consumed when the ability is activated. First appeared in Chapter 16. There is also the talent in personal information. Name: Saharakiri. Age: 15. Talent: photographic memory. B. Blood limit: A. Chapter 63. Since when did you start corpse vein? Almost at the moment he saw this bone sword, Shimura Danzo realized that today's events were beyond his expectations. What's more, following behind him, there is a group of idiots who have obviously been hypnotized by illusion. Bang! Without any hesitation, an arm suddenly stretched out from the seemingly broken sleeve. Shimura Danzo's figure was like a tiger descending from the mountain, suddenly jumping out of the seemingly solid prison. The iron railings and the seal stickers on them were as light as nothing, and flew in all directions under this violent collision. The kunao in his hand pointed directly at the man in front of him. Clanging. The kunao and the bone knife blocked each other, and under the huge force competition, the two of them made an unbearable metal deformation sound between them. The blue eyes hidden under the hood met Danzo's eyes, and the tone was slightly surprised. Is the news of the broken arm false? Danzo's one eye met his gaze, and his voice was cold. How did the ninjas of Kirigakure sneak into such a place? Hearing his doubts, the young man's face under the black cloth slowly showed a gentle smile. Under such heavy siege, do you still have time to chat? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw 3 ninja swords stabbed from behind Danzo at the same time. Swish! But it was empty. Danzo's figure jumped back to the ceiling, passed through the blockade of several shurikens, and spun to the bottom of the corridor. However, facing this heavy siege, he was not afraid. He glanced at the crowd surrounding Sawarakiri with contempt, and finally looked at the enemy in the crowd, laughing. Has no one told you about not to manipulate the enemy ninja easily? Hokage village. Danzo formed seals with both hands and hummed control puppets. In just a moment, all the root ninjas who were controlled by illusions were shocked and froze in place like real puppets. The ninja of the Kagaya clan in front of him really underestimated Shimura. With a cautious character like him, how could he not think of the consequences of people around him being controlled by illusions or other secret arts? All the root ninjas who could guard him closely had been sealed with corresponding sealing techniques after passing the loyalty assessment. These people who followed Sawarakiri. It was a coincidence. They happened to be the most loyal people in the root. It was just a moment of pause, and the ninja of the Kagaya clan opposite seemed to have noticed something unusual and suddenly dodged and retreated. However, the controlled root ninjas were one step faster. The 3 closest to him, without even a moment of hesitation, suddenly turned their heads and flew towards Sawarakiri. At the same time, there were extremely subtle crackling sounds of gunpowder on them. Boom! Boom boom! The sudden explosion sounded through both ears and shook the ground. The others also seemed to suddenly wake up from the vibration, opened their somewhat dazed eyes, and looked at the unfamiliar environment around them in confusion. Danzo-sama. Until they saw the familiar figure, everyone seemed to finally react and shouted in surprise. Be careful! Shimura! Danzo looked at the smoke and dust in front of him without moving his eyes, and reminded, the enemy is Kagaya ninja, and there may be a powerful illusion ninja hiding around, don't let any of them go. From just now, he has been highly vigilant, and he didn't even look at the eyes of the people around him. Who knows if the naturally evil Uchiha and the damned Kirigakure ninja launched a rebellion? Yes. However, perhaps because he possessed his subordinates in the form of a soul, Shimura Danzo always felt an inexplicable sense of disharmony when he looked around. Bang, bang, bang. Before he had time to think, the sudden sound of breaking wind immediately attracted all his attention. The finger bones that shot out like bullets penetrated the air at the speed of sound, aiming directly at Shimura Danzo's figure. He just turned his head slightly, and 3 bone bullets lined up passed by the hair beside his ears. However, almost at the same time when he made these slightly sideways movements, the figure wrapped in smoke and dust had already jumped onto the ceiling, and at an extremely fast speed, a stream of bone-white light passed by. At the same time, he shouted, why don't you take action? Shimura! Danzo leaned back, his heart was shocked. He really had an accomplice. The bone knife slashed down from top to bottom, tore through the air, passing dangerously close to his nose. He caught a glimpse of a figure in the crowd, stabbing the kunao into the hearts of 2 roots with a sharp move. Is it him? Scatter! While avoiding the bone knife, he saw Shimura Danzo quickly forming seals with his hands and shouting wind style, vacuum great ball. At the same moment when the roots scattered, the blazing air bullets flew towards the direction of the mist hidden. Bang! Ishii! Ma-zan's figure suddenly exploded, turning into a ball of fine meat paste that was spread flat on the floor of the corridor. It was just a pause of this moment. The sharp bone spurs were already close to less than half a foot behind Danzo. Secret technique, bug ball. The dark parasitic bug suddenly rose from behind him and turned into a wall that just covered Shimura Danzo's back. The bone blade chopped into the insect wall, only sank half a foot, and could no longer move forward. Ryoma! Shimura! Danzo was slightly relieved and jumped to his side. Be careful, Danzo-sama! Abarame Ryoma and Shimura Danzo leaned back to back and quickly reminded, I always feel something is wrong. This sentence immediately hit the subtle sense of disharmony in Shimura Danzo's heart, and nodded and said, it's okay, get out of here first. My seal has been broken, and people outside should have noticed it. However, he had just finished speaking halfway. Puff! Suddenly, a pale bone knife pierced through his chest from behind, bringing out blood. Shimura Danzo was shocked. He turned his head back with difficulty. The pair of blue eyes that seemed to contain bright stars were suddenly reflected in his pupils. Sawarakiri's somewhat frivolous voice sounded, Master Danzo. Did I tell you to be careful? Shimura! Danzo looked at him blankly, as if he was stunned, blood gushing out uncontrollably, holding it in his mouth, and whispered after a while, Illusion, illusion. When? Exactly. His gaze continued to extend behind Sawarakiri, looking at the group of people standing quietly behind him. Explosions, gunpowder smoke, pits, traces of battle, everything that appeared before his eyes was so real, and there was even a body that was blown to pieces by him on the ground. However, everyone present was like an actor who was called cut by the director, turning their heads and looking at him quietly, with cold eyes. When? Sawara. Kiri's voice seemed to carry a trace of an imperceptible smile, and he asked calmly, when did you have the illusion that I didn't use illusion, Shimura? A surge of rage suddenly rose in Danzo's heart, and he was so angry that he didn't even care about the pain in his body. He suddenly reached out and grasped the bone knife that pierced his heart, making it impossible for him to pull it out. The fine sealing pattern continued to extend along the bone knife towards Sawarakiri's figure. Seal of self-inflicted curse. At the same time, he formed a seal with his other hand and looked at the people in front of him with a fierce look. Explode. With just this sound, 6 of the remaining 7 people on the scene suddenly heard the sound of fine flames burning. Die with me, ninja of Kirigakure. However, in his sight, there appeared a picture of that figure with a bare Ryoma, slowly walking to the other end of the corridor. The surging explosion and fire engulfed the other 6 people and Shimura Danzo himself in an instant. The violent explosion wave engulfed his entire body and slammed it hard against the solid wall, making a dull sound. Saharakiri turned his back to the explosion and walked slowly towards the room where the wailing sound came from. He completely ignored the several figures that turned into dust. For disposable tools like the root ninja, it is enough to keep a sharper one as a spare. Carrying too many will make you bloated. Plop. The bone knife fell from the heart, bringing out a stream of blood. Shimura Danzo's body rolled to the ground, making a dull sound. In the weak feeling of possessing death and the soul about to leave the body, Shimura Danzo vaguely heard the slightly vague voice of Sawarakiri to the people behind him. Let's go. Mr. Bailuo has been locked up for so long, he must be impatient, right? What? Bad luck, he was caught before the operation started. At this moment, Danzo's mouth slowly curled up, revealing a smug smile. The traitor who cooperated with them turned out to be that idiot Bailuo, no wonder. No wonder. At that moment, it seemed that many things could be figured out. When did you start? I wish you all a happy National Day and safe travels. The next update will be at 12:30. Today is Tuesday, the day of the follow-up assessment. I hope everyone can turn to the last page before leaving. This is to calculate the score for the recommended position. Please. Chapter 64 The Art of Transferring the Big Black Pot. From the first second he descended to the 6th underground floor, Sawarakiri's 6 eyes saw the truth of Shimura Danzo. In fact, there was no way not to see through it. Anyone who uses the 6 eyes and finds Shimura Danzo in such a large soul state, hugging another strange ninja like Amara, probably can't help but take a second look. Coupled with Shimura Danzo's old face, it immediately has a stinging effect on the eyes. However, after discovering this, the strategy of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots that he formulated before entering the prison became a dead end. Originally, Sawarakiri wanted these root ninjas to stab their brains and commit suicide, and then he would leave as soon as possible. Fortunately, in a cell on the 6th underground floor, he felt the brain mutual detonation marking technique seal that he had left on someone not long ago. Expand the 6-eye field of vision again. Hey, Obaru, when did you come? At the same time, almost the moment he saw him, Sawarakiri raised a finger in his heart. He had a brilliant idea. Why did he have to kill Danzo? Isn't it because this old man stayed in the village every day with nothing to do, and he only knew how to find trouble for himself? In that case, why not find him something to do? Indeed, the current Obito is not important, just a bad inventor who makes some evil fusion ninjutsu. However, if with in-depth excavation, Shimura Danzo gradually discovered that this was actually a direct black hand that was in league with other villages, deliberately ambushed him, seized intelligence for a long time, misappropriated laboratory funds, provided false information, influenced his important strategies at critical moments, and wanted to kill him all the time. Which ultimately led to his current situation. Danzo, this old man, should temporarily change his target, right? Sawarakiri felt that he was so evil that he actually fabricated so many charges. Obviously, he didn't know why Hiriko was still subjected to such inhumane torture in the 6th underground floor guarded by only Shimura Danzo after Sarutobi Hiruzen's men left. All kinds of martial arts, this is the art of shifting the blame, so, there was the performance in the corridor just now. After leading the still hypnotized Aberme Ryoma away, Saharakiri poked his head out of a corner and confirmed that Shimura Danzo's spirit had left that body, then nodded with satisfaction. He walked straight to the cell where Hirako was imprisoned. However, as soon as the door was opened, a strong rusty smell came from the spacious cell, which made people shudder all over. The filthy and heavy air made it almost impossible to breathe, and people subconsciously leaned back. When he looked inside, he saw Hirako's whole body hung up by his hands, suspended in the air. There were two small whipping pillars on each side of the body, divided into three types of whips, light and heavy, rotated like fans, crackling and whipping him. There were two iron extension machines in front and back. Whenever the whipping stopped for a while and he was about to faint, they would extend the red-hot iron to burn him, emitting bursts of burning smell. When the self-spinning bucket hanging from the ceiling was half full, it would spin down under the traction of gravity and pour the piercing salt water on his head to disinfect and wake up his brain. The whole process was unmanned, and nutrient solution and stimulants were injected every 24 hours to ensure the survival of the prisoner. Sawarakiri was enlightened and asked Abarame Ryoma beside him what serious crime did he commit. Why is his treatment worse than Danzo? Although Abarame Ryoma had been hypnotized, he looked very sober. I heard from the people inside that he should have confessed about 70% of what Danzo had done. Then he hasn't confessed everything yet. Sawarakiri was a little surprised. No, it should be that he confessed too clearly during the interrogation by the Sandame-sama. Abarame Ryoma thought for a moment and continued, in addition, there are also our people in the torture department. These machines were tailor-made by Oboroku for the torture department and the root ninjas before, and he also found a lot of root ninjas who made mistakes to test them. Maybe they forgot to turn them off before leaving. Intentionally careless, right? Good guy, this is Konoha Shang Yang. Sawarakiri immediately felt that this old guy deserved it. However, the big black pot technique had to continue. Sawarakiri walked aside and turned off the torture machine that was still running automatically. The mess around suddenly stagnated and all of them were silent. Wah! La! The ice salt water on the ceiling just fell. The biting cold and the salt water sprinkled on the wound immediately shocked him all over. He shook like an electric shock for several seconds and woke up immediately. I didn't say that. Master Danzo. This was the first sentence he said, which was really too familiar. However, after waiting for a long time and finding that there was no more whips falling, Bailu raised his head half asleep and half awake, looked at the two people standing in front of him, and said in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" Sawara. Kiri raised one hand, and the bone-like snow-white blade lifted the long hair that blocked the other person's vision, so that his blurred eyes could see the appearance of the two of them, and his tone was gentle. "Good evening, Mr. Bailuhu. As you can see, we are just two bad guys who happened to pass by and were interested." "Excuse me, are you interested in leaving here with us?" Almost at the moment of hearing the word leave, Bailuhu's originally scattered pupils suddenly condensed into a point, as if a terrifying survival power burst out in an instant, and even the hoarse voice became high-pitched and sharp. "I am willing. No matter what I do, no matter what the price, I want to leave here." Saharakiri looked at him. "Even if you become my slave and serve me?" "Yes." Bailuhu didn't dare to pause at all, and wanted to grasp any hope that appeared in front of him. If it weren't for his physical fitness at the level of a senior ninja, he would have died long ago in this 3-day torture. However, even if he didn't die, his spirit was about to be unable to withstand the continuous pain. What's more, even if he could survive in Danzo's hands, would he not be controlled? As long as he thought of this, Bailuhu didn't dare to miss any miraculous opportunity that appeared here. However, his decisive answer made Sawarakiri startled. It was not Oboroku's answer that made him startled, but the system interface that popped up. Sawara's Book of Friends, acquire character Oboroku bond level increased Oboroku bond level, 01 At the same time, Oboroku's strong white halo that was about to distort appeared in front of him. Oboroku's not shallow details, save me, save me, save me, save me, save me. Sawara. Kiri looked at the panel in front of him, then at Oboroku's ferocious expression, and suddenly revealed a subtle smile. "Oh, this can also improve bonds, if you think about it carefully, it seems so. The slave contract is simply the strongest friendship in the world, isn't it, Tisk? What a heavy bond." "Is that so? Since you are so kind, I will mercifully agree to your request. Please relax a little. I'm going in." Sahara. Kiri said, stretching out his hand and pressing it on the top of Bailuo's head. In the blink of an eye, the black earthworm-like lines had covered his entire head. The seal was formed. The dark seal, like a black pot with no visible edge, was pressed on his head. It was like this tonight, and every night. By the way, Mr. Bailuo. When they walked out of Konoha prison, with their backs to the sea of fire that had already burned through the wall, Saharakiri turned his head and looked at the staggering white-haired man beside him, and asked gently, I remember that you should still be studying a secret technique called the Ghost Bud technique, right? Hearing this, Bailuo was shocked. The name of this technique should not be recorded in any scroll. Where did this guy come from? However, he still pretended to be obedient and responded, yes, sir. Don't be so unfamiliar, just call me Lin. Sawarakiri's smile became more and more kind. In a while, the Anbu people will be here. While we are taking advantage of this little time, why don't we also sweep the remaining bases of the route? The funds needed for research are not a small amount. This, Lord Lien. Bailuo's voice paused, but his eyes seemed to light up. It's just that, Mr. Hirako. Sawara Kiri paused for a moment. Have you ever considered the proposal to merge the summoned beasts that can use fairy arts in the 3 holy places with humans? In addition to absorbing blood limit, the Kitagara technique can also merge people with summoned beasts, but it will mutate. Continue to ask for monthly tickets. Chapter 65, To maintain peace at home, you must first fight against foreign enemies. Isn't this guy a lunatic? Hirako looked at the guy in front of him who was talking nonsense seriously, and this thought came to his mind subconsciously. Humans' covetousness for fairy arts has been a long time. However, the 3 holy places that master fairy arts have been able to continue from the age of the 6th sage to the present day, and there is a reason for it. Even the 5 major ninja villages standing at the top of the ninja world have to be careful when facing those monsters with human nature, but the man in front of him said it as if he was talking about what to make for dinner. Really arrogant. However, it doesn't matter. Anyway, now that we have escaped from that hellhole, this guy's strength should be pretty good. We can't act on his own before he recovers to his full potential, and the sealing technique also needs to be handled with caution. Just pretend to be nice to him for the time being. Thinking of this, Bailuo said in a low voice, This, Lord Lien. My research is only in the initial stage, and I am trying to merge ordinary animals with humans. On the contrary, the multiple fusion of bloodline limits you mentioned has proposed an excellent research direction for me. As for the fairy summoning beast, I have no experience in contact with it and don't know much about it. His words and deeds were respectful, which was in line with the sincere attitude of the victim who had just been rescued. Obviously, Bailuo was not someone who could be content to be inferior to others. This can be seen from the fact that he had just absorbed 4 blood limits in the original work, and he thought he was invincible, and dared to declare war on the entire ninja world and unilaterally announced that the 4th Ninja World War had begun. This person is somewhat a bit of a Chiyunabiu. However, Sawarakiri didn't seem to care that much. He turned his head, and his bright blue eyes met his slightly raised gaze, and a reassuring smile appeared under the black cloth covering his face. It's okay. You can be willful for a long time. Hirako was keenly aware of the subtle meaning in this sentence. However, he did not realize the real root of the problem. He didn't take it to heart. After escaping from the forest, the group quickly sneaked out from underground through a barrier loophole outside Konoha, and moved towards the border between the land of grass and the land of Taki in the middle of the ninja world. During these days of rushing on the road, Bailuo has always maintained his cautious and humble attitude, following the man who calls himself Lien as a subordinate. However, he secretly used the time of picnic to collect food to find various herbs for healing wounds, and at the same time healed himself with the gradually recovered chakra. All this happened silently. Until a few days later. Puff! The steel kunao came out from behind, soaked in blood, and pierced through the chest of Lien. He suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood and struggled to turn his head back, but the toxins that infected his whole body and emerged on the epidermis dyed it purple and black, and dyed his face dark. Bailuo. You. However, before the rest of the words came out, Bailuo had already pulled the blade out of his body. Arrogant idiot. Looking at the body lying on the ground, Bailuo spat with disdain. Ninjas, after all, are just human beings. As long as you are still a human, you need to breathe, eat, rest, and excrete. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot avoid instinctive needs. It took him 4 days to give this guy a variety of compound toxins through 3 ways, smell, food and water, and sealed the chakra, and finally killed him with a blow. Fools like this who think they will be rewarded for their kindness are the stupidest people in the world. It's not just him. Haraku turned his head and looked at Aberame Ryoma on the other side. Various types of parasites on his body were running wildly, constantly making fine sounds of gnawing flesh and blood, causing his body to spasm in pain. It seems that this guy won't live long without him doing anything. Until this moment, Haraku finally walked out of the cage. He took a last look at the corpse of Lien. Although he is a fool, he has a commendable idea. The fusion of humans, summoned beasts and blood limit. Let's try it. So, from that day on, Bailuo devoted himself to his experimental research. Experimental site, equipment purchase, agent selection, and at the same time, he had to avoid various pursuits from Konoha. After years of hard work, Bailuo finally developed the most powerful combination of Kiyomaru in the world after countless failures. Storm escape, dark escape, steel escape, fast escape, Sharingan. 3 characteristics of frog, snake, and slug. This is the double Kiyomaru technique. Strong, unparalleled. Strong power. The mountains used as his experimental site are shaking under this powerful force. That's it. This is the unparalleled power in the world that can sweep across the entire ninja world. Just by clenching his fist slightly, Bailuo could clearly feel that the chakra in his body was constantly increasing wildly. Damn it! With such power, what on earth is there to fear for him now? From today on, he is the king of the entire ninja world. Let me feel it. They 3 holy places that have been passed down for thousands of years, the real power. Bailuo murmured and slowly closed his eyes. Then, the characteristics of the 3 earth immortals surged into his body. Could this power be the sense of smell of a frog? The vision of a snake? The explosion of a slug? Bailuo was stunned. What kind of weaklings are these? Almost at the moment when he realized that he had become like this, the muscles of his whole body seemed to have become soft and unable to support, and he fell to the ground with a plop, and at the same time his vision was blurred and his nose seemed to be blocked. He could not sense anything. Soon, there was a slight sound of the door being pushed open outside. At the sound of with the heavy footsteps, Bailuo could clearly feel that the subordinate who had followed him for 10 years was walking towards him. At this moment, a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Could it be you, in my experiment? However, his loyal subordinate slowly raised his chin. What came into view was a pair of strange yet familiar blue pupils. Are you still awake? Mr. Bailuo. They moment his voice sounded, the world around Bailuo suddenly shattered into a fine spider web like a mirror, spreading in all directions, making a crisp sound. Snap! Bailuo suddenly opened his eyes. What sound? However, when he regained his 5 senses, he realized that his chin was being lifted by a hand and pointed upward. Bailuo was still on the ground, half kneeling. But this familiar scene and familiar feeling made Bailuo suddenly understand something, and a layer of fine cold sweat suddenly appeared on his back, completely soaking his thin clothes. The fire was still burning not far behind him from when, as if he had noticed the doubts in his heart, Sahara. Kiri leaned over slightly and spoke in his ear. The sky is actually colorless. It doesn't deceive you. It's just that your own eyes deceive yourself. I said, Bailuo. You can be willful for a long time. However, although he heard such words again, this time, Bailuo didn't dare to raise any thought of resistance in his heart. His whole heart seemed to be gripped by fear. After a long time, he heard him speak. Yes. Bailuo's shallow heart knot, completed, heart knot points +1. Until this moment, the corresponding display popped up on the system panel. Sawara Kiri smiled gently. Retreat, I will lead the Konoha ninjas behind. After looting the base of the route, you can retreat on your own. I will find you when you arrive in the land of grass. But don't think about escaping. He pointed to his temple and said calmly, there is a space ninjutsu mark the first left in your brain. Understand? Mr. Bailuo? Yes. At the same time, in the dark room on the other side, Mr. Danzo, with a broken arm, got up from the stone bed with difficulty. The dim light illuminated half of his face, which was eerie and terrifying. Hitsuka. And the rats from Kirigakure. These evil bastards are causing trouble for me one by one. To maintain peace at home, we must first resist foreign aggression. This Simple sentence completely changed the course of action that Danzo had originally prepared. Until a year later, Hitsuka, who was hiding in the land of grass, could not understand what heavenly law he had violated and why the pursuit from Konoha was so fierce and intensive. But that's a story for later. Konan, my wife, beep beep, I'm going to continue to ask for monthly tickets today. Please read on. The next chapter will be at 12:30, Chapter 66. The starting point of the war to destroy the country. The next day, Hitsuka left the village with the sealed Aberme Ryoma. Everything that happened tonight had nothing to do with Sawara Kiri. When I woke up in the morning, the ruthless Hui Yelien became the sunshine again. Sawara Kiri, a cheerful boy. As for what Okuniko will do next, Sawara Kiri actually doesn't care that much. All he needs to do is to remind him a little when Okuniko tries to unlock the seal through some small tricks he has prepared in advance. Sawara Kiri's main goal is to divert Danzo's attention away from him and the people around him. Soon, the day of the expedition arrived. Then, I'll trouble you with Yuki. Tsunade-sama. Sawara Kiri stood in front of the gate of the Senju residence and politely thanked Tsunade, who was wearing slippers and pajamas. Miss Yuki stood in the door, looking at him with a pitiful look like a deer. Ha! Wulasai, sob. Tsunade yawned loudly, and was quite grumpy after getting up. She turned her head and glared at the brat in front of her. You are making a fuss, you only know how to cause trouble for me. I didn't agree to let you use my house as a nursery, did I? What can I do? Sawara Kiri sighed pretentiously, and said with a rather sad tone, the only important person I can trust in the village is you, Tsunade-sama. So, just treat this as a once-in-a-lifetime request. Please. He put his hands together, his tone was extremely sincere. Humph. A trick to coax a little girl. Although she said this, Tsunade had already inadvertently folded her hands over her chest and slightly tilted her head, looking like I just had to agree for your sake. However, under his gaze, she became inexplicably irritated and said dissatisfiedly, I told you that this little girl can only stay in my house until the end of the war. Even if the alliance is defeated, I will kick her out when the time comes. Seeing this, Sahara Kiri smiled and said, Tsunade-sama, I believe in you. Stinky brat. Hard, Tsunade's fist immediately hardened. Ah, time is up, I have to go to the gathering first. Sahara Kiri found an excuse and ran out of the door. Before leaving, he leaned on the door and told his sister, by the way, Suiwai, you must remember to listen to Tsunade-sama. However, if she has excessive demands, you can ignore her. Hey! Miss Suiwai was stunned when she heard the words, turned her head and looked at Tsunade. I know. Bang! One of Tsunade's slippers flew out immediately and hit the door frame. However, Sahara Kiri had already slipped away like a fly. She was left with only one jade foot on the stone floor. This guy. Tsunade gritted her teeth and looked outside the door. But as she was talking, she saw the little girl next to her looking at her with a very subtle look. What are you looking at? Go and make breakfast. Should I say she is worthy of being Tsunade? She is totally inhuman in terms of ordering children around. However, after hesitating for a long time, Miss Suiwai still plucked up the courage and whispered tactfully, Tsunade-sama. Actually, Kiri prefers younger girls. Hey! Tsunade was stunned for a moment and looked at her in confusion. The next second, she suddenly reacted and her eyes twitched slightly. Even Tsunade herself couldn't explain how this little guy used just one sentence to hit her two sore points of old age and liking little boys at the same time. The elder sister with the section chief on her chest lowered her head, looked at Sawara Yuki with an extremely kind look, and smiled gently. Your name is Yuki, right? I heard from that brat that your dream is to learn my medical ninjutsu. Sawara Yuki shook her head and asked in confusion, no. That doesn't matter, now this is your dream. Tsunade waved her hand very domineeringly, and her face suddenly became gloomy. Since you like your brother so much, today's medical course will start with orthopedics. Do you know how many types of fractures there are? Hey! Sawara Kiri, who was carrying a bag and heading to the battlefield, did not know what kind of hell his dear sister would experience under Tsunade's kind teaching. But it is definitely much better than other peers who go to the cruel battlefield at this age. Just as he is experiencing now. Here, your wire roll fell off. Thank you. Sawara Kiri handed the wire roll that fell on the ground to the young man in front of him. The child looked about 12 or 13 years old, not much different from Shui Hui, but now he was a genin going to the battlefield with them. It was obviously his first time on the battlefield. When he took the wire roll, he could see that his face was a little pale and his eyes were red. When he was called by his teammates, he immediately followed and disappeared in the crowd. The march of the ninjas' large army is different from that of ordinary people. With extraordinary physical fitness, they kept stepping on the thick branches, and were dispersed in small teams, and the overall formation was very loose and moved towards the direction of the battlefield. There were scouts in the front, middle and back of the large army. Team Cha was responsible for sensing and alerting. Dozens or even hundreds of ninjas gathered together and moved, just like locusts flying in a giant forest, forming a dark fog. Team Hokage Sakumo was in this brigade, but they were not the commanders of this brigade. On the contrary, they even concealed their names and covered their heads and faces to avoid being recognized by their companions. Even though most of the marching area was within the territory of the Land of Fire, there were countless Sand Village harassment teams along the entire route, and occasionally there would be Sand Village Brigade that infiltrated the Land of Fire to raid. Team Hokage was the main counterattack force to deal with such raids. Namikaze Minato looked at Sahara Kiri, who was helping the young genin pick up the ninja tools, and a sunny smile appeared on his face. Kairu-kun, you are indeed a very gentle person. I think so too. Uchiha. Yayoi took a few steps closer to them, glanced at Namikaze Minato with some vigilance for some reason, and quickly added, it has been like this since the beginning. It's just that I have seen it before. Sarah. Kiri waved her hand indifferently. However, when he turned his head and looked at the dark figures around him, he couldn't help but bring a bit of sadness between his brows. There are at least 200 people in this batch, right? If there are so many other teams, what is the scale of the battle in the Wind Country? You know, all the ninjas in Konoha, whether they are all ninjas or civilians, are only a little over 20,000 or 30,000 in total, and this is facing the Fire Country that is preparing for war on multiple fronts at the same time. National war, that's how it is. Hokage Sakumo, who was walking in the front, slowed down his pace a little and spoke earnestly. At this time, even he was not in the mood to joke. Before, we had to keep it secret in the village, but now we can almost say it. The Sand Village has basically pushed more than 90% of the village's troops to our line. I don't know what agreement they have reached with the Land of Earth. They simply don't care. The third Kazekage is simply a madman who is gambling. So. Hokage Sakumo looked at the crowd around him with a sullen face and said calmly, next, we are going to fight a real war to destroy the country. Hearing this, even though the three people present were all experienced and powerful jonin, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Just as they were silently imagining how many of the people around them would survive after the war was over. A team of Inyazuka on the side suddenly shouted, disperse. Almost at the same moment they sounded the alarm. Several dark figures suddenly shot out from the distant river. Almost the moment they appeared, the vigorous chakra was splashed towards the defenseless front formation in the form of ninjutsu. With a bang, several people formed a giant fire dragon with wind and fire escape techniques, which engulfed the team where the boy was just now in a short moment. The raging fire spread across the prairie, and the red light filled the sky. That was the color of fire, the color of blood, and the color of the battlefield. It seems that this is the only good-looking one. In Sand Village, this AI is okay, keep asking for votes. Chapter 67 Ningming died. Sand Village Wind Shadow Building Conference Room. Although it is late at night, there are still more than a dozen sand-hidden high-level people in this conference room, frowning and discussing the next battle strategy. However, judging from the expressions of the people, it can be seen that the progress of this meeting is not very smooth. After the third Kazekage briefly outlined his idea, the entire conference room fell into a dead silence. Finally, it was Cho, the Kazekage advisor, who stood up from his seat first and said seriously, third generation, you are a little too radical. The total number of ninjas who can still act in the Sand Village, even if the students who are still in the ninja school are counted, is only more than 25,000. If you follow your opinion and push all 20,000 of them to the Konoha battlefield, the emptiness of the Wind Country will fall to an unprecedented level. Although the Rain Village and the Rock Village have signed a temporary armistice agreement with us, who can guarantee that they will not tear up the treaty before the war ends? Another Kazekage advisor, Monzaemon, disagreed. Tear up the treaty? What do they want? Why do we in the Sand Village have to expand outward? Isn't it because of this barren land? Are they the Rain Village and the Rock Village coming in to take money from our empty treasury, or do they want this desert land? If you ask me, now is the time for a do-or-die battle. Ebizo frowned, slurping his pipe, his eyebrows drooping as if they were about to fall to the ground. What if Konoha transfers troops from other fronts? What if Konoha compromises with those two bastards, Onaki and Ai, in order to wipe us out in one go, and uses some land in the north to buy time? Can we stop them? Ebizo. If you're afraid of death, go home as soon as possible. Monza Iman blew his beard and glared. As the oldest person present, he has been the mainstay of the village since the first Hokage. He is also the most unscrupulous one when speaking, with a hoarse voice. The sand village only needs water, not cowards. Monza Iman. Cho slammed the table and stood up. The battlefield is not a place for you to run wild. Seeing that this meeting was about to end again, being confused, the third Hokage, who was sitting in the middle of the conference table, finally spoke. If I could choose, I wouldn't want to do this. But Daimyo has sent me news. As soon as he spoke, everyone present fell silent and turned to look at him. Unlike Konoha, which lives in a stable and affluent environment, most people are satisfied with the status quo and do not want to make progress. Everyone living in this desert of the wind country has to work hard to unite and seek resources from the outside under the pressure of limited resources. As the third Hokage who can unite the sand village and feed the largest group of sand ninjas since the first generation with limited resources, he is quite outstanding in terms of strength, ability, and personal charm. However, even a person like him has unsolvable difficulties. The third Hokage looked around and said in a slow voice, as everyone knows, our wind country is also famous for its poverty and barrenness among the 5 major countries. More than 80% of the land is desert, the population is only 1/6 of the fire country, and the national tax revenue is less than 1/8. However, the wind country has half the number of ninjas as the fire country. For this reason, the daimyo has maintained a high tax policy throughout the country for a full 15 years. He is about to collapse. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but bow their heads. At this moment, they also understood why the third generation proposed such a crazy, almost gambling strategy. Therefore, this is our last chance. The third Hokage pointed to the map on the table. Now, we have pushed the front line across the river country and into the fire country. Behind the front line in front of us, there are 3 full lines of defense, with Kikyo Castle at the back as the assembly point. In addition to us, Uegakuer, Kumigakuer, and Kirigakuer are all forcing Konoha on their corresponding fronts. The troops that Konoha can dispatch will never exceed 1/3 of all ninjas. Our goal is to eliminate this 1/3 of Konoha ninjas and break through Kikyo Castle. He raised his head and looked at the people in front of him, saying earnestly, you must know that for Konoha and the fire country, even if Kikyo Castle is breached, what they lose is only the front defense circle of the sand country. It is impossible to destroy Konoha in one fell swoop. But for our wind country, as long as we can establish a confrontation defense circle with Kikyo Castle as the front line, and annex the river country between our country and the fire country as soon as possible before the end of the war, and occupy its river source on the plateau, then our wind country will have a real chance to revitalize. The precious water source will change the fate of the entire wind country. What's more, Konoha is now the weakest since the first Hokage built the village. The Senju clan that can rival the Uchiha has been exhausted. The third generation Hokage is short-sighted and has no talent and strategy like the Senju Tobirama. Konoha is also counterbalanced by many villages at the same time. However, my sand village is united internally, has no other enemies outside, and has been hiding its strength for 15 years, accumulating 20,000 troops. With all these things, it's time for my sand village to change its fate. After the voice fell, he stood up from his seat and bowed deeply to the people in front of him. For the sand village, for the wind country. I hope you can lend me a hand. Naruto. World map. When Saharakiri and his party arrived at Kikyo Castle, which was the front assembly point, everyone was already covered in dust. On the second half of the road from Konoha to Kikyo Castle, you can see the sand village team that infiltrates the fire country and harasses the rear troops everywhere. These teams are very small, mainly 2 or 3 people, never entangled with the large troops, and immediately run away after a blow, attacking in a dispersed manner, and never excessively pursue results. Although this form of harassment did not cause many casualties to their troops, it made the rear supplementary troops always in a state of nervousness, and they were afraid of enemies all the way. Even before they went to the battlefield, they had already experienced the taste of the front line. It was not until they entered this Kikyo castle that everyone relaxed a little. However, when he saw the scenes in the Kikyo castle, he suddenly raised his heart. Uchiha Yayoi turned his head and looked at the line of civilians who were being moved out of the city, carrying their families and gold and silver, and walking outside under the guidance of the ninjas. He lowered his voice with some doubt. Mist, what are they doing? We are protecting them. Sawara. Kiri spoke calmly with a deep look in his eyes. Due to the popularity of the three-body technique and the detonating tag, there were countless cases in which ninjas disguised themselves as civilians and mixed into the city, lived with them, and launched riots at critical moments during wars between countries. Many times, due to the inability to identify or accidental impact, many civilians were often killed. Therefore, before the war came, migrating civilians in advance was indeed a kind of protection for them. However, Sawara Kiri also saw another thing from this move: the Konoha side, and the future of this war is not optimistic. Minato Namikaze also looked heavy-hearted, quietly watching the teams of ninjas flying over the roofs of the city like birds. Among the bustling crowd, some people left the city fully armed, some carried stretchers and brought the wounded into the temporary medical camp, and some were still wrapped in gauze, or missing arms and legs, and still holding weapons. Looking at everyone around with vigilant and bloodshot eyes. The turbid smell of blood and gunpowder filled the entire Kikyo city. Everyone was moving quickly on the road in silence, and only the cries and wails of the disabled in the distance were so clear. This is the real war, Minato Namikaze murmured, his expression faintly heavy. Okay, okay. Captain. Hotaki Sakumo clapped his hands as if nothing had happened, attracting everyone's attention, and smiled as if nothing had happened. Anyway, let's go to the headquarters first. I'm not bragging, this time I, the teacher, am one of the deputy commanders on the front line. If you stupid pawns don't want to be assigned some dangerous tasks by Master Hotaki, say something nice to me. Anyway, I'm going to do it. I'm being disliked, Master Sakumo. They all look disliked. Wait. I'm talking to you. Hotaki Sakumo immediately showed an angry expression, annoyed, hearing this title, at least you should respect the commander a little bit. So, everyone burst into laughter, and the front gate of Kikyo Castle was filled with a happy atmosphere. That cheerful laughter became a bright and special bright color above the black and white battlefield. Ino girlhood, Ino Shippuden period, keep asking for votes. Note 1, the other version of the map does not match the story that the Iron Country is in the northernmost part of the Fire Country, and there are no small countries such as the Demon Country and the Snow Country, so this version is used. Note 2, Ino is really getting more and more ugly. When she grows up, she is completely unbearable with a big lipstick. It's a pity. Chapter 68 Frontline. The former Lord's mansion of Kikyo Castle has now been transformed into a temporary command post for the Konoha frontline. As the Hotaki team walked along, they could see civilian staff in Konoha uniforms, going in and out of the room as if their butts were on fire. Normally, a powerful senior ninja like Hotaki Sakumo, although nominally one of the highest commanders on the front line, still had to hand over the specific command tasks to the clansmen of the Nara and Yamazawa ninja clans, who would use their command and intelligence transmission capabilities to conduct large-scale command and mobilization. But this time, it was a little different. As soon as they entered the temporary meeting room, the 4 members of the Hotaki team saw the cold man with long black hair standing in front of the sand table like a star, pointing his teaching stick at the mountains near Kikyo Castle, and giving orders to the Nara ninja next to him. I don't want casualty figures. I only want Mount Thor. Out of instinct as an undercover agent, Sahara Kiri subconsciously concentrated and listened to the 2 sentences. However, Orochimaru soon noticed them and handed the teaching stick to the deputy commander beside him. Sakumo, you came just in time. Orochimaru's voice was still cold and hoarse. When his golden vertical pupils looked at others, they would inexplicably give people a feeling of being licked. His peripheral vision seemed to inadvertently glance at Sahara Kiri, and then quickly slid away. The total material report form from the rear has just been sent here, and it needs the signatures of 3 frontline commanders together. He actually got into work mode right away. Hotaki Sakumo complained in a nonsensical way, but he didn't stop for a moment and walked over with Orochimaru. Yes. The commander-in-chief of the counterattack on the front line of Wind Country this time was Orochimaru. Sawara Kiri looked at the busy staff around him. At this moment, everyone in the entire command center was arranged in an orderly manner, each bent over their own work content, and there was a subtle rustling sound in their ears. Since the situation on the front line of Wind Country deteriorated to a point where it was almost irreversible a month ago, after returning to the point of retreat, Orochimaru was used as a firefighter by the Konoha high level and rushed into the battlefield with a group of subordinates. It was only a short month, and the battle line that was constantly retreating under the full offensive of Sand Village gradually stabilized under his leadership. No matter what the identity and position of Orochimaru in the original work was, as a Konoha ninja now, he is impeccable in the hard indicator of ability. He is an unquestionable genius. However, even he has things he can't do. Wait a minute, Orochimaru. Hotaki Sakumo looked at the total material report in his hand, and suddenly showed a somewhat unexpected expression on his face, and lowered his voice. What's the matter with this number? Noticing this, Saharakiri glanced at the girl at the door and reminded Yayoi. Uchiha Yayoi was slightly startled, and then nodded as if he had telepathy, turned around and closed the door of the conference room, blocking the sight of the inside and outside. Minato glanced at them and said nothing. Mist, you are really careful. Orochimaru faced his somewhat stunned voice, but his expression was indifferent, or rather, he was so tired that he didn't want to waste any energy on his facial expression. That's all. Hotaki Sakumo's face suddenly turned pale. How can this be possible? The entire village of Sand Village has been mobilized, and the maximum number of ninjas expected to be mobilized is 25,000 to 30,000. We have been preparing for nearly a month. How come we have only gathered 12,000 people? The number of detonating tags and spare stab-proof vests is so different. They gap of more than 10,000 people. Obviously, the relaxed attitude he showed before was just a disguise to appease the students. In the face of this war, the pressure he bears is not small at all. Orochimaru is still like a robot. Facing Hotaki Sakumo's question, his tone did not fluctuate at all, and his voice was hoarse. First of all, 2 months ago, our general logistics station on the front line of the Wind Country was breached, the former commander was killed, and a large amount of supplies were seized, so we retreated all the way here. That idiot lost too much in one breath. Secondly, in terms of manpower, the pressure on the front lines of the Thunder Country and the Earth Country is greater than ours. The Third Hokage personally led a large army to the border of the Land of Hot Springs. Jiraiya alone could not stop him. Sarutobi-sensei was ready to go at any time, and the Tsuchikage was also negotiating a peace agreement with Hanzo of Omegakure. Most of the troops were transferred to the north. Now, there are only so many people that can be allocated to us. Hearing this, Hotaki Sakumo was speechless. Fully surrounded. Konoha is strong, but it is also in the most dangerous place of the 4 wars. Therefore, if they show even a little weakness, they will be attacked by the coveted wild dogs around them and their flesh and blood will be torn apart. Seeing that he was fine, Orochimaru turned around and said calmly, the only good news now is that the Sand Village has launched a full-line offensive against our side and their material consumption rate is also very fast. The Kingdom of Wind is a typical poor imperialist country. They can't hold out for long under this kind of offensive. Hotaki Sakumo nodded deeply. The Kingdom of Fire is a big country and a rich country. Although it is in a temporary predicament, as long as the war can continue, Konoha will be the winner. However, how many ups and downs will it experience before this war ends in victory? Orochimaru and Hotaki Sakumo were silent at the same time. As commanders, they should neither question their superiors during the war nor make their subordinates lose confidence. Anyway, please. Sakumo-kun. Yes. Sawarakiri and Namikaze Minato watched this scene quietly. Dedicate everything for Konoha. For ninjas, this is never an empty talk. The heavy rain. The bean-sized raindrops and the sticky and humid air make the clothes stick to the skin, giving people the illusion of being immersed in water. The gloomy and humid environment in the quiet forest, covered by dark clouds. The sky was gloomy, and the faint smell of blood and earth mixed with the water vapor rushed into the nose, and even the faint breathing of the companions around. All of them made people feel a sense of oppression in the chest. The bodies of enemies or companions that fell beside the ancient trees from time to time aggravated this feeling. The ninjas who flew between the giant trees in small teams passed by quickly, and no one collected these corpses. No one knew under which corpse there would be a detonating tag involving a special signal fuse. Sawarakiri rushed to the front of the entire team, sensing the enemy's movements around with his 6 eyes. Dozens of kilometers away, large groups of sand ninjas organized the materials and manpower needed for the next round of offensive. Food, weapons, protective gear, explosives, puppet parts. All kinds of materials were transported to the front like ants. Just looking at this scene, you can't help but feel a heavy sense of oppression in your heart. These are all ninjas. A ninja who can walk at a speed of 80 km per hour, shoots kunai like bullets, and is fine even if he falls from a giant tree tens of meters high. He also knows all kinds of magical ninjutsu, and consumes 3 bowls of rice a day. Even the 3rd generation Hokage, who is a super shadow level goalkeeper, will be surrounded and killed by 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas and exhausted. So, if he fights to the death, how many Sandagakure ninjas can he stop? How many people are there on the other side of the forest? Sawarakiri thought subconsciously in his heart. Swoosh. Before he could think clearly, the 3 of them had arrived at the destination. After the password verification, token inspection, and confirmation that they were their own people, Sawarakiri and his party were put into the frontline camp. Since arriving at Kikyo Castle 5 days ago, they first participated in several battle meetings as ninjas, briefly familiarized themselves with the overall process, and then were sent to the first line of defense to participate in the overall defense. Counterattack. Teacher Hatake was left behind. According to Orochimaru, he has a more important mission to participate in. According to the reply from the intelligence personnel, the 3rd Kazekage is not in the Sand Village. Sawarakiri looked at the camp. At the edge of the forest at the junction of the river country and the fire country, a piece of wasteland along the river has been cleared by the Konoha ninja. Looking from above, it is like a yellowish-brown line drawn in the lush forest area. It is also interesting to say. Both sides are obviously ninjas, but in order to reduce the possibility of a hidden surprise attack by the enemy, both the attacker and the defender have as in the previous war, they dug wide trenches in the camp that were crisscrossed like scars, trying to hide their own movements as much as possible. If there is any difference, it is probably that in order to avoid being wiped out by a large-scale joint ninjutsu, the ninjas are still arranged in small teams with great distances between them. However, this also gives the enemy's elite the opportunity to sneak attack. When Sawarakiri and his party entered the tunnel from the communication trench, they saw many people gathering together at this time, each using simple earth escape or water escape to drain the rainwater in the trench, and each busy carrying supplies, covered in mud. For these frontline soldiers, most of their daily wartime is this kind of garbage time. Eating, sleeping, excreting, digging pits, waiting for the enemy in fear, and occasionally talking about family matters. They will talk about their childhood sweethearts waiting for them at home, getting married after the battle, the car is ready, and there is nothing to be afraid of now, they will win. Then, under a sudden kunai or fire escape, they died silently. The time spent facing the enemy is actually a very small part of the war. As for hiding in the shade of trees and fighting with enemy ninjas, that is the privilege of the elite. However, Sawarakiri is not concerned about these things now. His eyes swept around and quickly locked onto a small clay figure in the crowd and waved at her. This is the Sawara team. The little clay figure was startled at first, then wiped his glasses with his equally dirty sleeves, and immediately reacted, stood up hurriedly, and climbed out of the water channel. Until her body was wetted by the more violent rainstorm again, the girl revealed her long flaxen golden hair and her childish face. Uchiha Yayoi suddenly glanced at her with an inexplicable vigilant look, and glanced at Sawarakiri in front of him. Stare. Although I have seen the photo in the file, I found that this child is actually quite cute. When I saw her in person, are ID photos really unreliable? In addition, Wu always seems to have some subtle affection for little girls of this age. It makes people wonder whether to be thankful or dissatisfied. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I am the medical ninja assigned to your team by the front command. The girl wiped the mud on her face, trotted over, smiled a little embarrassedly, and bowed deeply to them with her wet and sticky long hair, and said softly, my name is Yakushi Nono. Please give me more advice. Yakushi Nono, Yakushi Kabuto's adoptive mother. She looks pretty with or without glasses. 3K chapters. I had a dinner party last night and drank a little too much, so I missed a chapter. I will make up for it tonight. The next chapter will be around 10 o'clock. Chapter 69. Reach out, please advise me. It was just as Miss Yayoi expected. Hearing the girl's soft and sticky apology, Sawarakiri's face suddenly showed a relaxed expression of complete indifference, and her tone was gentle. Yakushi-san was promoted to medical chunin last year, right? I heard that you were temporarily transferred from Konoha Hospital. Ah, yes. Yakushi Nono timidly shrank his head, leaned forward, and tried to make his voice sound a little reliable. Although I have no battlefield experience before, I may drag the adults down, but I will definitely study hard. How could it be? In this situation, every medical ninja is very precious. It's great to be assigned to our team today. Please don't belittle yourself. Sawara. Kiri said in a gentle tone, turned around and introduced the teammates around him. This is Minato-kun, this is Yayoi-san. You are both excellent jonins of taijutsu and ninjutsu type. Yakushi. Nono glanced over, and the two also greeted each other. It's just that the Uchiha family's eyes always look at me with some subtle displeasure and vigilance. It seems that I need to keep a distance from Lord Sawara. Also, although I have seen their information when I was checking the files, the feeling is still different from seeing such a young team of all jonin in person. Genius. Thinking secretly about this term, the 13-year-old Yakushi Nono was still in a complicated mood. Okay. Sawara. Kiri smiled and stretched out her hand, gently helping Yakushi Nono to spread her long hair stained with mud and rain, revealing her grey eyes, and said gently, now that we have finished the introduction here, Yakushi-san, please introduce yourself. Kiss. Miss Yayoi reminded in a low voice, why not talk about that on the way? After all, the mission time is a bit tight now. This is a lie. Miss Yayoi watched Kiri reach out to touch the child, but she couldn't even say a word, and her teeth were almost broken in anxiety. However, the girl still had a calm and natural smile on her face, and people could not feel the gravity from her heart at all. Yakushi-san. Sawara. Kiri ignored the girl's opinion and still looked at the weak girl in front of her with a gentle look, exuding the aura of come and bully me. Hey, that. Yakushi. Nono glanced at Uchiha Yayoi timidly, and then looked at the somewhat puzzled Namikaze Minato, and saw that they did not. She had the intention to speak, so she whispered, my name is Yakushi Nono, I'm 13 years old this year, and I graduated from the ninja school the year before last. Is that so? Then I'd better be straightforward. Sawara. Kiri interrupted, and suddenly approached, gently pressed her big hand on her head, and ordered in a gentle tone, please stick out your tongue. Kiri-kun. Namikaze. Minato turned his head and looked at him in astonishment. At this time, Uchiha Yayoi calmed down, or maybe his brain was completely burned out, and his eyes looked straight at Nono. Yakushi Nono was stunned. However, no matter what she thought in her heart, Sawara Kiri had already stretched out his fingers, grabbed her snake tip without rejection, and pulled the delicate silver thread slowly out of her mouth. The girl's body stiffened instantly. Then he input chakra at a specific frequency. Soon, a dark Suan character seal emerged from the surface of her tongue. Seeing this seal, the two people behind him understood immediately. Are they people from the root? No, there is no root now. So people from Hokage-sama. For a moment, Namikaze Minato looked at Sawara Kiri with a bit of surprise. What amazing eyesight. He didn't notice the abnormal person at all, but Kiri-kun found it right away. Yakushi Nono's expression suddenly fell into confusion. Exposed? Why, she didn't understand at all how her identity was seen through in just one encounter. There must be a process, right? However, Sawara Kiri did not give her too much time to think. Instead he let go of her hand and gently patted her on the head. The tongue coating is good, and the body is very healthy. But, now that the identity is clear, just follow the team and perform the mission obediently. Don't make trouble. After a long silence, the pharmacist Nono replied yes. Sawara. Kiri turned his head, his eyes stayed on her for a moment, and then turned his back again. Whether it is Shimura Danzo's people or those who surrendered to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In short, in this team, except for him, Sawara, don't think of having a second undercover. This is the dignity of being an undercover. As expected. Miss Yayoi seemed to be relieved. I knew that Kiri must have found something wrong to do that. Really? Of course. Sawara. Kiri thought, your burning eyes just now almost burned my raincoat. However, he would not resort to such low EQ words. After resolving the minor conflicts in the team, the Sawara Kiri team began to follow the forest and conduct continuous close reconnaissance in the direction of the opposite sand village. Fortunately, except for the encounter with two patrol teams during the reconnaissance, no movement on the opposite side was noticed at other times. This reconnaissance lasted from morning to evening. When it got dark, the physical strength of the other people in the team was almost exhausted. Sawara Kiri led the team back to the camp. War is not a fight between one group of people and another group of people like Mars hitting the earth. It is like two praying mantises meeting on the leaves. Both sides constantly extend their sickles, collide, try to find each other's weaknesses, and then pounce on them, and then quickly separate, just like hitting a wolf with a stick. Both sides are afraid and shrinking, trying to kill each other while protecting themselves. Because of this, in a positional battle, the two sides can often spend several days and nights in confrontation and exploratory attacks even though they are only a few kilometers or more than 10 kilometers apart. However, this long and exhausting offensive naturally has its own corresponding solution. Boom! Boom dash! They! Violent explosion suddenly resounded throughout the Konoha position. The violent and piercing roars and shouts of killing rang out from everywhere, suddenly waking up the people who had just fallen asleep for less than 2 hours. After crawling out of the underground trench dug in the position, Saharakiri immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and his heart was relieved. It was a faint attack. Then, on the sentry posts of the two sentries in the west, a piece of light and fire rose up. In the shape of an umbrella, spreading fiercely. In the shadows, it seemed that several figures were leaping forward in the direction of the Konoha frontline headquarters, front command, that had been discovered, and their intentions were very obvious. Stop! The assassination team! There! Over there, protect the front command! Someone! Suddenly shouted in the tunnel of the position. The front command is not only the eyes of the rear headquarters, general command, but also the brains of the frontline combatants. Most of them have poor combat capabilities. It is one of the most important position facilities. When the voice was heard, several agile figures immediately emerged and flew towards the suspicious figures close to the ground, exposing their bodies. Just as Minato was about to jump out of the tunnel with them, his arm was suddenly grabbed by Sawarakiri. The blue six eyes shone brightly in the night, and the voice was firm. Fake eyelids. Go over there. Minato's movements suddenly froze. Over the past few days, through various actions and events, Sawarakiri's words have already had enough weight in his heart. With almost no hesitation, he nodded immediately, followed Kiri-kun, and quickly moved along the communication trench toward the position on the west side. Yakushi Nono followed them silently. Miss Yayoi had already opened her Sharingan and followed at the end of the team, using her superb vision to keep an eye on the surroundings. As expected. Just a few minutes later, the figures that jumped out of the tunnel blew up the people rushing forward. The figure pointed at. However, only a cloud of smoke remained. At the same time, dozens of figures jumped out of the forest near the western position. The wind that shuttled through the tunnel late at night blew up the cold air after the rain, containing a trace of murderous intent that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Hanabi changed her clothes, old shoulder slides huge, to prevent being scolded. I stacked armor in advance. The ninja trench battle is not written by me. The animation is about 340 episodes, and the manga is in the 27th volume of the single volume. There are scenes of ninjas performing ninjutsu across the trenches, and there are also scenes in the Fourth War. Chapter 70 Scarlet Fireworks, Part 1, Crush Them. The Sand Village Ninja, whose figures were exposed in the moonlight, shouted a desperate battle cry to the Konoha ninjas in the trenches, whose numbers were 10 or 100 times theirs. Dozens of Sand Village elites who had bypassed Konoha's reconnaissance ninjas from all over gathered together. Under the leadership of several physical training type jonins, they rushed into the crowd without hesitation. However, this flank night attack, which should have had an unexpected effect, stopped in front of a mere person. Fire! Escape! God of Fire Kagura! The blazing flames suddenly lit up in the night, reflecting the young faces of the people. Sawarakiri took a step forward resolutely with a ninja sword that ignited the flames. The flame on the blade in his hand turned into a hot color that was almost golden white under the extreme vibration. He plunged straight into the crowd. By Luo Zhitian! The circular flames spread in all directions, forming a blooming ring blade. The sand ninja standing in the front didn't realize the problem with this attack at first, and subconsciously stretched out his kunao to block it. But can he block it? Swish! Almost. At the moment when the blade and the kunao collided, the red blade turned into a nearly liquid state under the ultra-high temperature. Under the blade shape barely maintained by chakra, it cut into the kunao in the opponent's hand as easily as a hot knife cutting butter. The steel kunao could not even block the attack of this red blade for a moment, and it melted and broke into two pieces. The extremely hot blade cut into the shoulder and chopped out from the waist. The sand ninja fell to the ground with a plop without saying a word. Blood evaporated into a red mist with a fishy smell. It was not just him. All the ninjas around who failed to avoid the circular blade were either cut in half on the spot or left with a charred scar on their bodies. Sawarakiri didn't even look at the people behind him. His azure six eyes were like stars twinkling in the night. At super high speed, they turned into a dim stream of light that made people's hair stand on end. He avoided the physical attack ninja in front and pointed directly at the ninjutsu type sand ninja behind. However, the elites selected by Sand Village for sneak attacks on the flanks were not easy to deal with. As soon as the front assault formation was broken, the subsequent joint ninjutsu followed like a shadow. Joint ninjutsu. Water. Style, water wall. Instantly, a huge water wall spanning dozens of meters rose straight up on the land that had just rained, like a wave rolling up on the ground, surging towards Sawarakiri. At the same time, the sand-hidden body art ninjas who had just been shocked by the fire style suddenly reacted and chased and gathered in the direction of Sawarakiri. However, Sawarakiri's footsteps did not stop for even a moment. He faced the huge water wall that was about to extinguish him, and the flames on the blade in his hand suddenly became stronger, making a boom explosion sound. God of Fire Kagura, Yang Huetu. The surface of the blade, which was originally in the shape of golden and white flames, completely turned into a blazing white. The tip of the blade pointed forward. Swoosh! Before this sword that raised the temperature to an extremely terrifying level, the water wall formed by more than a dozen people could not even stop for a moment. When Saharakiri entered the water escape, his speed was even 3 times faster than the previous moment. Water does overcome fire. However, under the combined attack of this red sword and the god of fire Kagura, and supplemented by the isolation of the unlimited technique. What is this level of obstruction? Boom! The waves behind him hit the wasteland. Saharakiri's figure had already broken through the water flow, like an arrow from a bow, and like a tiger into a flock of sheep, fiercely pounced into his prey. The blade flew, first with a swish sound, suddenly cut off the head of the stunned person in front, and then turned around and kicked down a guy who was desperately rushing towards him, and his figure used the force to reverse in the air, avoiding several kunao shot from behind. The scolding and roaring of various sand village ninjas all at once. But none of them could cover the roaring fire in his hand. During this short pause, a jonin next to him had already completed the seal. Wind style, vacuum wave. The wind blades that were quickly spit out towards Sawarakiri were silent, and under the cover of the night, even the shape was not very obvious, but it had already covered all the places where Sawarakiri landed. The nature of the wind style has changed to cutting. In the observation of the 6 eyes, all the branches and stones that blocked the two of them were silently divided into 2 parts. But had Sawara Kiri raised the corner of his lips, and the light in his eyes became more and more brilliant. He quickly twisted the blade in his hand, and in this moment when he was floating in the air and there was no time to lose, he slashed several times quickly. The god of fire Kagura, the burning sun red mirror. The flame stream that burst out again based on the fire blade no longer remained in the same concentrated state as before, but instead broke out like a fan, like a shield blocking in front of him. Buzz! The roaring flame stream just offset the sharp wind blade, and a diffuse flame stream exploded, just covering the figure of Sawarakiri. Captain, kill him! A sand ninja not far away shouted subconsciously. The jonin who released the wind escape seemed to suddenly sense some kind of threat, and immediately protected the companion who spoke in front of him. Hey! Just one blow. The fire stream that suddenly broke out from the fire completely engulfed the unlucky guy. Sawarakiri's figure was faster than the fire, stepping on the fire road, stepping on the charred body of the unlucky guy just now, holding the flame blade high in his hand, and the flames surrounding him were like his most loyal servant. The god of fire, Kagura, the blazing fire behind him seemed to light up the entire night sky, casting a deep shadow on his handsome face. Only his eyes were bright blue. Even the sight of the wind escape jonin could not help but be attracted by this gorgeous scene, and he was vaguely distracted. Only his body still completed the last seal according to the instinct formed by countless hard training. Wind escape, vacuum big ball, flame dance. The 2 moves were completed almost at the same time, released synchronously in a narrow distance. The highly condensed air bomb formed by the wind escape collided with the blazing golden white flame flow. If time stopped at this moment, you could even vaguely see the ninja sword in Sawarakiri's hand swaying like a non-Newtonian fluid, flowing molten steel under explosive ultra-high pressure. However, when time starts to flow, the extremely sharp and rippled fire easily split the roaring wind bomb blocking the front. And at the same time, it split the fragile neck of the Sand Village senior ninja. Wow! Under the inertia brought by the super high speed, Sawarakiri's figure passed over the headless corpse, stepped on the soft ground soaked by rain, and slid straight for 6 or 7 meters, and his ninja shoes plowed a deep mark on the ground. There is also a gap between senior ninjas. At this moment, the ninja sword in his hand has melted into molten steel that gradually fell to the ground. The handle of the sword was so hot that his palm was wrapped in chakra and he couldn't hold it at all. He threw away the useless sword, turned around, and looked at the Sand Village ninjas around him who were all stunned and staring at him. Looking down on everything. Those Sand Village ninjas even forgot to maintain the assault formation, and even took a half step back under his sweeping eyes. Just looking at him. Is there such a blazing and violent fire in this world? Sawara Kiri casually summoned another ninja sword from the seal bracelet on his wrist and threw away the scabbard. His azure eyes swept across the faces of the sand ninjas in front of him one by one, and a smile that belonged to a top hunter slowly appeared on his handsome face. It's not over yet. They. God of Fire Kagura Inma, Naruko and Sako are also good looking, brother-in-law and Tia-nation. I came back late today and went to the hospital for a checkup, but the department was closed, so it was a wasted trip. The next chapter is scheduled at 23:55. Chapter 71 Scarlet Fireworks, Part 2, Swoosh. They. Rapidly shooting trident kunao broke through the airflow, and a sharp sound burst out beside the ear. The sand ninja in front of him subconsciously swung his sword and chopped in the direction of the sound, but a golden shadow suddenly flashed in the corner of his peripheral vision. The young man's figure was faster than the kunao. He stretched out his hand in the middle of the ninja weapon, grasped the handle, and caught the sand ninja's 1/10 of a second pause when he swung his sword. Sideways, reverse grip, and spin. The blade accurately broke the throat, and the figure, like a golden stream of light, was like a spinning top that staggered with it, and easily stepped behind the sand ninja. However, Namikaze Minato had not had time to find the next target. The sound of the surging waves behind him could already be heard in his ears. What the hell is going on? He subconsciously jumped up and stepped on the waves that hit the ground like a tsunami. He took several steps to barely stand firm, and his figure was driven by the water and drifted several meters away. When Minato Namikaze raised his head and looked in the direction of the ninjutsu, he could see a firework that broke through the mist and bloomed brilliantly in the night. Whether it was a chunin or a jonin, a ninjutsu type or a taijutsu type, they were all chopped into pieces like melons and vegetables under his blade that ignited the flames. It seemed that there was no one in the world who could stop him. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but reveal a smile with an indescribable emotion on his face. This matter is also strange. Even a mediocre person like him has become famous in the ninja world early on. However, a truly talented person like Kiri-kun, who is full of talent, is actually on the battlefield for the first time. Until today, even I, who have fought with Kiri-kun, didn't know that he still has such a gorgeous and dazzling sword technique. That extremely sharp sword path is obviously not something that can be practiced in a short time. Even, this is not Kiri-kun's real trump card. There are probably only a few people, including him, who have truly experienced what a superb gifted monster he is, whether in Konoha or the entire ninja world, until today. After tonight, the name of Sawara Kiri will surely resound throughout the ninja world, stepping on the corpses and blood of the Sand Village ninjas. Minato Namikaze thought so, looking at the scarlet flames that were crisscrossing among the sand ninjas, and he was even more confident than Sawara Kiri himself, and couldn't help whispering, "Let them see it." Key. But in fact, it was not just the sand ninjas who were shocked. Almost when the sand ninjas were discovered to have infiltrated the Konoha position with their shadow clones, several on-duty personnel who had not yet slept in the frontline command center had already sat down at the signal position. The so-called signal position is actually a large chakra diffusion station specially set up for the Yamanaka clan ninjas, but the whole thing looks like a metal chair, and the back of the chair extends forward to a helmet in the shape of an iron pot, with various sealing techniques on it, which is directly connected to the brain of the Yamanaka ninjas. At the same time, it allows multiple people to communicate through his spirit, and can also serve as a transit station to project the influence seen by the perceptive ninjas into the eyes of a specific person. At this time, several commanders were cursing at the troops they were responsible for, and various voices were mixed in this command post dug out from the ground. Post number 3. Post No 3. Captain Noda, tell the people in your position to return to the trenches. Do not expose your position without permission. They. Front command does not need support, and everyone should be on alert at the edge. Are all the people in the garrison dead? Where are our perception ninjas? Where are the Hyoga people? Let them see where the attack came from. Until a Yamanaka ninja sitting in the signal position suddenly stood up and shouted, "Found it! They target is in the woods on the southwest flank, with a total number of more than 30 people." Everyone subconsciously fell silent. Almost at the moment when this voice sounded, the black and white picture in the eyes of a Hyoga ninja was projected by the Yamanaka ninja into the eyes of Narashikama, the chief commander of the front line. But the next moment, when others were waiting for his next blocking order, Narashikama, who had just looked solemn and ready to issue orders at any time, suddenly looked dazed and muttered, "This is blocked." He stared at the black and white picture in his vision as if he was watching a movie. Although the picture had no color, he could still judge how fierce the fireworks on the battlefield were by the ultra-high-density chakra reaction that was about to turn into a white line in his Byakugan vision. Narashikama thought that he had originally thought that Hatake Sakumo's swordsmanship was invincible in the world, but he didn't expect that there was someone as brave as him. Whose general is this? Go to support. However, compared with the relieved Konoha ninjas, the Sand Village side was much more miserable. The 3 members of the Sawara team who broke through the first round of encirclement had gathered together at this time, like the sharpest cone tip, directly inserted into the already loose formation of the sand-hidden ninja assault force. Several puppets rolled the blade wheel from top to bottom and swept down towards the boy in front, and at the same time shot out fine poison needles. Minato Namikaze's figure was like a broken line, running on the ground, and while shooting the trident style kunao in his hand at the person in front of him, he rolled to avoid a heavy axe that hit the ground. One hand supported the ground and exerted force, standing upside down on the ground. Twisting and rotating. The torso was like a windmill twisted to the maximum limit, and it swept a circle, and the calf hit the waist and abdomen of the heavy axe sand ninja. The Konoha whirlwind, however, another person flashed behind him almost synchronously, holding the kunao that he had prepared for a long time in both hands. Stabbing with force, his face full of excitement and ferocity, I succeeded. However, before he could be proud. He saw that the golden-haired young man rolling on the ground suddenly condensed a highly condensed chakra ball in his palm, and swung it at him without hesitation. Raise Nan. They. Ultra-high-speed rotating chakra ball collided with the blade, making a harsh friction sound. The sand ninja suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Almost at the moment when this thought appeared, the blade that was constantly twisting in the high-speed vibration suddenly broke into a ball of exploding metal fragments. Immediately afterwards, the raised Nan was pressed hard on his chest. Boom! The whole twisted body fell into the mud. Minato is already very skilled. Sawara. Kiri from over there. He retracted his gaze and looked at the last few Sand Village ninjas in the distance. Among them, a man with the tallest and thickest figure stood in front of him, looking at him coldly. During this operation, we did not expect that there would be a ninja of your strength here. It was our oversight. It's just that. He looked at the ninja sword in Sawara Kiri's hand with a fearful look. Your iconic flame blade is something we have never heard of before. Which Jonin in Konoha are you? Sawara. Kiri nodded to him with a gentle smile, and his tone was very sincere. I will not change my name or surname. That's right, Hatake Kakashi. Just when the Sand Village ninja was thinking about whether he had heard this name somewhere, Sawara Kiri had already taken a step and shouted behind him, Yayoi. Almost at the same moment his voice sounded. 2 Uchiha Yayoi appeared from his left and right at the same time, and their hands formed different seals at the same speed. Wind. Style, Great Breakthrough. Fire. Style, Great Fire Extinguishing Arrow. Compound. Ninjutsu, Great Flame Breakthrough. The wind helps the fire, and the fire borrows the wind. The 2 overlapping violent ninjutsu doubled their power at the same moment. The fire, which was already surging forward in the shape of an arrow, was like a hot mountain moving forward under the push of the wind. In just a moment, the Sand Village Jonin was completely swallowed up. But this is not over yet. Sawara Kiri's speed became faster and faster, as if he completely ignored the flames burning in front of him, and locked the enemy's position with his blue 6 eyes. The blade in his hand became even more powerful under the blessing of the sea of fire around him. Flames and fire. At the same time, the several sand ninjas struggled to jump out of the sea of fire, with multiple blisters on their bodies. The idea of sneaking away 1 or 2 people while talking nonsense was completely ruined. Damn. Kid. Next time, I must. However, before his companion finished speaking, another person who was looking at the sea of fire seemed to notice something and frowned. What is that? Others also turned their heads involuntarily and looked in the direction of his gaze. So, they seemed to have noticed it vaguely. In the raging sea of fire, it seemed that something was jumping. How could this be possible? However, at the moment of realizing this, everyone felt that their thoughts were a bit absurd. However, they just came out from there. How could they not know the power of this flame? Only the sand ninja who had just spoken was staring intently. His eyes refused to turn away even for a moment. His expression gradually twisted, and even his roar became sharp. Disperse. Unfortunately, there was no chance. The figure wrapped in the center of the flame flow was like a swimming dragon, breaking through the air at an incredibly fast speed, and every step seemed to be stepping on the wind. The dazzling sword light, the last seen in their vision, burned a mark as deep as the Sunday. Dragon of the Halo, head dance. They. Figure slithered, the sword light floated. Even the sound was half a beat slower than his figure. Several sand ninjas who fled stood there blankly. On their necks, there was a fine charred black cut like a charcoal drawing. The scarlet fireworks in the night slowly extinguished. Everything returned to the quietness of the battlefield. The subtitle of Halo Dragon Head Dance is wrong, there is another, Chapter 72, Stop at the point the wind rustles and the cold penetrates the bones. For the sand ninjas who have lived in the water-scarce desert for many years, this kind of water vapor is like a thorn in the bone. In the not-so-cold weather, it penetrates the clothes and spreads into the bone marrow. This feeling of coldness is extremely unfamiliar. However, no matter how difficult the environment is, it cannot stop their firm will. All the sand ninjas know very well that the water source regarded as a treasure by the people of their wind country is just a common and overflowing vulgar thing in the country to the east of them. Only if they, as ninjas, fight hard on the battlefield and try to tear a piece of flesh and blood from the body of this powerful fire country, their country will have the possibility of becoming a powerful country equal to it. Unlike the fire country, which is self-satisfied because of its strength and wealth. As sand ninjas who have lived in a dusty environment since birth, they know better than anyone what this war means to the Kingdom of Wind. However, just as they were waiting for the elite assault troops in front to tear open a hole in the Konoha position so that they could rush in. The sound of fighting suddenly stopped in the direction of the Konoha position in the distance. Kazuma, the commander of this force, lay on the ground, most of his body hidden under the damp and cold rotten leaves in the forest, but his expression was stunned. Alan, what's going on? He waited for a moment, and finally couldn't hold back his temper and called out the name of the perception ninja next to him. But the perception ninja whose name he called out also had a stunned expression. No. What's gone? Kazuma looked puzzled and spoke subconsciously. Alan kept his hands in the posture of forming seals and sensing, and his voice suddenly became very urgent. Master Dick's chakra, before they could rush into the dense crowd of Konoha's position, was all destroyed by a very strong chakra reaction. No, to be precise, there are three. The strongest one's reaction is between the shadow and the Jonin, excluding the possibility of the nine-tailed beast. The other two reactions are slightly weaker, but they are at least at the level of Jonin. They are very fast. Hearing this, Kazuma's heart suddenly seemed to be clenched by someone. How could it be? So many commandos led by Jonin, actually, could it be that Hitaki Sakumo or Orochimaru, who are sitting in the rear, have come, as a Jonin of Sand Village? He naturally knows the enemy's trump card. However, in order to contain them, the third generation has taken the initiative to go to the front line. Why? Kazuma thought so, his Adam's apple slid unnaturally, but he clenched his teeth and looked at the 200 people behind him. Just when he was about to force the follow-up troops to rush into the enemy camp, at least to see who killed the entire commando, the voice of Commander Luosha suddenly came from the puppet headset hanging on his left ear. Retreat, Kazuma. Sit. Tonight's test is over. Even though Luosha's voice was as calm as possible and emotionless, Kazuma, who grew up with him, could still vaguely hear the heavy and extreme fear in his tone. There was a variable on the Konoha side. However, this had nothing to do with him. Kazuma secretly breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head and looked at his colleagues who were still confused behind him, and finally gave the order retreat. On the other side, pharmacist Nono was half kneeling on the ground, holding up Sawarakiri's right hand with both hands, lowering his head slightly, and performing medical ninjutsu with a focused expression. The light blue medical chakra covered his palm, and there was a warm feeling like the sun. The blisters on his hand were constantly being repaired and restored. Under Nono's exquisite treatment technique, in less than half a minute, Sawarakiri's burned hand had recovered completely. Even the shape of the scar was invisible. Thank you, Nono. Sawara Kiri smiled at her and tried to clench her 5 fingers. Although he also had a reversal technique that could be used to repair his body, he was now on the battlefield. Although they had just eliminated a wave of enemy troops, they didn't know if there was anyone behind them. As a combatant, Sawara Kiri, every bit of physical strength and chakra saved at this moment was crucial. The reason why their team brought a medical ninja was to consider long-term combat endurance. No, it's okay. No. Lowered her head and whispered timidly, this is what I should do. Then, I'll ask you to do it next time too. Yes. Ever since Sawara Kiri revealed her identity, Yakushi Nono has always been so cautious. However, in addition to not daring to speak in front of Sawarakiri, she also seemed to be afraid that she would be abandoned because of her worthlessness, so when she saw her injured, she rushed over very quickly. This subtle contrast makes people feel very interesting. However, Sawarakiri is still very measured. The reason is also very simple. In his 360-degree 6-eye vision, Uchiha Yayoi, who was standing not far behind him, leaning against an ancient tree, was holding his chest with his hands, and seemed to glance at this side inadvertently with his peripheral vision. The dark pupils stared at Nono's hands covering his palms. The girl's ninja shoes were tapping the beat impatiently, and she bit her thumb subconsciously, as if every second she spent at this moment made her feel bored from the bottom of her heart. It's been too long. That impure undercover kid, is this the one? Lolita plan, damn. How did they know that the mist would fall for it? Miss Uchiha Yayoi accidentally made a serious slander against Mr. Sawara's XP system. It's just that there are all kinds of dark thoughts that can't be spoken out, and they are all mixed up in a mess. However, when Sawarakiri turned her head to look at her, Miss Yaoi's face immediately switched to her usual elegant and calm appearance, and no one could find any problem with her expression. Then, as if she had just noticed his gaze, the girl happened to meet his gaze and smiled casually. God knows how much experience in stalking is needed to accumulate and practice the face-changing skills. What? A heavy emotion. Saharakiri murmured to himself, is this Uchiha's love? Sarasama. Yakushi. Nono didn't hear clearly and looked up at him. No, nothing. Sarah. Kiri quickly stopped talking and pretended to look into the distance. At this time, the Konoha position behind him also returned to order under the command of the front command, and soon restored the command echelon. Just when he was about to return to the tunnel, Miss Yayoi suddenly followed him, inadvertently blocking the figure of Yakushi Nono behind him, and walked side by side with the young man, taking out a roll from his pocket. Grey bandage. Woo, use this. Miss Yayoi was still as calm and reliable as before. She glanced at the palm that Saharakiri had just healed. This is the fireproof cloth used by our Uchiha clan when practicing fire escape. Tie it to the handle of the knife, it should be able to slightly reduce the burning sensation. Saharakiri immediately showed a surprised expression and took it quickly. It really saved my life. But, Yayoi, how did you know I needed this thing? Uchiha. Yayoi pursed her lips, not letting her smile show too obviously. As long as it's about Wu, I know everything. Listening to the boy's long voice that seemed a little puzzled, Miss Yayoi showed a cunning smile like a little fox on her face. Although the training ground chosen by Wu a few days ago was very hidden, after only losing twice, Miss Yayoi found the place with her superb tracking skills and made some preparations in advance. Originally, she wanted to give this little gift to Wu more naturally. However, she didn't expect that the little girl would interfere. Miss Yayoi glanced at Yakushi Nono. Inadvertently. Miss Spy felt a chill on her back, shrugged subconsciously, and got goosebumps on her back. Uchiha Yayoi slowly retracted her gaze and followed the young man step by step. The child stepped on his long shadow stretched by the sunlight at dawn, put his hands behind his back, and looked at him sideways. What? Don't believe it. Ha! You are really arrogant, Miss Yayoi. Sawara. Kiri glanced at her sideways, but said nothing. The two people kept a subtle expression of you don't know but I know everything, and even the eyes when looking at each other were full of tacit understanding. Yakushi Nono followed behind them. At this moment, the feeling that he was very redundant suddenly became more obvious than ever. However, Sawarakiri is very satisfied with the current state of just enough. The reason is very simple. He looked at the lines of words appearing on the panel with a sidelong look. Bond Path, Uchiha Yayoi Final Bond Path 1, 9 Megatama Samsara I can't stay in this world without fog for even a second. The jade foot stepped on the broken neck of Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the fingertips dug out the eyeball. This is the eye that can turn everything around, right? Well, I finally found it. Final Bond Path 2, I refuse. No, what does it mean to date her? With that woman? Then what about me? What should I do with my feelings? I refuse. How could such strange words come out of Wu's mouth? It's too weird. Hypnosis? Illusion? Could it be that her consciousness has been completely tampered with? Really? As expected, Wu can't even maintain her self-awareness. Why is she saying things that I can't understand? Ha, it's really weird. What do you mean, you never liked me? I can't understand the meaning at all. But it doesn't matter. If it's just that level of ability, let me use these eyes to correct you again. Open. Bleeding. Mangeki Sharingan.jpg Final Bond Path 3, Between Reincarnations. Go to sleep peacefully, Wu. When you wake up, there will be only two of us in this world. The power of this giant reincarnation eye can restore all vegetation on the earth, and the power of Kagaya in the moon heart can restore all creatures other than humans. You and I will be the new ancestors of mankind. By that time, you should be able to look at me alone, right? All. This is Wu's fault for only looking at others. But I will forgive you. Wait. Until this world ends. Final. Bond Path 4. World. Line undetermined bond calculation continues to running. This future deduction is really outrageous. So, how did you do it, Miss Yayoi? Sawara Wu thought. Probably this feeling 1, probably this feeling 2, and this feeling 3, just got home, drank a little too much, my brain is a little numb, I probably can't write any more. Point 1 chapter today, make up tomorrow. When writing this paragraph, I suddenly remembered that it was the last day of vacation, and I was so sad that I couldn't breathe. Chapter 73 Sealed Land. Swish, the blade was pulled out, and scarlet blood splashed on the ground. Sawarakiri wiped off the marks on his cheek, scanned the surroundings with the 6 eyes, and after confirming that there was no enemy chakra reaction within a radius of 3 kilometers, he waved to the people behind him. The weakest pharmacist Nono immediately leaned against the tree trunk, sat on the ground with his butt, and gasped for breath. Yayoi dug a temporary smokeless stove on the ground and prepared to have lunch here. Their team had been fighting for 15 hours in a row, and they had not eaten anything until now. So their stomachs were flat. Minato patted Sawarakiri's shoulder during this period. I will be in charge of the alert. Wu, you go and take a rest first. He said, pointing to his eyes and indicating, you have maintained it for so long, you must be very tired, right? Sawara. Wu was stunned when he heard this. Unexpectedly, the first person to discover the abnormality of his eyes would be Minato. However, it is reasonable. Although it was not highlighted in the original work, Namikaze Minato, who can freely shuttle through countless space marks, is also a very outstanding perception ninja even if other abilities are put aside. It's just that his ability in this aspect is overshadowed by other more outstanding aspects. After spending a long time with him, it is inevitable that the weak chakra fluctuations in his eyes will be discovered. Fortunately, now Sawara Wu is no longer worried about being discovered because of this little thing. Indeed. Then I'll leave it to you. Sawara Wu responded with a relaxed expression, turned around, and went to collect some firewood. Minato looked at his back and smiled helplessly. You are still pushing yourself too hard. Missed. It has been the 6th day since the full-scale battle. A battlefield with more than 1,000 people is something Sawarakiri has never experienced before, and it is completely different from the feeling of small-scale combat. In a wide range of combat areas, everyone needs to remain vigilant for a long time. Even if they have just won a battle, they must immediately engage in the next battle. Even the opportunity to take a breath seems so precious. The name of the forest meat grinder is well deserved. Even if most of the people they met were not opponents for the Sawara team, the fatigue caused by the tense nerves brought by the constant fighting was real. After fighting all day, only when they ate, the little warmth of the food flowing into their stomachs made them feel that they were still alive. I plan to go back to the position after a while of rest. After finishing the meal, Sawarakiri leaned against the tree trunk and spoke to others. Minato frowned a little. Didn't the order from the front command tell us to patrol here for 10 days? Supplies should be enough. Violating the command order during wartime is not a trivial matter, not to mention retreating. There's nothing wrong with replenishing it. It's not like you want to be a traitor. Uchiha Yayoi expressed his attitude calmly. Since Kiri said so, he must have his reasons. Sawarakiri smiled at her, and then continued, it's not just for supplies, but because of Tsunagakuer. Minato looked at him. Didn't you notice? Saharakiri pointed to the traces of the battlefield in the distance. We have stayed here for 6 days, and the squadron scale encirclement has occurred 3 times, and the logistics convoy has also begun to go around this side completely. This shows that the Sand Village Front Command has roughly outlined our range of activities. But until now, we haven't even encountered a well-known Sand Village strongman. This situation should have exceeded the expectations of the front command. Minato frowned. It was really the case. These days, when the Sand Village ninja saw them, they would shout in horror, Flame Blade? It's Hitaki Kakashi. However, there really was no well-known strongman to confront them. Strong against strong, weak against weak. This is one of the unspoken rules of the ninja world when fighting. Because in this world, there are really many monsters who can kill an entire 100-man brigade by themselves. If there are no other strong men to fight against them, it will eventually become a competitive two-way massacre. In the end, all the villages suffered heavy losses, and only the strong survived. The morale of the village will be scattered. What kind of war is this? Not only that. Following Sawarakiri's thoughts, Minato Namikaze noticed more and more abnormalities. Logically speaking, the Sand Village has an advantage in military strength and poor logistics. Under normal circumstances, they would try their best to fight a quick victory. However, why is there no sign of full-scale military deployment until now? But they are just fighting a fuel war. What are they planning? Just when Sawarakiri and others noticed the problem of the Sand Village. In the southwest of the Land of Fire. Is this plan really okay? Yet, King looked at the Sand Village sealing squad, which was working in groups around the mountain to crack the sealing technique in the distant mountains, and spoke to the two people beside him with concern. It has been 6 days since we infiltrated, right? If the effect after breaking the seal is not as expected, the food consumed in the confrontation on the front line for so many days, this is a necessary sacrifice. Luo Sha, who was standing beside her, had a cold expression at this time. At this time, every bit of trouble Konoha has, our hope of victory will increase by 1 point. For this, any sacrifice is worth it. As a disciple of the third Hokage, Luo Sha is one of the main initiators of this mission. In fact, leading a large team of about 100 people and going deep into the heart of the Land of Fire alone is also very risky even for powerful jonin like them. However, it is necessary. Seeing that Yekeng next to him was still a little dissatisfied, Luo Sha's tone eased a little, and continued, this piece of information is what we spent. I bought it from Kirigakure at a high price. It is said that the one sealed here is a monster that wants to destroy the entire ninja world. In the past, even the powerful Senju clan was unable to kill it, so they had to join forces with the Sarutobi clan to seal it by sneak attack and bury it in the center of this mountain. It has been nearly 100 years until today. They white-bearded and white-haired Monzaemon was also interested in what he said, even the Senju clan can't kill it. What is that monster? He had seen the strength of the Senju clan before building the village. The chakra of those guys was ridiculously large, and their vitality was as tenacious as that of insects. Even if we put aside Senju Hashirama, who was called the god of ninja, the strength of other clansmen was enough to confront the Uchiha clan with the Sharingan head-on. Strong men like Senju Tobirama were not uncommon in the history of the Senju clan. What on earth could make them unable to kill? I don't know. When Luo Sha saw the great senior speak, his posture was a little respectful. For some reason, the information obtained by the Kirigakure kept the identity of it very secretive, whether it was its origin, manufacturing method, or its ability. None of them were mentioned. It was only stated in the scroll that it was a being that was eager to destroy the ninja world and had terrifying power. Of course, it may also be concealed by the Kirigakure. However, Luo Sha did not have too many doubts about the authenticity of the Kirigakure intelligence. Over the years, Kirigakure has always been able to get a lot of highly confidential intelligence from Konoha through unknown means, and has also sold it in large quantities through underground channels, making a lot of money, which has made Konoha very anxious for a while. Therefore, their reputation in the intelligence community is actually quite good. Tisk. Monzaemon spat disdainfully, those damn bastards in Kirigakure like to engage in these conspiracies and tricks. How long will it take for these little brats to break the seal? According to the intelligence from the village, a young man from the Hokage clan appeared on the front battlefield. I still want to meet him. Luo Sha looked at the mountains from a distance and thought for a while. 3 days. At least 3 more days. Monzaemon grinned, and the scars on his face piled up layer by layer, and he squirmed like a centipede. Humph. Then wait for 3 more days. Hearing this, even Yekeng, who had the most objections, could not help but remain silent. If it is for the village, all sacrifices and consumption are worth it. She is also willing to give everything for the village. I just hope that the power of this sealed demon can be worthy of their waiting these days. It's a pity not to cup this back. Scorch release Yekeng, this front view may be better, the next chapter will be before 12 o'clock, I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable when I start working. Again. I really want to continue my vacation. Keep asking for votes. Chapter 74 White Secret Technique near Matsu 10 People Chapter 74 White Secret Technique. The Tenkinmetsu. When the information about Sawarakiri was first sent to the front command, it had not attracted anyone's attention. In view of his bright future, Narashikama, after returning the information to the headquarters, simply reprimanded the Sawara team as usual, and asked them to carry out the mission as usual, and then forgot about it. Until one day later, when Orochimaru saw another piece of information, he suddenly turned out the information from the front command. It is estimated that 23 people from the Southwest Border Patrol Squadron were missing 5 to 8 days ago. Failed to find the bodies. Orochimaru slapped the information on the table, turned his head and looked at the assistant beside him, showing a rare stern expression. Why is this information only sent now? Who is in charge of the Southwest Border Intelligence Department? The assistant was stunned for a moment, and even his voice tightened a bit, but he immediately replied, Lord Orochimaru, due to the serious infiltration phenomenon in various places on the battlefield, several intelligence reports, including this one, were missed due to communication interference. The Southwest Border Intelligence Department did not receive the corresponding reply, so it sent a supplementary copy today. In the assistant's opinion, it is normal for a squadron or two, or even dozens of people, to disappear silently on the battlefield. However, Lord Orochimaru, who usually does not frown even when seeing more casualties in the war report, is so angry today. Hearing this, Orochimaru clenched his hand on the table into a fist, revealing some rare intense emotions. However, after understanding the cause and effect, he did not blame his subordinates anymore. Orochimaru took a deep breath, calmed himself down, thought for a moment, and immediately ordered the assistant notify Narashikama now and ask him to conduct a large-scale search on the southwest front. Each intelligence department will immediately launch a full-scale search for the enemy situation in their respective territories, and mobilize the 3 reconnaissance reserve teams of the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inyazuka families of the headquarters to use Kikyo Castle as their base. After a series of orders were issued, Orochimaru sat at his desk, looking at the intelligence sent back yesterday, his face gloomy. Sahara Kiri, he really saved my life. Since this Sand Village team was only discovered by a reconnaissance squadron during the entire operation, it means that this Sand Village team that went deep into the territory of the Land of Fire should not exceed 300 people. The number of people is small, but it has penetrated to this position. The tailed beast? Or the third Kazekage himself? Or, just show up together? As a cage-level strongman, Orochimaru knows very well what kind of destructive power the third generation, who has mastered the magnetic escape technique and is known as the strongest Kazekage, has on the group. If the tailed beast appears in Kikyo Castle, all his ideas of turning defeat into victory will be. Orochimaru's expression became more and more tense. He couldn't accept that he had such a serious omission in his layout. We must grasp their position immediately. You clearly said something like how dare you retreat without orders before. Now you are eager to pull the fog out again. That old guy. Miss Yayoi muttered indignantly, gritting her teeth, looking petty and resentful. In fact, it was all because Narashikama said a few more words to Sawarakiri that day. Only in matters related to the fog, Miss Yayoi, who is always calm and rational to the point of keeping people at a distance and not very talkative, will appear to be unusually vengeful. Now, Sawarakiri is not the only one who knows this. Even Minato Namikaze and Yakushi Nono, who are on the same team, have all discovered it. When faced with this situation, they all kept silent and silently looked at Sawarakiri with urging eyes. Okay, Yayoi. Under their gazes, Sawarakiri had no choice but to move closer and whispered to comfort them. After all, it's wartime, and Lord Shikama is also trying to maintain military discipline. With just one sentence, Miss Yayoi stopped talking. Humph. Sawara Kiri breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he turned his head, he caught a glimpse of Minato smiling at him in a teasing manner, and even the little guy Nono tried hard to keep a poker face and try not to show too much expression. These two guys. Do you know how hard I have worked to protect this world? If she is not careful, Miss Yayoi, who is overwhelmed by the power of Yandere, will punch the reincarnation eye and kick Kagaya Otsutsuki. It's a pity that he is the only one who knows about this. As if noticing his resentful gaze, Minato pursed his lips slightly, making the expression on his face less obvious, and then he spoke. Speaking of which, it has been almost 2 days since we found the patrol team from where they disappeared. Should we apply for another reconnaissance team? We have been here for so long, and the front line, Minato was apparently helping Wu out, but in fact, he was also expressing his concerns. When they were on the front line, the pressure was so great. If they changed a team, what would it be like? Indeed. Sawara Kiri also had this plan. In fact, he still had the psychological inertia brought by his previous life. In the original work, the Second Ninja World War ended with Konoha's complete victory. If so, it means that it is unlikely that monsters with strength exceeding the tailed beast level will appear now. If so, what is he worried about, wandering here now? In Sawara Kiri's opinion, it is more likely to increase casualties on the front line. However, just as he was thinking this, his hand suddenly covered his right ear. A series of vague voices suddenly sounded in his brain. Sawara Kiri's footsteps completely stopped, his expression solemn, and he took the initiative to refine the chakra in his body on a larger scale. After the target of the voice transmission became more obvious, the clarity of the voice in the brain was obviously improved a lot, but it was a little intermittent. Sasawara-sama, southern part of Shigaku Mountain, Sand Village, hold on. He simply replied and immediately opened the six eyes. This should be the voice of Yamanaka Yuma, the direction of their team is. Seeing his appearance, several team members around him immediately shut up and looked at him quietly. In an instant, the space within a range of tens of kilometers was quickly surpassed by the field of vision. After compressing the 360-degree brain processing range to a small area, the range that his eyes could reach immediately reached a very terrifying distance. Until the end, the picture locked on the face of an old man with white hair and beard. In front of him and several puppets, there were several bodies of Konoha ninjas lying. As if they were in sync, the old man suddenly raised his head and met his gaze that transcended space. He grinned fiercely. Sawara Kiri's expression became more serious. The only thing to be thankful for was that before setting off, Minato gave each team a kunao. Minato. Position, Yamanaka Yuma. About 3 meters behind the mark. Sawara Kiri immediately issued an order and drew out his ninja sword at the same time, preparing for battle. Although Minato at this time had not yet reached the level of Flying Thunder God in his previous life, he was almost able to lead people to jump. After hearing the order from Kiri, he did not hesitate at all. Hands seal. Grab my back. They 3 of them immediately reached out their hands. After the space twisted in an instant, their figures suddenly appeared in front of the old man. At the moment when the figure suddenly appeared, Sahara Kiri took a step forward. The ninja sword in his hand drew fire and swung forward. It was as blazing as a meteor. Boom! They blazing fireworks spread to the front dozens of meters at a speed faster than thunder, directly engulfing the white-haired and white-bearded old man, making a deafening explosion. However, to his surprise, the body suddenly rotated and drilled through the flames, carrying the puppets up to the air, hooked between the lush and tall ancient trees, and floated like a doll. He bursts of harsh and hoarse laughter rang in his ears. How terrible, how terrible! Today, can we see the space ninjutsu of that guy Tobirama again? The old man walked out from behind another big tree with a slightly hunched figure. You really have a bad temper, kid. But if it's only this level, you can't touch me. Several puppets also stopped in midair at the same time. The puppet heads turned towards the group. Let me show you the puppet technique I created in my life. Monzaemon stood there, with an excited smile on his wrinkled face. White secret technique Shikamatsu 10 people. Shikamatsu 10 people, I was thinking of posting a swimsuit show, but I think I'll spare myself and give me something good, it's almost time, annoying. Chapter 75, Disharmony. Sawara Kiri's figure passed through the air, and the blade with ignited flames intersected with the steel armor on the surface of the puppet, tearing a deep mark of molten steel. However, how could the puppet feel pain? The spinning blade broke through the air and shot in all directions, forcing away the figure who tried to approach Domanzamon. The outer layer of armor fell off, and the inner layer of spikes protruded. At the same time, the other 3 puppets almost synchronously rushed towards Sawara Kiri at lightning speed. Sawara Kiri didn't care about the attacks from all around him at all, and the blade in his hand danced so well that no water could get in. The eyes were still fixed on the old man, who looked extremely arrogant not far away. The white-bearded and white-haired Monzaemon opened his hands, screaming strangely, his 10 fingers dancing rapidly in the air like playing a piano, entangled with chakra puppet threads. Under his performance, the Chikamatsu 10 were like 10 jonins who cooperated so well that they looked like one person. Flying blades, broadswords, steel cables, mechanical arms. Various attacks emerged one after another, and he seemed to never get tired, as if he had bet all his strength on this period of time. Figures crossed rapidly in the woods. Taking this opportunity, Namikaze Minato had already carried the 2 Konoha ninjas who were still alive on the ground and headed away from the battlefield. However, Monzaemon completely ignored his movements. It seemed that all his attention was on the 2 people in front of him. Interesting, 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 interesting. Monzaemon looked at Saharakiri dancing surrounded by the 10 Kinmatsu, and kept screaming like a madman. His hoarse voice was like the cry of a crow, and even his smile looked so ferocious. I have long wanted to see how powerful the rumored Konoha White Fang is. Now, since I haven't seen that guy Hotaki Sakumo, it's not a pity to see you. At the same moment when the voice fell, 2 more puppets squeezed into the battle group. Sense of disharmony. Saya Harakiri listened to Manzamon's roar, but his mind was not on it at all. While fighting, the 6 eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings on a large scale. When he heard Yamanaka Yuma's voice and found that Monzaemon was actually here, he realized that something was wrong. When he first learned that Sand Village had sent a team of about 100 people, no more than 300 people at most, to break into Konoha from the southwest border, the conclusion he came to was actually similar to that of Orochimaru. That is, Sand Village is likely to take the One Tail or the 3rd Kazekage to Kikyo Castle, the general commander of Konoha, to start a big riot. Therefore, during this period of time, he basically led a team to search around the main road leading to Kikyo Castle from the southwest border, trying to rely on the credit of stopping this team to improve his status. As long as his reputation and status in the village are higher, the possibility of being exposed will be smaller. Even in the end, if someone still spreads something like he might be a spy, it is likely that the ninjas in the village will regard it as a cruel and dark internal struggle of Konoha. At that time, he will really be cleared. In order to achieve this goal, Sawarakiri has been searching for Sand Village with great interest these days. However, the location where Monzaemon appeared is too strange. Zhang. Metals intertwined, emitting sporadic sparks. The heavy special material shield could even block the flames of the red sword for a moment, and the melting speed was slow enough to support the other puppets to surround him. Fire. Escape, Dragon Flame Song Technique. Pong. The roaring flames suddenly swept towards Manzamon's body. All the trees and rocks blocking the way were swept away. Under this attack, 2 of the puppets that were originally surrounding Sawarakiri paused slightly, as if they were about to turn around. But God of Fire Kagura, Burning Bones and Suns. The flames that suddenly bloomed were like a rolling crimson storm, and the sword light hidden in it was even faster than lightning. But in the blink of an eye, the 4 puppets surrounding him suddenly broke into pieces. However, when Sawarakiri did this, his body seemed to be acting completely on instinct, and a trace of confusion was faintly revealed in the depths of his blue eyes. At this moment, only a small part of his mind was still on Monzaemon, and most of it was invested in searching the surroundings. Nowhere. Where is the army of about 100 people that broke into the Land of Fire? Why can only Monzaemon be seen here now? A sense of disharmony. Seizing this momentary opportunity, Uchiha Yayoi on the other side rushed to Monzaemon at the fastest speed. The girl's kunao was holding the blade thrown by a puppet, and her scarlet Sharingan recorded every move of the opponent with her eyes with extremely strong chakra and dynamic capture ability. In her vision, even the sense of time seemed to slow down. Left index finger, ring finger, and pinky finger. Are there 3 more that can move? The moment this thought flashed through Uchiha Yayoi's mind, her body had already moved at a speed faster than her consciousness. The shuriken shot out from her left hand like a flying swallow, and with the technique of Uchiha throwing, it drew an extreme arc like a flowing ribbon in the air, pointing directly at Manzamon's body. At the same time, she formed a seal with her right hand. Wind style, wind cutting technique. She swung her fingertips horizontally, and the invisible sickle-like wind blade cut the giant tree beside her, causing it to fall. The position under the horizontal railing of the giant tree just blocked the position behind the girl who was about to be attacked. The series of poisonous needles with clanging metal sounds shot out from the black-faced puppet all pierced the tree trunk. And the several shurikens just now were just blocked by another puppet. There is one more. On the surface of the scarlet pupil, the black Megatama rotated like a flywheel, and the eyeball jumped in the eye socket at a very fast speed, constantly searching for possible traces around. Until the next 0.5 seconds, Yayoi caught a thread that went deep into the ground. The girl's figure suddenly jumped up and stepped on the tree trunk that was about to fall. Bang! At almost the same moment, the puppet that emerged from the ground burst out, and the 6 arms that stretched out at the same time suddenly grabbed nothing. Humph! Uchiha! Yayoi smiled lightly. But what she didn't notice was that Monzaemon also sneered at the same time. Silently, the puppet figure with a red bun suddenly popped out of the poison needle puppet, approached the back of the girl, and suddenly opened his arms. Hidden under the white robe was a ferocious embrace covered with fine blades. Shadows covered. Almost at the same time. Popeye! Don't know if it was an illusion, but Monzaemon seemed to catch a slight bubble sound in his ears. The next moment, the white robe on his body was suddenly wrapped by the whistling wind and waves, making a series of fluttering vibrations. The figure of Saharakiri, who had just chopped 4 puppets, suddenly disappeared. When the picture captured in his pupils came to the next frame, Monzaemon's ears were suddenly filled with a roar like a mountain collapse, shaking his brain and body. It was the various sounds of footsteps, sonic booms, punches and puppet smashing, mixed into a roar in a very short time. The flying blades and puppet fragments were scattered in the air like flowers scattered by a fairy, and the red bun rolled and spun in the sky. Saharakiri held the girl with one hand and kept the posture of throwing the ninja sword with the other hand. The clothes fluttered and the hair flew. Under the huge and irresistible force, the steel blade was compressed into a wrinkled iron ball from the tip to the handle in an instant, and it was drilled into the center of the wooden puppet body. Boom! The voice that came a moment later sounded. Uchiha Yayoi kept turning her head, holding her breath, and imprinted this picture deeply in her brain. Although she had just experienced a life-or-death crisis, the girl's eyes were filled with a light of joy. It seemed that she didn't take these dangers to heart at all. This is why she must hold the mist in her hand. How could she let go? However, the girl obviously didn't notice that there was still a slight sense of confusion in Saharakiri's eyes, and she was obviously still searching in all directions. What? This? Speed! Monzaemon looked at Saharakiri's sudden figure in shock, and his eyes could not help but stagnate. A bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Could it be? Didn't this little guy use his full strength at all from the beginning? The moment this thought came to his mind, a whistling sound suddenly sounded from behind him. After sending away the wounded, Minato sneaked to the back quietly. Until this moment, he caught the moment when all his 10 fingers stopped. Raise Nan! The high-density chakra ball, which was spinning and twisting, suddenly hit Monzaemon's back with a fierce and surging diffusion. But, just when the Raise Nan was about to hit him, Monzaemon's head suddenly turned 180 degrees, from the front to the back. Opened his mouth wide. Minato's expression suddenly froze. Almost at the same moment, Saharakiri suddenly widened his eyes and looked straight at a certain direction in the distance, with a solemn expression. So, everything is here, Miss Yayoi, it feels like this. 3K chapters, the next chapter will be around 22:00. Today is Tuesday, and there is a follow-up test. Please turn to the last page. Although I feel there is not much hope, I still want to rush to Sanjiang. Thanks, chapter 76. Sight, damn it. Not done yet. Raza looked at the SEAL team members who were busy around half of the mountainside in front of him, and the anxiety on his face became more and more obvious. He subconsciously murmured in a low voice. At this moment, Yakeng beside him had completely calmed down. Although it has been delayed for many days, it is lucky enough for their operation this time. However, the Konoha ninjas finally found some clues on the eve of the completion of this mission. The previous Konoha teams could barely be led away by the barrier set up around them, but after encountering the combination of Hyuga ninjas and Inyazuka ninjas, the misleading ability of this temporary barrier was completely insufficient. Lord Monzaemon has now gone to deal with those guys. In order to make the Konoha ninjas misjudge as much as possible, the Lord didn't bring anyone with him. Under normal circumstances, as a veteran cage-level strongman, it would not be a problem for him to eliminate a mere Konoha reconnaissance team. But if that was the case, why hasn't he come back until now? Yakeng was alert. However, when she saw Luo Sha, who was more anxious than her, she couldn't say her worries, and whispered to comfort, "Don't worry, Lord." Monzaemon was the first to learn the puppetry created by the second generation, and created the 10 Kinmatsu people on that basis. There is no one better at puppetry than him in the entire Sand Village. Even if Konoha sent a whole team of Jonin, the Lord would definitely be able to delay for a while. Hearing this, Luo Sha glanced at the woman beside her, looking at her calm and indifferent expression and the comforting tone. She felt inexplicably annoyed in her heart. The spearhead deep in his heart was unconsciously directed at the person next to him. What's the point of your cold expression, anyway? It wasn't your proposal, so whether this mission can be completed or not has nothing to do with you, right? I'm betting on the future successor of the Hokage and the prestige of the third generation disciple, and I'm taking all the responsibility alone. I was furious. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists, but didn't show any of this dark emotion, and suppressed it all in his heart. That's right. He continued to look at the huge seal array in front of him. It has been maintained from 100 years ago to the present, but it still stands tall. It was not until 10 days and 10 nights of cracking that it finally began to loosen gradually. Although it was still a little blurry, Luo Sha could vaguely feel the huge chakra source sealed in the center of the mountain. That feeling made Luo Sha more and more looking forward to the scene when it was unsealed. However, just when he was expecting it, the serious voice of Monzaemon suddenly came from the puppet headphones worn on the ears of the two. They. Sister has been discovered. Stop them. Raza and Yekeng were stunned. Swish, swish, swish. The poison needles ejected from the mouth of Monzaemon were densely sprinkled on the nearby Minato Namikaze. At this critical moment, Minato's nerve reaction was extremely fast. The raised nan in his hand was raised almost instinctively, and at the same time, the other hand completed the seal. The brain sensed the space seal at a distance, and the legs curled up to prepare for the impact. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already behind the roots of the ancient tree in the distance, and the raised nan hit the ground with a dull roar. Damn it! Minato rubbed his shoulder that had hit the tree trunk, poked his head out from the bottom of the pit created by the raised nan, glanced in the direction of Monzaemon, and muttered softly. Is the coordination of the raised nan with the sprint and evasion still a little uncoordinated? 4. A high-speed ninja who causes damage with physical skills and ninja tools, it is quite dangerous to rashly change his tactical system or use immature tactics to fight. Obviously, although Minato has learned the raised nan, there are still some flaws in the coordination of high-speed combat methods. And that sand ninja. In his perception, that body is clearly the source of chakra. How could it be a puppet too? He. As if he had noticed his doubts, Monzaemon simply stopped pretending and uttered a series of hoarse low laughs, arrogantly saying, "Didn't expect it. This is the culmination of my life. As long as my body is transformed into a puppet, and I use my brain to control it remotely, then I will be invincible in the world. It's such a simple thing. Why is it such a simple thing? I haven't figured it out for decades. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid." Obviously, this is why Sawarakiri would rather spend a little more time than bother to argue with this guy in the battle. No body. No matter how many times they are broken, these puppets will replace parts with each other and repair themselves. Monzaemon yelled crazily, and the puppet head spun 360 degrees at high speed, as if it was equipped with a small rotating motor. Until the end, it stopped with a click. He faced the direction of Sawarakiri. However, when he looked at Sawarakiri, he saw that the other party was also looking at him, with a sarcastic smile on his face. "That's really hard for you, little devil. Can you understand?" Monzaemon laughed. "How much painstaking effort I have put in for the way of puppets. In that case, I will reward you with a whole corpse in a while. This is a great gift." Sawara Kiri said in a cold tone, "I mean, it's really hard for you to drag our entire team here." Monzaemon's face froze. What's going on? As if sensing his doubts, Sawarakiri's smile became more joyful, and he said gently, "Although you may not have noticed, I am actually a supersensory ninja." He raised his hand and pointed to the east. "Although the situation inside is not very clear, such a large temporary barrier must be built by you, right?" Monzaemon's movements were completely frozen. "You hearing this?" Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Yayoi both reacted immediately. This was what Kiri said specifically to the two of them. "Not only that. Sawara," Kiri said slowly, "the three of us present are all standard high-speed ninjas. Senior Monzaemon, can you keep up?" The moment this sentence fell, Monzaemon's two eyeballs seemed to pop out of his eye sockets, and the many puppets on the ground that were originally chopped into parts had been pieced together by themselves without knowing when. His voice suddenly became extremely sharp. "See how I kill you." However, the words just now were like a signal. Before he took action, Uchiha Yayoi, who was half hidden behind Sawarakiri, had already completed the seal in his hand and flashed out from behind him. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. With a bang, the raging waves of fire, like a flood, rushed out in the direction of Monzaemon, covering the vegetation within a radius of more than 10 meters. The flames soared into the sky. However, when the fireworks went out, the 3 members of Sawara team had disappeared from his sight. At this moment, Monzaemon completely realized that the situation was not good, and immediately rushed towards the direction of the barrier, while sending a message to Raza and Yekeng. He didn't know. In a large tree hole a few hundred meters away from him, the shivering pharmacist Nono was trying his best to treat the wounded who were barely brought back by Minato Namikaze, and at the same time he was always alert to the movements outside. Weak, pitiful, helpless. At the same time, outside the 2 groups of Konoha and Tsunagakure. There was also an uninvited spectator, who was quietly waiting in a bush outside the sealed area, silently looking at the barrier on the mountainside in the distance. The dark figure was half hidden between the trunks of the ancient trees, and the upper half was sticking out, with one hand on his brow like a canopy, looking at the movements inside the barrier from afar. He kept sighing. Ah! Humans are really a stubborn species that is more annoying than cockroaches. At that time, I spent a lot of effort to help the Senjua family seal up that oddity, that woman, although she was not the reincarnation of Indra, she almost killed the Azura of that year. Now, are you going to let her out again? What? A bunch of ignorant guys. But, hey! Looked at the mountain barrier in the distance in despair, and glanced in the direction where Sawarakiri and others were fighting, and was slightly shocked. This is the miracle called human beings. In order to complete the act of saving his mother, Black Zetsu has never slacked off in the past 1,000 years, and has been staring at every corner of the ninja world seriously. As the most important village of Konoha, it is naturally impossible to be an exception. Therefore, he is the first person in the entire ninja world to see through Sawarakiri's undercover identity and true strength. Until now, his observation of Sawarakiri has been going on for quite some time. It was because of this person's appearance that the balance of the ninja world tilted slightly, and the subsequent plot began to gradually exceed his expectations. The balance of fate is about to turn around. This phenomenon made Black Zetsu more anxious, and at the same time he had to start considering whether to add more weight to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Momaken Madara really control the eye technique called 8,000 spears. What's more, there are so many types of Mangeki eye techniques. If you are killed by accident, it will be a big joke. After pondering for a long time, he sighed helplessly. It's really a tricky thing. Uchiha Grandmother, Uchiha Grandmother Adult, it's still 3K chapters. Continue to ask for follow-up reading. Collection Monthly Ticket, Chapter 77 Arrogance 3. There are 2 more. The captain with the highest attainments in the sealing squad kept the seal-making posture, his feet firmly locked on the ground, his clothes blown up by the huge amount of chakra bursting out from the seal cracks, and he was still screaming. Captain, Captain! The hypnotic nature of this chakra is too strong, everyone can't hold on anymore, don't care about them. The captain of the Sand Village sealing squad was nailed to the spot, trying his best to break the seal that seemed to come from the abyss. Normally speaking, unsealing should be much simpler than sealing, but now after 10 days, their unsealing process has become more and more difficult. The reason is also very simple. The sealed monster is too heavy, and the dark chakra makes most of the sealing squad ninjas who are too close but weak unable to bear it. If we have to use a metaphor, the members of the ninja seal team are like the nuclear weapons maintainers in Sawarakiri's previous life. If they are not careful, they will fall into an extremely dangerous situation. Under normal circumstances, they often have to break the seal carefully and slowly step by step. But now it is equivalent to forcibly drilling into the fuel room and grabbing the nuclear fuel rods with their hands to get out completely for time and at the cost of life. The longer they stay here now, the greater the possibility of being hypnotized into illusions and suffering serious mental damage. Even if they wake up, their spirits will be depressed. Because they underestimated the strength of this monster, the SEAL team still adopted a shift system. But now, for the sake of the village's plan, for the victory of the ninja war, and for the opportunity given to them by everyone on the front line. No matter what sacrifices are made, this task must be completed. The last one. When they shouted this sentence, Luo Shat and Yekeng had already walked out of here with all the combatants they could mobilize. At the same time, the captain of the sealing squad did not notice that his eyes had turned into a dark scarlet without him noticing. As long as we hold on for a little longer, we can get rid of that monster. Sawarakiri did not like things to go beyond his expectations. Although the original work mentioned the Second Ninja World War many times through multiple aspects, there were very few direct descriptions. He had no way of judging what major turning point had occurred in this war, and whether his appearance and actions would add many variables to this war. At the same time, there were too many monsters sealed underground in this ninja world. Dragon Vein, Box of Bliss, Zero Tail, Goblin, Evil God of Soup Country, Black Nine-Tailed Gene Originalor. It was simply a powerful monster that did not appear in the original work. Sawara Kiri frowned slightly. These are all monsters that can exert the power of tailed beasts as long as they are used. Some of them even have bug abilities. Without the aura of the protagonist of the movie version, it is basically impossible to kill them. It's really a headache. Missed. Just. As he was thinking this, Minato, who was following him, frowned and said, "Are we just going to rush in like this? Isn't it too risky?" Although his words were euphemistic, his meaning was very clear. Even if it is a conservative estimate, there are at least more than 100 Sand Village ninjas inside, and there is a high probability that there are strong people of the same level as Monzaemon. If something goes wrong, what if you run into the third Kazekage? Before I set out, I had already sent a signal to Nono. Sawara Kiri explained, Yamano Yuma's injury is not serious, they will point out the direction for the follow-up troops. In addition, he said halfway, turned his head and looked at Minato, and said with trust, "It is because of you that we dare to rush into the encirclement." Sawara Kiri is of course confident in his own strength, but the insurance of Flying Thunder God technique is also necessary. This is the confidence that he dares to rush forward. Minato was stunned when he heard this. After a long silence, his expression immediately became serious, as if he regarded Sawara Kiri's words as words of entrusting his life. "Don't worry. Even if I risk my life, I will definitely take you out alive." Hearing Minato's oath-like promise, Sawara Kiri just smiled. He smiled. The so-called bond is probably like this, right? There was a buzzing sound in his ears. Under the impact of Sawara Kiri in the front row, the outer barrier with high-intensity interference was suddenly broken by the group. The barrier seal pattern under the feet of the three people also suddenly seemed to be forcibly erased by some invisible existence. The large barrier that originally blocked their vision and all perceptions, like a mist covering them in front, suddenly opened at this moment, leaving a hole several meters high. The two people who appeared in their field of vision were Luo Xia and Yekeng, who were doing the job for them. Following behind them, there were also dozens of Sand Village ninjas. The moment he saw the figure in front of him, Minato's eyes suddenly became a little more solemn. Unlike other people who had difficulty in accessing information about high-level ninjas, he had been directly under the envy of the Hokage for a long time. And he had a very clear understanding of the strong people in the entire ninja world who were above a certain standard. Luo Xia and Yekeng belonged to the type who became famous very early. The whole body was tense. However, Sawara Kiri's sight did not fall on them immediately, but turned to look at the deep cave entrance behind them. After passing through the barrier, under the vision of the six eyes, the giant seal covering the entire mountain gradually became clear. He could see the dark and rich chakra in the center of the mountain. It was so huge that it was incredible. The chakra reactions of dozens of small ninjas around were probably the ninjas responsible for breaking the seal. In addition, the strongest part of the chakra reaction had all gathered in front of them. However, where did these people from Tsunagaku find the information about this monster? Looking at Sawara Kiri's sight that passed through everyone, Luo Xia's brows suddenly frowned. And he understood it as another attitude. Contempt. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his hands folded in front of his chest suddenly raised a finger. The sand gourd on his back opened, and heavy gold sand floated out silently, creating a golden storm behind him, covering the sky and the earth. His voice was cold and piercing. "Are you Hatake Kakashi? You are quite courageous. However, with just a few small achievements, you dare to completely ignore us, the seniors in the ninja world. I really don't know whether to say timid or arrogant." As he spoke, he shook his head as if sighing. However, hearing that name, Yayoi and Minato both looked at Sawara Kiri with subtle eyes. Having a student like him, Mr. Sakumo was also in trouble. Mr. Sawara's attitude towards this was very obvious. It was just a little bit of wind and frost. He walked forward under the gaze of Luo Xia and Yekeng, with a calm expression. "It doesn't matter what you think. I'm in a hurry." Luo Xia narrowed his eyes and twitched his eyebrows. Before he could continue speaking, he saw Sawara Kiri suddenly clasped his hands together. The next moment, OMA! Huge amount of chakra, surging like waves, gushed out of his body continuously and spread in all directions. The surrounding aura surged with his momentum. The two people closest to him, Minato and Yayoi, even their clothes were tightly attached to their bodies as if blown by a strong wind. At this moment, Minato's eyes looking at Sawarakiri seemed to be shining with some strange brilliance. Mist-kun's full force, it's really exciting. At this moment, Sawarakiri's eyes were blooming with unprecedented brilliance. This is a sign that he has unlocked all restrictions on himself. Although the time limit is only 3 minutes. However, it is enough. He has never given the final boss time to unlock the seal. A quick battle is the best way. When they felt the heavy pressure like a storm, Luo Sha and Yaking widened their eyes at the same time. They have only felt this level of deterrence from the third generation in their lives. However, the guy in front of them is obviously younger than them. The chakra and gold sand flowing around Luo Sha became more and more dense, and even showed a conservative defensive posture. The burning fire around Yaking also drifted under the fierce wind, and it seemed that if they were not careful, it would be extinguished accidentally. At this moment, they finally realized it. It turns out that this young man's arrogance has enough confidence. Only Uchiha Yayoi, who was standing beside him, seemed to realize something, and frowned with some worry. Mist. How much does that state put on your body? Don't worry. Sawara Kiri's 6 eyes looked at everyone who blocked his way, as well as Monzaemon who was about to arrive not far behind him, and he let out a long breath and said coldly 20 seconds. No. At most 17 seconds. Kill them all. If it was only opened for such a long time, it shouldn't put too much pressure on his body, so as not to affect the subsequent possible battles. When he opened the 6 eyes with all his strength, Sawarakiri's ability to control time and the gap in strength between himself and his opponent had already been clearly compared. Stupid. Listening to his arrogant and almost conceited words, even if he was shocked, Luo Sha's self-confidence Zhengzhen finally couldn't stand it anymore. He summoned up his remaining courage and swung his hand violently. The sand gourd behind him immediately blossomed under this full-strength exertion, turning into a protective wall that completely floated around his body. At the same time, countless sand seas suddenly covered the 3 members of Sawara's team. Magnetic style, golden sand waves. Uchiha Hikaru, Yaoi's expression when looking at Kiri, thank you very much. Please continue to read it. It should be available soon. I will ask the editor for the specific date later. Chapter 78 17 seconds, Part 1, almost at the same moment when Luosha made his move, Yakang's slender figure also rushed out. Behind him, more than 20 Sand Village ninjas, who were at least at the level of elite Chunin, rushed towards Sawarakiri and the other 2 with extremely skilled encirclement tactics. Sword lights, shuriken, kunao. Wind style, earth style, fire style. The charge group, with all kinds of gorgeous ninjutsu covering them, rushed towards the few people who were still standing there at the same time, and the intensive offensive almost completely included them. Not to mention, behind them, there was a golden sandstorm that swept down like a natural disaster. It was overwhelming. However, the 3 people on the spot seemed to be in a state of stillness at this moment, standing there completely motionless. Hade! Blazing white breath came out of Sawarakiri's mouth and turned into a faint stream of smoke. The next moment, he stepped forward. Pa! The soil under Sawarakiri's shoes was like a turbulent water surface, rippling under the huge force. The whole person was like an arrow shot from a bow, and like a meteor that pierced into the depths of the sea and burst out countless bubbles. Even the 6 eyes in this situation had no ability to observe other positions, and instead focused all their attention on the 50 meters around him. The mental load of the brain sealing technique reached its limit at this moment, and there was a faint mist between his hair. All the images in his eyes turned into countless overlapping black and white lines at this moment, and his pupils shrank to the extreme. At the same time, it also broke out at an ultra-high speed that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Boom! Boom dash! The sonic boom circle that spread in all directions in a ring shape condensed into a nearly substantial mist under the huge short pressure, and was suddenly broken by his body, and even the companions standing beside him were blown away. As for the kunao and shuriken that shot towards them, they were smashed cleanly. In front of the figure that was so fast that it was almost blurred, a very brave physical training type Sand Village roared silently and swung the wind blade in his hand. Ha! Sawara! Kiri looked at him and stretched out his hand forward. There was no fighting process, which naturally meant no resistance reaction. In Sawarakiri's extremely fast vision, the entire Sand Village ninja seemed to be frozen in place, maintaining the posture of wanting to swing his sword. He reached out his hand and touched it. It was like a cavalryman charging at high speed in ancient times, protruding a sharp saber into the chaotic crowd. The body crossed with it by inertia. So, the entire upper body of the elite Sand Village ninja suddenly disappeared, exploding into a loose blood mist. Puff! They dull and thick sound was heard after a moment of delay. Almost synchronously, the other 3 Sand Village ninjas who rushed to the front of him also exploded into a bloody firework 1 second. Sawarakiri's figure did not pause at all, like a bullet without self-awareness, and went straight into the overwhelming ninjutsu bombardment in front of him. The hot stream of fire burning against his cheek, the storm blade sharper than a steel shuriken, the massive earth wall that seemed to bury him, and even the strong impact of pure chakra swarming in one place. Just a dozen well-coordinated sand ninjas suddenly burst out with dense carpet bombing capabilities like an anti-aircraft artillery battalion in a short period of time. But none of these could stop him. The unlimited technique with full power, with the paradox of space, blocked all the attacks that were about to approach Sawarakiri. No matter what kind of attack it was, it all stopped less than an inch in front of him and was thrown away by him in the next moment. The whole person was like Moses splitting the sea, tearing apart this large area of fire covered by various ninjutsu, breaking through one huge vacuum channel after another. The ninjas of the Sand Village assault team, who had relied on their skillful cooperation with their teammates and skillfully hid in the gaps between ninjutsu and ninjutsu attack range, could never imagine that this monster would rush directly in front of them in such a fierce form. It seemed that all these ninjutsu did not hinder his vision and body at any level. Puff! Puff 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 dash! Amid the fiercely burning flames and the sound of earth and rocks blasting against the ground, every Sand Village ninja could clearly distinguish the terrifying squeezing sound hidden in it, as if the god of death was chasing his life. Every cracking sound represented the death of a Sand Village elite. If he was killed instantly like the first person, it would be okay, but if he accidentally left the upper half, the extremely shrill wailing would immediately make everyone outside shudder from the bottom of their hearts 3 seconds. However, at this moment, Sawarakiri did not have any extra thoughts to spare for thinking about these corpses. Unlimited technique, full power. The reason why he fixed this technique at the limit of 3 minutes was not because of the consumption of chakra and the burden on the mind, but a more pure reason: his body could not bear it. From the first second of this technique, his brain and body entered a death cycle of boiling and cooling. The intense burden of the seal required him to constantly repair his body with the reversal technique at the same time. Every second in that state was extremely painful for Sawarakiri. This feeling was like Might Guy constantly playing the deadly game of opening the door of death and closing the door of death. Once he could not grasp the subtle time difference between them, he would really suffer. However, matching this extremely high degree of danger was the terrifying fighting power that he exploded in this process. Asshole! Rosa stood there in incompetence and fury, roaring loudly, and kept stretching his hands forward. The gold dust in his hand kept flying in the direction perceived in his brain, but he couldn't keep up with Sawarakiri's pace every time. No matter how many times he increased the lead time, it was all broken. When the gold dust completely engulfed the entire area in front of him, there was no chakra reaction from his companions in his perception range. Only, there was the figure that burst out with vigorous brilliance like the Sunday. Boom! With just one punch, the gold dust storm that seemed to cover the entire land was completely dispersed. The whites of Luo Sha's eyes were immediately covered with bloodshot. No matter how furious and hateful he was, he realized one thing from the bottom of his heart: this man was really not an enemy that he could fight at this level. Ninjutsu class, disperse. At this time, Luo Shan no longer had any extra thoughts to think about how to defeat him, and instead put all his mind on the hope of the last victory. Delay time. As long as they can delay the time until the monster inside is released, then even if they are killed by Sawarakiri one by one, the mission will be completed. Raza's eyes widened, and he used all his strength to drive the gold sand around him. All of them rushed in the direction of Sawarakiri. He may have many problems, whether it is the desire for power, the hostility towards the threat, or the various things towards his family. But even these problems cannot cover up the most distinctive feature of him. He is a qualified ninja. Similarly, he is not the only one. The middle-aged sand ninja tore off his vest, lit the detonating talisman on his body and flew towards the vague figure, but before being shattered by the detonating talisman, he exploded in advance. The young sand ninja trembled and completed the wind escape seal, but before he could spit out the wind blade from his mouth, his whole head was quickly taken off by a gust of wind. The sand ninja with a face full of fear screamed helplessly, waving the kunao in front of him randomly, but the next moment, he disappeared with the kunao in half of his body. Even the sand ninjas who obeyed Luo Sha's orders and tried their best to flee to the surroundings, trying to buy some time for the sealing team behind, also turned into a group of broken mist on the way of escape one by one. At this moment, there was no distinction between people and objects in Sawarakiri's eyes. Under this extreme sense of brain oppression, his 6 eyes covered with bloodshot in his heart All had only one target left. Sand village, sand village, sand village, sand village, sand village, kill, 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 kill. 6 seconds. The ninja shoes, which were rubbed to only a thin layer of rubber solace, slid tightly against the ground, plowing a long mark on the soft ground mixed with dark red blood. Puffs of misty white smoke rose from the bottom of the ninja shoes. Saharakiri stood in front of them, with his back to the fire behind him. All the sand village ninjas who rushed to the front in the first round. Total destruction, this feeling, keep begging. Chapter 79 17 seconds, Part 2, What an unimaginable monster! Looking at the scene in the center of the battlefield from a distance, the dark figure stared at the dark yellow eyes and sighed softly. Obviously, he was just an ordinary human who inherited part of the blood of the Otsutsuki clan. But he could burst out such terrifying power for no reason. With this level of physical skills, even if Madara comes, he won't be able to suppress him in a short time, right? Although he still had a smile on his black face, if anyone was familiar with Black Zetsu's habits, they could probably tell how worried he was now. After a whole 1,000 years, he finally waited until now, waiting for a pair of huge anomalies like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara to appear in this ninja world. It seemed that the plan was about to be completed. Suddenly, such an unrestrained interferer appeared on the earth. This won't work. Black Zetsu whispered, turned his head, and looked at the mountains not far away. The figure quickly dived into the ground. Magnetic escape, golden sand burial. Lo! She raised his hands high, his figure like a swimming fish, under the support of the gold dust. He kept shuttling through the surging golden waves. At the same time, the whole land was under the resonance of magnetic escape, analyzing fine gold dust, mixed with a large amount of gravel, and supported by a large amount of chakra, covering the land within a radius of hundreds of meters nearby. However, even so, within his perception range, the figure was still breaking through the gold dust waves, blocking in front of him at an incredibly fast speed, and sprinting straight towards him. Buzz cut. The waves. However, the constantly flying and flowing gold dust still delayed his steps to some extent. Even if the infinite space blocked all the gold dust that was about to touch Sawarakiri, we learned in high school physics that in an environment with a higher density of the propagation medium, the propagation speed of waves and particles is slower. The obstacle to Sawarakiri's actions is naturally greater. Although this delay was still too short to grasp. Scorch. Release, oversteam kill. Yakura, who had been lying in ambush on the side and watching Sawarakiri kill all his companions with almost indifference, finally launched his first attack. The long accumulated Scorch Release chakra burst out, and dozens of Scorch Release fireballs formed with all-out efforts shot out at lightning speed. All pointed to the route directly in front of Sawarakiri. However, facing this extremely hot steam ball that would turn the whole person into a mummy just by touching the body, Sawarakiri was like a wild bull, and rushed straight into it without hesitation. Under the defense constructed by the infinite space, touching his body itself is a false proposition. However, this short interference still made Sawarakiri feel a little obstacle. The blue six eyes swept coldly in her direction like a blade. In just a moment, Yaking lost his figure in his sight. Swoosh! The hissing sound of the air was as shrill as the chirping of a cicada. In that brief moment, Yaking only had time to do a backward roll to avoid the blow. The hand knife broke through the air. Bang! The broken puppet parts flew in the air. Yaking, who was knocked away by the puppet, rolled to the side. The gold shield, which was delayed for a moment, protected half of her body and blocked the slightly spreading aftermath. However, she still looked a little pale. A blood mark like a blade was drawn on her snow-white shoulder. If the puppet had moved a little slower, this blow would have been enough to split half of her body. In the distance, Menzamon's body stopped there, looking at Sawarakiri. With fear in his eyes. This is no longer an ordinary Konoha genius. Even the former ninja god and the ninja Shura, at this age, have never had such dominance. Because he is old enough and has seen enough strong people in his life, Monzaemon has a clear enough judgment in his heart about the talent of the young Konoha ninja in front of him. If there is another strong man like the ninja god in Konoha now. Just thinking of that scene, Monzaemon can't help but feel horrified. In addition to this, he actually has some selfish thoughts. Whether it is Luasha or Yaking, they are both the best young ninjas in the Sand Village now. If there is no mistake, the future Sand Village will be carried by the two of them, as well as the children of Garuru and Cho. If they die here, he, Monzaemon, will be the sinner of the whole village. At this moment, he made a decision in his heart. Rosa. Monzaemon stood still, forming a seal with his hands. He stared straight at Rosa, and his hoarse voice, with an unprecedented firm tone, sounded in Rosa's puppet earphones. Trap him. Whatever method. It only takes a little time. Rosa was startled when he heard the words, and turned to look in the direction of Monzaemon. Almost at the moment he saw the old man forming a seal with his hands, he seemed to understand something immediately. Yes. They. Moment his voice fell, several puppets around him immediately flew in all directions, forming a huge circle around them. Monzaemon put his hands together. At the same time, all the puppets imitated his posture and put their hands together. At this moment, even if Sawarakiri's boiling mind was not clear, he could still realize the opponent's attack intention. He didn't even hesitate at all, and immediately rushed towards the direction of Manzamon's body and punched him hard. With a loud bang, the parts scattered. But the movements of the other puppets remained unchanged. Sawarakiri's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to run wildly towards the puppets around him. However, Luo Sha's figure flew up to the sky on the cloud of gold dust, and shouted at Sawarakiri on the ground, "Look here! You monster!" He formed seals with both hands and drove the gold dust layer on the ground with all his strength. Magnetic escape, gold dust great realm technique. The gold dust layer under Sawarakiri's feet immediately flew up like a torrent, spinning and rippling in all directions, and finally formed a gold dust space covering hundreds of meters around, surrounded by thorns like spear tips pointing straight, as if they would shoot out at any time. Luo Sha spared no effort. He consumed his vitality and mental energy like crazy, and continuously generated a huge amount of chakra. The next move was a move he learned from his teacher, which was specifically used to seal the one-tailed Shikaku. Originally, he had never used it because of insufficient chakra, but at this moment, he could not care less even if he would really die. Pop! Rosa stood in the sky, clasping his hands together. The vigorous chakra continued to spread outward, and the tiny gold dust around him began to float and vibrate around his body. Until the end, he shouted, "Magnetic escape! Desert layer burial seal!" His hair and whites of his eyes were gradually dyed blood red. The torrent of gold dust on the ground continued to swarm towards the center at a faster speed than before, as if to completely cover the entire space above Sawarakiri's head. But it was still not enough. The spell is forward. Blue. Almost. At the moment the voice fell, a blue light as bright as starlight suddenly bloomed at the center of the gold sand seal. Luo Sha's heart was shocked. The chakra output, which had already reached the limit, broke through 10% on this basis. However, no matter how he strengthened the seal, the gold sand that should have been flowing continuously seemed to be bound by some infinite singularity and could not move at all. Until the end, the blue light blooming from the gold sand layer became more and more dazzling. No matter how much gold sand was gathered, it was all absorbed and melted by the blue point, like a real black hole, rushing straight into the sky. Buzz! Luo Sha immediately manipulated the sand mat under his feet to move, and narrowly avoided the attack that went straight into the sky. But, the next second, the extremely strong sense of danger almost swallowed him up completely. Boom! The vacuum channel that runs across the sky from bottom to top is like a horizontal and oblique line connecting the sky and the earth. In just a moment, Sawarakiri's figure crashed into the sand pile. Suddenly, the gold sand scattered. 12 seconds. Rosa's figure rolled in the air, blood spurted out of his mouth, and the 3 layers of gold sand armor covering his body surface completely collapsed. His chest and abdomen seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and a large area was sunken downward. However, a difficult smile appeared on his face. The plan succeeded. The gravel that collapsed in the air completely surrounded Sawarakiri. If you look very close, you can see that the surface of these gravels seems to be branded with a thin layer of sealing patterns. That was the super large-scale sealing technique that the Sand Village imitated and summarized from the body of K in order to deal with the one-tailed Shikaku. The ability to seal such a huge Shikaku in a small tea kettle means that this sealing technique naturally has spatial properties. As early as the moment Manzamon-sama made that decision, Luosha was ready to use himself as bait to lure this monster of Konoha into the seal. Even if the price was death. Seal. The moment the voice fell. The entire area centered on the sand gold realm suddenly turned into a collapse point. Sawarakiri, who was marked as the main target, was suddenly included in it and swallowed up by a huge pyramid. Almost at the same time. In the distance, located in the center of the mountain barrier, the brain that was placed on a sealing platform and connected to the sealing technique through countless lines suddenly burst out with a strong chakra reaction. The members of the surrounding guarding sealing team were all panicked when they saw this. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the wireless chakra amplification technique? What on earth is happening, Manzamon-sama? Don't make a noise. However, their voices were soon interrupted by another old man. He quietly looked at the brain on the seal platform and said calmly, "Watch carefully. This is the end of Manzamon-sama." They 10 people of Chikamatsu surrounding the desert lair funeral seal still kept their hands together. There were only 4 left. Through the puppet's eyes, Manzaemon quietly stared at the young man sealed under the desert pyramid with a peaceful look. Different from other ninja villages. The biggest disaster faced by the Sand Village ninjas who have lived in the desert of the Wind Country for generations is always the wanton Shikaku. It was a monster that was almost omnipotent as long as it stood in the desert. In the long ago era when magnetic escape and Jinkriki had not yet appeared, the people of the Wind Country had only one way to defeat it. A seal that requires the victims to sacrifice their lives and souls. Manzaemon kept his hands together, facing the natural disaster, chanting Buddhist verses. May this merit beautify the pure land of Buddha. Repay the fourfold grace, and relieve the sufferings of the 3 paths. They 4 puppets looked at the pyramid in front of them, and their voices became more and more peaceful. Pull out the roots of all karma. Achieve rebirth in the pure land. The great burial seal of karma of rebirth in the original land. At the same moment when his voice fell, the brain on the amplification seal platform in the distance suddenly began to wither. The 4 puppets standing in place suddenly burst into a violent chakra reaction at this moment. Several dark seal lines spread directly towards the direction of the desert pyramid. Attached, climbed, covered, and covered. Until the end, compressed inward. Turned into a point. Crash! The puppets of the 10 people in Jinsong fell to the ground and broke into scattered parts. A large piece of Luasha fell on the soft sand with a sunken chest and abdomen. Looking at this scene from a distance, his expression was shocked, but he also had a glimmer of relief for surviving the disaster. However, when his eyes swept over the puppet body that fell to the ground, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. Puff! Luasha fell to the ground, vomited a mouthful of blood, and supported his body with difficulty, with a look of sadness and sighing on his face. Finally did they kill him? It was only a blink of an eye from the start of the war to now. But Luo Sha felt as if he had gone through all the hardships of his life. However, they won in the end. Thinking of the brilliant young man from Konoha, the sacrifices of so many people, and his own serious injuries, Luo Sha couldn't help but grin and make a somewhat hollow sound. Ha 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 ha. However, just as he was laughing, he suddenly heard a trace of auditory hallucination. In the center of the burial seal that had completely condensed into a small black dot in front of him, there seemed to be some kind of sound. Sawarakiri stood safely in the center of the seal. The space around him squeezed against the space formed by the seal, forming layers of vibrating lines on his body's surface. If it was in a normal state, he would probably be held down for a while, right? But now. It's not enough. Sawarakiri raised his head, and a startling light suddenly burst out from the depths of his azure 6 eyes. He raised his arm and pointed forward. Reverse the technique. Hey! When he heard the voice, Luo Sha suddenly raised his head forward and looked at the depths of the seal in astonishment. Impossible, absolutely impossible, that was a powerful seal that could not even shake the body of the one-tailed Shikaku, and it would have been locked up for at least 3 years. What's more, if a living being is sealed in, as long as there is still a chakra reaction, it will inevitably fall into a deep sleep. How could it be? However, things often go against one's wishes. Hey! In an instant, a red light flashed from the depths of the seal. Suddenly, with an unstoppable momentum, it completely broke through the barrier composed of 2 seals and distorted the space in front of it. Whether it was the deep and thick gold sand layer, or the seal spell that sacrificed human lives on the surface of the desert layer, under this red light constructed by infinite repulsion, they were as fragile as a piece of paper. All twisted. And continued to extend into the distance. Bang! Luo Sha kept his eyes wide open and knelt there. The entire right half of his body turned into a rotten blood stain at this moment. Fell to the ground with a plop. Sawarakiri walked slowly out of the depths of the pyramid, bloodshot in his eyes, mist like smoke rising from his head, and his whole body seemed to have just been soaked in water, covered with sweat. Ho ho! Ho ho! His chest kept rising and falling, he gasped for breath, the light in his eyes dimmed, and even his eyelashes were covered with water drops. However, the time was just right, 17 seconds. This tone is very heavy, 4K big chapter, 2 in 1. There is no chance for Sanjiang in the next round. It will be put on the shelves at 12 o'clock noon tomorrow. Everyone, please support us with your own money. Thank you very much.